It's a beautiful day in upstate New York for a full weekend of music and motorsports. Welcome to Watkins Glen. This is GRIDLIFE Summer Apex.
I think about you when I don't want to. When it's 3 in the morning, it's like your body's calling. I think about you when I don't want to. I never get a warning. I wish I got a warning. I think about you when I don't want to. When it's 3 in the morning, it's like your body's calling. I think about you when I don't want to. I never get a warning. I wish I got a warning. I think
Welcome to the East Coast in the penultimate round of the 2026 GRIDLIFE Championship. This is Lime Rock Park, the third oldest continuously operating road course in all of North America. It's like a 1.5 miles of Jurassic Park, and it's a roller coaster of a lap with all sorts of unique corners. But this year, I want to talk about the last corner on the racetrack, the downhill. Everyone that comes into Lime Rock Park passes over just a little bit of World War II history. In 1940, Sir Donald Bailey invented a kind of bridge that was easily erectable in the war fields. It's called a Bailey Bridge, and this is believed to be the last operational Bailey Bridge in the United States. And it was designed to be a temporary solution here at Lime Rock Park, but we all know that there's nothing more permanent than a temporary solution, and it's been here since 1956. When the bridge was first put in, it was only a couple feet off the tops of the race cars that went underneath it. And it was a visceral experience to stand on top while cars drove by, blowing wind at you. In 2008, they raised up the bridge a couple of feet, giving a little bit more margin for the cars passing underneath. One of the most dramatic points of the lap around Lime Rock Park is the downhill. Right as you pass underneath the Bailey Bridge, you begin this plunge down to the bottom of Turn 7. It's actually a misconception that the bottom of Turn 7 is downhill because the track flattens out right before the apex. Just like its counterpart at Turn 5 at the uphill, you have to drive down into Turn 7 knowing that there's more grip than you have. When you plunge down the hill, you use all your momentum to gather speed, but you gain all this compression at the bottom where your suspension pushes itself up into the car. You gain a bunch of tire grip, and you have to trust it's going to be there. Otherwise, you spear off towards the Armco. The corner is really line sensitive. You have to be right up against this curb, but you cannot touch it. It's very tall, and if your right front tire climbs up on this thing, it's going to shoot you to driver's left. And it leads to the best passing opportunity on the racetrack at turn 1. Get this wrong, and you ruin your whole lap. The danger isn't over once you leave the apex. The exit is really tight as well, and the track flattens out right before you leave the corner. And this curb is track limits. 4 tires off, and your lap time is deleted here. Circuit Legends is a celebration of modern tuning culture, but Lime Rock Park is an icon and a legend in its own right. Names like Sam Posey, Roger Penske, and Skip Barber all cut their teeth here at Lime Rock Park, and it hosts our second to last round of the season. Welcome to Connecticut and Lime Rock Park.
Everyone likes a little dose of nostalgia, and GRIDLIFE's penultimate round of the season serves it up in spades. Of America's historic road circuits, only 2 have been in constant operation longer than Lime Rock Park. This mile-and-a-half roller coaster bull ring has existed since 1957. History reflects in the river and bounces off the hillsides every time a motor fires up here in the Connecticut hills. If these walls could talk, they'd have legendary stories to tell. This is GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, a celebration of the icons of car culture, motorsport, and the posters we all had on our walls that formed our passion for automobiles. Hi everyone, and welcome to Circuit Legends round 5 of 6 of the 2026 GRIDLIFE Championship. Kyle Heyer joined by Jackson Lambros. Eddie Siegel will be joining me a little bit later today. Jackson, this is a legendary racetrack, one of the oldest on our calendar, and what a venue for our penultimate round of the 2026 season.
You roll in through this little town, and the forest and the mountains around you are just right on top of you, and that's something that video games don't necessarily do justice, but it feels like a fairy tale when you walk in and cross over the Bailey Bridge for the first time. Everything, compared to Watkins Glen, is just so much more intimate. Everything is so close to everything. We go from the longest circuit in upstate New York to the shortest, and you feel the vibe of this weekend, right? Only 2 weekends. It's going to come at us quickly, but none of that, not as much of the festival scene. It's more of an honor of the past and you know, tuning culture as a whole. It is a perfect penultimate round before we really get to the business end of the season here, Kyle.
Well, let's have a look at our track preview here. Again, we talked about the downhill in that opening bit, but this racetrack happens in a hurry. Most of the cars here this weekend will do it in under a minute, and it's a fast racetrack. 7 turns around here at 1.5 miles. Here's a look at it, and it's nestled in the Connecticut hillsides, originally built back in 1956, opened in 1957. As you see there, 1.53 miles. Now that was actually a little long on the estimate there. They actually clocked it with an old Chevy odometer back in the day, and they just stuck with it even though the track is a hair shorter than that. You see the opening sequence there, big bend through turns 1 and 2, the only left-hander at turn 3, then turn 4, down the Paul Newman straight up to turn 5. That's the uphill. You climb up a couple of stories, west bend at turn 6, incredibly line sensitive, and then this plunge down the hill into turn 7. The track flattens out, you get into that compression, and it's all over so fast.
You put it really, really well, Kyle. If you go just a little bit too in, you'll get spat out in turn 7 a little bit too much. You're dropping a tire and you're going out into that Armco on the outside very, very quickly. But you look at the vibe of this circuit as a whole, you just don't have a lot of time to really think. You don't have the opportunity to really catch your breath. The only opportunity you really have is just here on the right-hand side of your screen, that short run from the final corner back into turn 1 before you do it all over again. But it is, we've heard so many analogies, right? The bull ring of road racing, the Martinsville of sports car racing, etc. But, you know, once we get to track battle and qualifying later on today, track positioning is going to be so important. And for these guys, for our morning practice for Rush, it's going to be all important.
And it's all important now because we head into our finale next round. Here's the IBOC GLTC Championship points, just 14 between Eric Magnuson and Eric Catil. And then in GRIDLIFE GT, it's even tighter than that, just 6 points between Christian Aranja and Matan Rosenberg. And Jeff Ricka's here to mix things up. He could steal some wins away. In the Rush Series, it's Bryce Mersberger, who is in command right now of the championship by a more of a margin over Blair Hosey, but there's still racing left to do. In our GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship, Mike Jansen, he has locked down Club SC. It's a battle for second now.
So that's our first wrapped up championship. This has been phenomenal. Falcon Club TR, Peter Granberg, Jeremy Bailey, Stan Faingold, all really to play for right now. Peter Granberg with a really strong second half. Second locked up championship for track battle. Josh Hulka in the 777, a no-show this weekend, but with the first 4 rounds open, he'll be walking away as the 26th title holder. Luke McGrew doing the same, a no-show this weekend, with Ryan Matthews, Luis Andeas making an all C6 top 3 right now in the standings.
Dewey DeWitt is your champion in 2026 as well, second year in a row. Em Slawinski is just 1 point away from locking up track mod, so that's almost a shoe-in here before we head into Laguna Seca, where we expect to see him. And this is a tie for Unlimited right now. Ernie Pazelis is leading only off of a tiebreaker between him and Andres Bertulis, but Mike Dussault is here. He won at Watkins Glen, and also Sasha Anise is here to mix things up. Maybe not for the championship, but to take points away from those in Unlimited. That's your points situation here for all of our categories. As you pointed out, the Rush Series is on the racetrack right now. They are practicing here this morning, but next up will be our GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. 6 heats, no podium sprint this weekend. So we've got Eddie Siegel here, a past GRIDLIFE Track Battle competitor. He'll take over in a couple of minutes. We've got so many things to talk about in Time Attack in particular, but Rush is on course. The story for me this weekend here is Zach Veach, former IndyCar driver, is here this weekend, and right now is inside the top 10. Great first showing for him in the Rush. And
we've had a lot of star-studded individuals come in for one-offs. Obviously, Spig, Spencer Piggott, and Randy Post last time out at Watkins Glen. But getting to talk with Zach a little bit yesterday, he is very much one of us. Kid straight out of Connecticut, hasn't gotten the opportunity to drive too much behind, get behind the wheel of the Rushes too much, but has been very comfortable very quickly. Not too much of a shocker, though, to see Bryce out in front here. Grant Bourne, though, out of the gate very quick there in choppy, the 127. Ontario Canada working his way down. Jalen Batley in the 88. And Jordan Mussard wasn't able to make it out to Watkins Glen, had some other endurance racing commitments. Actually set to go out to Le Mans in a couple weeks' time for the KZ World Finals. Andy Volkel rounding out your top 5 here.
Yeah, and Bryce Mersberger, it's his dad's birthday today. Michael Murph Mersberger, congratulations and a happy birthday to you. Well, your boy is leading the race right now. Here's a look at your weather. Cloudy in Lakeville, but here it's sunny right now. 63 air temp, 73 track temp. Wind 11 miles an hour out of the north. We do expect a little precipitation tomorrow, but today should be nice. So we're really excited to see that all sort of pan out here and see how things go. But right now, Rush cars getting their laps in the 55s. Now, Jordan Mussard did a data lap yesterday, posted it on the Rush Series Facebook page, said, here's my data, here's my lap, everyone reference it and take a look. He expected pole to be in the mid-55s. They're already there. Could we expect maybe even, a 55-0?
I don't know, Kyle. We'll have to wait and see here. Definitely happy that we don't have any weather keeping that down, but this is a relatively green track after a pretty damp testing day yesterday. So these guys have to lay down that Nankang rubber and crucially stay online right now to give them as much of an opportunity. But as we say that, Grant Bourne finding a little bit more on track.
Yeah, it's a really strong run for Grant Bourne to jump up ahead of Mersberger. Jalen Batley, who I think was also, he was fighting back from the tail of the field most of the weekend at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, had a little bit of issues. Race 3, I believe had a pretty big lockup as well in race 2. But Batley looked so strong, back at CMP as well as Road Atlanta, and just has not been able to really get it going second half of the season. You could definitely say the same about this man right here, Brent Giacomo, who, again, really, really strong at CMP, but a handful of mechanicals, got involved in some other incidents. And he said, where I'm at in the point standings right now is not reflective of how I've been driving in a vacuum. I just haven't really had the opportunity to really stretch my legs and showcase what I've been capable of.
Jake Sanders in the 77 through turn 7. That, wow, fast downhill right-hander. Just the amount of commitment it requires. It's easy flat in these cars, but it's so line sensitive. If you touch that curb, it's half the size of a Rush car down there. You cannot make that mistake. And these cars, they draft really well. So your best and really only passing opportunity is into turn 1. You have to get that turn 7 just right and actually build a run. Before that, even I think at West Bend is really where you start to build those runs here. So Sanders giving us a show down there through that high-speed turn 7. And then this kind of meandering back straight. They call it the Paul Newman straight and into that famous uphill. I did a bit on it last year. A couple of stories you climb in a very short hurry. and you fly up over the top. The revs pick up right there over the jump. What a cool shot. And I have to thank the Prime broadcast team, because that camera shot is not trivial to get. There is no easy way to get fiber back around to that area. They had to send a cable up and over the track level entrance where all the haulers come in and out. They put a lot of work in this morning, as someone who's just done 88 miles an hour.
First one of the weekend.
Over the, the jump. And that's where the speed trap is located, is at that uphill corner.
100% worth it. And I'm hoping we're seeing more of that as the weekend goes on. But man, I'm just really, really excited once we get to, especially some of the street cars. Oh my gosh, Mike Coons in the WRX, he could maybe get 4 off here. But some of these guys running a little bit less aero once we get to track battle, that is absolutely a part of the racetrack you're going to want to be keeping your eyes on.
Checkered flag is out for the GridLife Rush Series practice. Love that shot. We've been coming here 5 years now, 2022, to 2026. We've never had this angle. So a big thanks again to everybody. And I bet you it's going to get worn out over there, that speed trap.
It might.
So I put it really close to the wall. I'm excited to see it working again. But with practice complete for the GridLife Rush Series, we've got track battle coming up next. We'll take a break real quick and get fired up for the first of our 6 GridLife track battle heats in just a few minutes, and we'll bring in Eddie Siegel right after this. Welcome back to Lime Rock Park and GridLife Circuit Legends. It's now time for GridLife Track Battle Heat number 1 from Lime Rock. Kyle and I are joined by Eddie Siegel in the booth. Eddie, it's great to have you. It's been a little while since I've seen you around the paddock, but you were coming here just to hang out with us. And I said, you know what, I'm down an announcer. Why don't you come up here and hang out with me in the booth all weekend?
Yeah, Kyle, thank you so much for having me. It has been a while. This is my first GridLife event of the year, which I'm a little sad about because I wish I was able to go to the ones before, but I'm glad I'm here. This is my home track for the GridLife schedule, so I love this place. And it's one of the most fun tracks to be at for sure.
It really is a blast, and I love it here. This is such a cool event, especially on Saturday with the concourse that we have, which I've never actually gotten to see because I'm always down here and it loads in and loads out before I get a chance. But Forza Horizon 6 has come on board to partner with us for the concourse and the arcade. So for the fans that are here, there's a full experience up there at the top of the hill. Sun Kang is here later. They're showing a preview of the Drifter movie this evening on the hillside on the Jumbotron. So just a really neat event all around. But GridLife Track Battle, sort of the original competition series here at GridLife. It's seen some changes over the years. We've got 7 classes present here this weekend. No podium sprint. This is the old-fashioned GridLife track battle format where, you know, the fast lap of the weekend in each individual category sets your time. So every session is equally weighted, and it's a cool Friday morning, Eddie. So I would expect to see very quick lap times and maybe even some track records.
Yeah, absolutely. The mornings here tend to be the fastest. This track, once it gets hot, it gets a bit greasy. So we'll probably see the competitors trying to get their fastest laps, at least in this session.
So I heard yesterday that a couple of the Club SC competitors had already run faster than the track record on the test day. So I really would expect to see some drivers running very, very quick times. Here is some of the cars on course right now. There is Becky Robertson in the car they call Mooncake, the number 9 Mazda 2. And let's talk a little bit about Club SC. Sort of has an ideology, Eddie, because this is sort of your entry into the GridLife track battle scene, but it's entry level in name only. It really is a high level competition.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people, you know, sure, it has the cheapest entry level class for time attack here, but the competition is far from entry. I would say it's actually one of the most competitive classes of all of them.
Yeah, you see Austin O'Brien had a 103.8 last year, ended up getting DQ'd there. I think we resettled somewhere in the 103s after that lap last season. But Austin's here again. He's a local driver, and I expect him to do quite well here. So cars are rolling as get a look at the right-hander down there at turn 4. The corner right before that, the left-hander is the only left turn that you do here. So, Eddie, I mean, you've run here in the past, from what I recall. Did you ever do any sort of oval-style setup where you set the car up to turn right only?
Me personally, I just drove the car. My type of setup is whatever showed up is what I drove. I'm not the type of guy to sit and set up the car for each track individually, but I know a ton of competitors and friends who have set up their car with an oval setup for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if adding camber on one side definitely benefits you, especially on the downhill.
So, again, we've got a bunch of different classes on track. We'll be focusing entirely on Club SC in this first heat. There's Austin O'Brien, who was the record holder briefly last year before that dyno snagged him. Again, this is a 25-to-1 power to weight class. So there's Austin now. We've got a really cool bit from Forza Horizon 6 here this weekend. We've got the cars get their live Forza calculation on screen every time we bring them up, which is kind of a cool feature. So there's Austin as he comes across the line. David Best goes quickest so far, Sam Dooling, then O'Brien. Mike Jansen is here. He's already got the championship locked up, but that double wishbone Honda Civic has been the car to chase so far.
I was going to say, it was Fitz for a long time that were the front runners, and then recently we've started to see other chassis performing really well as well. It seems like Mike has really brought the Civic up in front of the Fitz.
Yes, and it's been, you know, a lot of conversation and a topic certainly for the rules writers, because I see Sam climb over the crest. Oh, wow, David Best so close to the wall. You have to, you know, consider that Jansen's car and Lennon Radcliffe, who's currently second in the standings, look very different from some of the other cars in the class. They're much lower, they're much wider. But the Fitz were sort of the genesis for this category, and we're really running into this challenge of frontal area, drag, you know, all these things, and then, you know, maybe a little more power as well. It's a 25-to-1 power to weight class, but with only 100-ish horsepower, as we see a new Club SC record for David Best, as the 47 Boomenlag has gone off course. So a couple of dramas all at the same time there.
Yeah, it looks like he managed to come out unscathed though, so that's good.
And here's another look at it, right there, bottom of your screen, coming through the left-hander. And you sort of chuck the car in there to get it to rotate. There's a curb on the inside, Eddie. It's a common place to see issues.
Yeah, you drop a wheel there, and depending on how fast you went into the left-hander, it can really spit you out pretty good.
Troy Bauma just resets the rear-wheel drive Club SC record. I don't know that was really a super high bar to clear, but we've got a long way to go. And Troy is going to probably reset that record a number of times so far. So David Best is on top, and he was also on top for most of Watkins Glen, traded back and forth with Mike Jansen. So, you know, while we talk about Jansen and Lennon Radcliffe, who's not present, being sort of the dominant cars, David Best has been right in the mix. And this car, the Mini of John Laughlin, I wouldn't count it out here.
I would definitely not count it out, because I have raced against John last season in particular, and he is quite the wheelman. So although the Mini might not be the best chassis in Club SC, his driving might make up for it.
Well, and the car, is obviously it's very small. It doesn't make a lot of power, but it's that short wheelbase, even shorter than a Fit, and it's just dimensionally smaller. That isn't a disadvantage here. I think you can change direction, pretty well, but you just don't have the straight line speed. We saw at Watkins Glen sub 100 miles an hour on the backstretch. So full course yellow is out, I believe, for the 47 of Blumenlag at turn 3. And we'll wait for the field to come back around. We'll see if they deploy the time attack safety car. It looks like they have. And they're going to send out a tow truck to go grab that 47. Now, I don't know that I've EJ Blumenlag, don't know much about him. This might be his first GRIDLIFE event, but that is a JZ Motorsports prepped car. It's, of course, the 1.5 liter inline for the L15 that comes in that car. Set up this weekend for Falcon Club TR, making about 240 horsepower, so kind of at the top end of the range of power. But that was, I believe, his outlap. He doesn't even have the time recorded.
Oh, wow, okay. I've never seen one of those 11th gens in Club TR before.
I hadn't either, because typically they end up in street, I would have thought.
Well, that would be the Type R.
Yeah.
I've seen the L15 in Club TR before. I think Jackie drove one once, a 10th gen hatch.
Yeah, I think
a while back. Yeah. But that was the last time I've seen the L15. I think it's starting to become more prevalent in racing. I think people have figured out its flaws and have fixed them. So I think we'll start to see more of those chassis and engines as the time goes on.
And I believe, to my knowledge, Ryan Christoph has an L15B in his CRX and Eibach GLTC. So it's an engine that we've seen kind of pop up more and more. And I don't necessarily know enough about it to know the strengths and weaknesses relative to a K-Series platform, but you might be more educated on that.
I'm a little bit more educated. I actually drive a Acura Integra, so I do know a little bit about these engines. My understanding is, I think as we progress, I think torque is becoming more of a factor, and people are looking at these engines and saying, well, they're not that expensive. They're probably maybe a little bit more than a K in a junkyard. Let's give it a try. It's got a turbo. There's a lot more room for growth. Yeah.
We'll see how things pan out for the 47 once it gets it back on the racetrack. Neat looking safety car we have out here.
I was going to say, that is a nice McLaren.
Yeah, GRIDLIFE is going big. We got a couple really cool pace cars here this weekend, one of which we'll see in the Eibach GLTC race later today. It is a Toyota GRMN Corolla, which is making its North American debut here this weekend. We're really excited. We've got more to show you about that car later this afternoon. But the pace car is already off. Great work by the Lime Rock safety team, and we should turn everyone potentially loose again. I don't see a green, but I don't see yellows. There's the green, so drivers are free to go. It looks like everyone's sort of choosing to enter pit lane. I'm not sure if they know that it's green.
I was going to say maybe there was a miscommunication.
No black flags, so there's no requirement to come down to pit lane. But it looks like everyone has elected to come on down to pit road. I guess, this is one of those scenarios where you'd rather them do this than stay on the racetrack when they're not supposed to.
Yeah.
And David Best rolling by us down here on the pit lane. And it looks like a whole bunch are going to roll right back out on the racetrack. So we'll continue Track Battle Q1 Group D here. Yeah, like I said, I think there was just a little bit of a fear of not pitting in. When you see everybody doing something ahead of you, you're probably less inclined to stay out and risk being the one to get a penalty.
Yeah, I was going to say, better safe than sorry. You don't want to be the person that ruins the session for everybody.
And heading back out on the racetrack once again, there's Becky Robertson, John Laughlin, and there's that 47 car now back rolling again. A couple of point buys here for, I think that's Tim Forsheimer in the number 9. Sorry, that would be the number 3, I believe, in Falcon Club SC. There is a, sorry, well, that's the 1 car. I was right about the driver, wrong about the number. Tim Forsheimer in the 2007 Honda Fit. Largest field we've seen this year in Club SC at 12 drivers. So that's great to see. Class kind of picking up here a little bit. Love this crest shot here as you see cars come up over the top of the hill. Becky chasing John Laughlin right up against the outside guardrail. And right behind this camera is where I have the speed trap set up. And these cars were doing in rush about 95 miles an hour here. So we'll see what the Club SC cars can do next time around. Entering Big Bend, long right-hand corner, sort of a double apex. Tricky turn, and you're coming into it fast.
It is. It's a very important turn, but it can become very, very difficult, especially if you're coming in really hot and you miss your braking mark. Luckily, they do have a great runoff here, which I have used plenty of times over the years. But yeah, it's a corner that, there's different ways of taking the corner. I don't think there's one perfect line through that corner. I think depending on the car and chassis, but I like to ride the inside of the curb. For whatever reason, I just feel like my car hooks in and just carries the corner quicker, but other people go in the middle. So I think it definitely is a corner that makes a huge difference in the actual lap itself, because some of these laps are less than a minute and every little bit counts.
Yeah, certainly. And I think there's a bunch of corners around here where the banking and the camber of the racetrack sort of fall against the inside of the curb, and it's almost like the carousel at the Nordschleife, where if you get out of the groove, you sort of end up going wide. But that'll do it for Group D here. A record already reset in Falcon Club SC, so we'll knock them off the timing and scoring. We'll move our way up the groups and classes. Right after this break, we'll be back in a few minutes.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
And welcome back to GridLife Circuit Legends in Lime Rock Park. Track battle coverage continues here with Heat 1. Group C is on course now, primarily street class in Falcon Club TR. Kyle Heyer joined by Eddie Siegel as the field rolls off and onto the mile-and-a-half racetrack that we know as Lime Rock Park. So, we already saw records fall in Club SC. Almost every record was reset last year, I think with the exception of the unlimited record that was set by Sasha Anise in 2024. Sort of ripe for opportunity here with an air temp of 64 degrees.
Yeah, you couldn't get much better conditions. You really couldn't. Especially if it's a turbo car, you want it as cool and as dense as possible for the air. So, I mean, that can be the difference between, a couple tenths of a second, but that's a record right there,
Yeah, a couple tenths of a second will certainly work your way up. There's Ben Lin in the number 60 Toyota MR2. This car has a 2GR FE out of a Toyota Sienna, and he brought this car out to GridLife Midwest last month and by the end of the weekend had blown that car up, and he joked that I think he bought 2 more engines for it coming out of Midwest Fest. But what a cool swap. The 2GR is a very strong V6 engine that Toyota used in basically everything. The RAV4, the Camry, the Highlander, the Sienna. You can get them everywhere. Very good, strong engines. Make about 270 horsepower without a lot of tuning. But Ben, Gears and Gasoline in the group have jammed one in the back of an MRS. And it's a spicy little car, that thing.
Yeah, that is a really cool car. If I'm not mistaken, that actually originally was a GLTC car at one point, correct?
Yes, it was. And they've decided to go unlimited time attack with it, and hence the Toyota Unlimited Racing Development decals on the side. And what's really fun this weekend is that not only is Ben Lynn here from Gears and Gasoline, but Ben Thorne is as well in his all-carbon Honda Civic now. So they'll be competing against each other again, just like they did that one year in GLTC a couple of seasons ago, but now in Unlimited Time Attack against a pretty stout crowd of Unlimited competitors. I have to say, there's a lot of really good cars in that group. There's a look at Dave Laps as well. Chevrolet Cobalt SS. Did you know, Eddie, that the battery for this car is in the trunk factory?
I did not know that.
So this is a really neat car, and it sounds like Jackson Lambros has already gotten us a little bit more information about this really unique Chevrolet piece of history.
Yeah, those had the front-wheel drive Nürburgring lap record for a very long time, if I recall.
Yeah, really cool. Let's check in with Jackson and see what he found out about the car.
One of the most unique cars in street class, the 823 Cobalt SS of Dave Laps. You're going in cold turkey, my friend. No laps. What are you expecting here in your first session?
I really don't know what to expect for the first session. I did try on iRacing to do a few laps just to get into the Lime Rock, but I'm just gonna try what I can do this morning, and we'll see. In the afternoon, the next session, or maybe tomorrow, I'm gonna settle the car maybe better to do better track times. And honestly, I don't know what to expect.
We don't see a lot of SSs. How healthy of an aftermarket do you have to keep this car going?
It's not that bad. I can't lie. I'm very often on the Rock Auto for OEM parts, so the GM original parts are available on Rock Auto, but all the aftermarket is most of the time is ZZP at Grand Rapids, Michigan. These guys are awesome. For the aftermarket parts, these guys are awesome.
I'll let you get ready. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a really neat car, that Chevy Cobalt SS. You just don't see a lot of them, and when you do see them, they're typically not race cars, Eddie. So neat to have Dave with us here this weekend. As he said, practicing a ton on iRacing, which has a laser scan of this track. But of course, Dave heading down the front straight into turn 1. You see a C431 of the Forza Horizon 6 rating there. A spicy car is the Cobalt. P8 right now in street class.
Now, is this the turbo or the supercharged version?
I think this is the turbocharged one.
Okay.
To my knowledge. But what a cool car. And Chevy's done all sorts of neat things like that over the years with their SS variants of cars. There was an HHR SS, wasn't there? That kind of van-looking thing. So really neat.
Yeah, I feel like that era of GM, they were just coming up with all sorts of sporty versions of generic cars that they made. And the Cobalt SS is really underrated, for sure. And they're hard to find, too, now. So
here's another car that we don't see a ton of at GRIDLIFE, certainly in other paddocks around North America, the Porsche 944. That's car 177, Chuck Meyer behind the wheel. 2.5-liter inline-4 under the hood of this thing, running on pump gas, 5-speed H-pattern manual, and he is running in Falcon Club TR because it's a naturally aspirated 2.5-liter, and he's on RT660s. This is a Club TR legal car. I don't know that I've ever seen one in TR before.
I've never seen one.
Kind of fascinating. I'm curious. I mean, this is a really popular chassis for racing, and you see them a ton in the SCCA and things like that. I'm just not exactly sure, what the peak of performance is for it. I'm certainly probably on the, well, he says it only weighs 2,300 pounds. I have to take him at his word for that.
Yeah, the 944, I think, chassis-wise, probably is a big advantage in the Club TR category. I don't know about the engine, though.
Uh-oh, that's Ethan Brown over on the far side of the racetrack here. That's at the exit of Big Bend, turn 2. And as we say that, Connor O'Mara has just reset the all-wheel drive Club TR record. I'm sure that'll be one of several that we'll see go down this weekend.
I think you were onto something when you said that a lot of the records would be broken today.
Oh, man,
wow.
Ben Smollett getting after it there. Big wobble mid-corner. But yeah, I do think that these are really ripe conditions for going fast, and we're going to see more records broken in groups B and A just because that's where most of the class leaders are going to be. But O'Mara in that kind of rare R32 Volkswagen has been resetting track records in that all-wheel drive platform car all year long.
Yeah, those are cool.
Yeah, the VR6 engine. I went down a little rabbit hole about VR6s and V6s and you know all the different layouts that you can have for a 6-cylinder. And the VR6 over its lifespan changed a couple of times. So this is, of course, the angle of the cylinders in relation to each other. But really neat sounding cars that sort of don't quite sound like a V6, but don't quite sound like anything else. Very unique engine layout and a cool piece of history. And certainly fitting for an event called Circuit Legends, where we celebrate, you know, the modern tuning era cars from the 1980s to now that were sort of the poster cars for our generation. Not necessarily Lamborghini and Ferrari and Porsche, but more, you know, the Honda, you know, an Acura NSX and the Toyota Supra and things like that. Getting pretty busy over here at the left-hander.
Yeah, the more attainable dream cars. But I mean, the VR6, just going back to that a little bit, they made some really cool ones in the States. The R32, I think it was Mark IV, they had one, and then the Mark V, there was also an R32. And then by the 6th generation, I think they went to Golf R. So that was the end of the VR6 in Golfs. But it's really cool to see those out there too. They sound amazing.
Yeah, really cool cars. And it's busy. And my point about how busy it is just managing traffic at this racetrack. Eddie, you've been here before. You know how it is. Even in 4 groups, you still got almost 20 cars on the racetrack at a time. You have to coexist with cars in other classes that are on different schedules, as someone's just gone back to the future over there at the uphill, 88 miles an hour. But yeah, it's a challenge to find room to race. And you've got 6 heats, and off for Jonathan Dank at Big Bend.
Saved it. Looks like he's getting out of everybody's way, which is good.
Yeah, this has just been a trouble spot, and it always has been for every series that's run here. Just watch him top of your screen here, just drops that left front tire and just trying to kind of ride that rim a little too much. And steering into the slide and power down does a nice job staying out of the wall, Eddie, but this is the trouble spot here. The uphill and the downhill, those are really the 3 spots that it can bite you here.
Yeah, absolutely, especially if it rains the night before, which I believe it did here. It just becomes very slick. As soon as you go off, the car just starts sliding, going straight for the barriers. So good save, and glad he's back out there.
Connor O'Mara resetting his record once again, 101.376 in all-wheel drive. Someone's done 90 at the uphill, and there again you'll see our speed trap located there at the exit of the uphill. Anybody over 90 miles an hour will see that board pop up. Juan Johnson in the bright teal and pink Honda S2000. And I think that Juan is still running the F22C in this car. So this is not a K-Series machine. So again, when talking about the merits of the K-Series engine, it isn't that the F-Series engines can't perform, Eddie, it's just that the K-Series engines are easier to replace.
Yeah.
Is that the gist?
I think it's cost at this point. They're getting harder to find, and they just cost twice as much. You could have probably two K-Series for one F. So in racing, costs are a big thing, and unless you're trying to keep originality, if the performance is the same, if not better, in the K-Series, then most people go that route.
There's one across the stripe there. Doesn't look, it's a pickup that time. Picks up to a 101.884 over Dariusz Lotfi in the 241 right behind him in the Mazda MX-5. And to my knowledge, I do believe that Dariusz is he is a K24. And making his way by Noah Jank in the MR2. Lots of K-Series stuff on track right now. They have that kind of that growl that the K-Series engines always seem to have.
Yeah, they do have a distinct noise. A lot of it also is engine vibrations. Those engines get very, very, they like to vibrate, parts off the car. And one of the big things is the oil filters actually, drop away from the engine, and it usually causes a big mess.
Adam Roble has gone off at turn 1 straight off. Now, Adam's story goes back to Watkins Glen. He was competing at Watkins Glen last month and had a big off at turn 10 and nosed into the tire bundles and tore the whole corner off the car. And he's repaired it, got it stitched back together, roughly, and he's back here.
You wouldn't know.
I mean, other than the marks, he's got a little Watkins Glen blue on the nose, but great work.
Yeah, other than a little blue stripe, I think the car looks like it's doing well too.
So just had a little off at 1. There's plenty of road down there at the exit of turn 1, or I guess really the entry. The track was originally designed to be about a mile longer than this, so it originally would have gone up the hill and off into the woods. But instead, you just have basically a runoff area like a truck would have on a highway, so you've got really the ability to sort of escape there. I think that was Ben Lynn that just came by the stripe. Best lap of a 101.048 so far. And I bet you this is Connor O'Mar. Ooh, man, Ben's really walking it out to the edge of the road. That was a nerve-wracking moment.
Those cars are tricky at the limit.
They are, and I think no matter what you do, they seem to just be a persistent challenge to get to stick, even with aero, even with a ton of suspension work. Just fundamentally, they have this kind of twitchy driving style, but
it's like a pendulum.
Yeah, very much so. And then you throw the 2GR back there, and it's it's between the axles, but it's still tough.
It's not going to help you.
No. Let's take a step away. We'll be back with Group B for GridLife Track Battle Heat 1 right after this.
Every day, you trust your car with the things you care about most. At FCP Euro, we deliver you quality European car parts without compromise. What drives you is what drives us. We're driven by quality, researched and curated. Every part earns its place on our shelves. If we wouldn't put it on our cars, we won't sell it to you. Driven by trust and expertise, obsessed with the details, offering the right parts, guidance, and support when you need it most. We're driven by you, keeping your European cars on the road for the last 40 years. Head to fcpeuro.com to shop quality European car parts and get 5% off your first order over $149.
Lime Rock Park hosting round 5 of 6 in the 2026 GridLife Track Battle Championship. Group B is on the racetrack, and the front runners from Falcon Club TR and a whole host of others are taking to the racetrack now to put in their first times for the weekend. We've already established that there is track record pace at the moment. Nice cool morning here in Lakeville, Connecticut. Kyle Heyer joined by Eddie Siegel as the cars warm their way up. One of the cars at the pointy end of this group is the Acura NSX GT3 Evo, typically driven by John Veloso. This session it'll be piloted by James Houghton, who is going to get a data lap on it. They have been kind of struggling with the setup of this car, and it's not like you can easily go and find a setup sheet for an Acura GT3. So they're going to have James drive it, and see what they can learn as Peter Granberg pulls off in the chicane.
Yeah, the chicanes are used for more of the professional series. I don't think, if you come to a track day, you really use the chicanes unless it's an NSX GT3 car, for example. But it is so cool to see those out there. Do they still race those? Or is that now a retired race car?
I believe that the NSX is out of homologation as of this year. This car, I believe, is a 2022 model. And K-Tune actually purchased 2 of them. They're trying to sell the other one, which was actually used in the F1 movie as a prop during the IMSA 24-hour sequence. So he's trying to sell that one. They held on to this one. So the first time that they've had this car on the racetrack at GRIDLIFE was last event out, and it just seemed like they were struggling with the balance. We saw John have it off at turn 9 at Gingerman, and just these cars have a ton of aero, but you have to have it set up right. You have to have the dampers set up right. And these cars typically come with a whole team of engineers to help you set this up. So right now, James is going to go out there and just feel it out. I don't know that he's ever driven this car in anger before, so he's just going to kind of see what's up with this car and see if they can get it more comfortable for John. So obviously not going full speed here, but just getting those data laps and sort of understand the balance that you have to work with.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what tire they're running, but I got to imagine it's a slick, because when they were running in class back in the day, they probably were running full slick. So those cars are probably very tricky because a lot of the teams that ran them, maybe they keep their information close to the chest. So it'll be a learning experience for Houghton for sure.
Yeah, looks like they're on the Toyo Praxis R on that car, so not a slick, but certainly a very high performance tire. So some things to learn for sure. But you see all the drivers that are on different tires here, and right, wow, Evan McLaren very close to the wall there on the uphill, and he is on the outside looking in for a championship. He isn't going to three-peat this year, but he does have a chance for a podium, I believe, as far as the points stand. And this Integra is so well set up for Lime Rock Park, and certainly a chance for a victory this weekend. And we'll see what his first lap is for McLaren across the stripe. And it is a 59.029. What a lap to start the day here. It's going to be much quicker by the end of the weekend, but first lap out, 59 seconds. That's not a bad start.
No, that is not bad. And this is, I don't know if this is close to his home track. I know he's from the East Coast, but that car has been unbelievable the last few years. And even though I don't think he has a chance to win this year, like you were saying, do not count him out at this event especially.
Well, he's pulling double duty this weekend too, but it looks like Jackson Lambros caught up with Evan. Let's see what he had to say.
The gap to Granberg out in front in Falcon Club TR. What's felt like has been missing in the Integra so far this season?
The driver. No, I mean, the car feels good. It's felt great every event. It's just, I failed to extract some things from it. I had some minor mechanical issues that, were aggravating, but, overall it's me just executing. So we'll see if I can put one together this first session this weekend.
Obviously a last-minute addition to your paddock this weekend. You'll be making your debut in Track Mod. Talk to me about how that drive came together.
My good friend John, J-Track Racing, built a Civic just for himself and just did what he wanted to do, and it didn't really fit in any other class, so we were forced to put it in Track Mod or Unlimited, so we stuck it in Track Mod. It's a naturally aspirated B-Series motor, so it doesn't have a ton of power, but, he wanted me to put me in the wheel and see what it can do, so here we are. We're fighting some mechanical issues with braking right now, but they're back there, flare brake lines, trying to get that back together and hopefully, get out the next session, so we'll see how it goes.
A multi-time Club TR winner and a champion, not a bad guy to shake down a new car.
Evan, now in the 57s, improves to a 57.525. Freddie De La Rosa still hanging on to second there. I saw Jeremy Bailey go out, but he has not put a lap time in. Bailey and Peter Granberg, there he goes, 59.565. But those are those two 86 and BRZ chassis cars are the ones leading the championship. And it's everyone else that's sort of on the ways back. It's been an incredibly competitive class the past few years, but now with the minimum weight being just 2,550 pounds, I believe, the challenge to get down to that weight is a big one. So Safety truck heading out on the racetrack here and heading off into turn 1, pretty deep into turn 1. I do see a car down there. I can't quite get a look at who it is, but full course yellow. It looks like just like a local for now, local at sector 1. But
looks like we're getting a replay.
Oh, it's Patrick Harvey, and he went off. Seemed like at a pretty pedestrian speed, just kind of getting out of the way. So that's good news.
Quick response, though.
Very much so. Yeah, the team here is absolutely spectacular. So there's the full course yellow. And one of the cars I saw just go out on the racetrack a moment ago, if we could pick him up, I think he'll be coming through the downhill in a moment. It's the Valvoline liveried car, Ben Thorne from Gears and Gasoline in the EK Honda Civic. I thought he was over on the backside of the track. That is the counterpart to Gears and Gasoline that we were talking about when we saw Ben Lynn earlier. And just waiting to see where he pops out or if he'll come back in. There's a Subi Mods car, the 860. But heading down the hill, that's Nick Nazzaro behind the wheel, who's been mighty quick. Has picked up a couple of podiums this year. There's James Houghton on the front straight. And in the background, I don't actually see Thorne. I thought I saw him go out. But there's Nazzaro. He's had a really great season for Subi Mods. Of course, the leader and the champion in Street Mod is Dewey DeWitt for the 3rd time, 2nd year in a row. And Dewey said in 2023, he felt like, you know, maybe people thought his championship was a fluke. So last year he went out and won all 4 events and 4 track records and swept the season. Did the same thing again this year, and it wasn't easy. The winning event for him was Watkins Glen, and they had a transmission input shaft failure on Friday. They had to go drive up and snag an old-fashioned H-pattern manual. They had done some kind of trick thing with an OEM gear, OEM transmission housing. They had sequential gear sets inside it, and he'd been running that for about a season and a half. But that fell apart on him. He had to put in the old-fashioned H-pattern and go out there and still got the track record and won the event. So he had to go back to shifting the old-fashioned way.
Wow, that is unbelievable. I mean, not only getting the car fixed in time, but also going out there with some unknowns and throwing it down, you know?
Yeah, and I think, you know, even watching his podium sprint lap where he got the track record, you know, you watch him just kind of miss a shift on the downshift into turn 6. And it's you know, when you've been just pulling and pushing for a couple of months, you sort of had to prove to everyone, I can still shift stick, you know? Because a lot of the cars in Street Mod and above, they've moved to, you know, modern automatic transmissions where you're sort of paddle shifting, and certainly in Track Mod and above, sequentials and dual clutch transmissions where the old-fashioned heel toe downshift isn't, you know, it's a thing of the past. So big challenge for Dewey, but, you know, easily took home the win there. Cal Fortner did make him work for it. And we should expect to see Fortner here this weekend as well. But we'll see him in Group A.
What a great mix and match of vehicles out there.
Yeah, great diversity. We have 83 cars on the entry list for Track Battle this weekend. And, you know, dozens of manufacturers represented here across the field. BMW, Honda, Toyota, you know, Subaru, Chevrolet, Ford, Tesla, you know, in this mix. There's just all sorts of really neat things, including a street class Tesla, Chris Hatch in that number 160. We haven't seen a Model 3 in street in a while, not since Tony Barber ran in street class. And, you know, it's been a bit, and I'm surprised that we haven't. I know that they're tricky to keep at full charge, Eddie, but they're really good cars for the category.
Yeah, having raced against Tony in that Tesla, they are no joke. They are really fast. And if the conditions are bad, those cars are like a cheat code. They're unbelievable in wet weather. So, but I think one of the reasons we didn't see so many is because we had that Tesla series. And maybe that's why some of the competition would go to that instead. But it's great to see it out there. And I wouldn't be surprised seeing that in the top 5.
Into turn 1, I think that's the 669 of Carlos Alvarez in Street GT. And GT is a little light this weekend. It doesn't quite have as many entrants as we're used to seeing. The championship was wrapped up after Watkins Glen with Luke McGrew in command, so it's just Jim Sinatro, Nick Hendricks, Daley Pagano, Carlos Alvarez, and Evan Dermanjolu in the 2019 Ford Shelby GT350 Mustang. So only one Corvette Z06. The rest are BMWs, Fords, or a Chevy Camaro. So a little bit more diversity in that class than we saw at the Glen, where all of the cars, I think save for Evan, were Chevy Corvette Z06s.
great chassis and great platform, but it is good to see. Wow, that was close. It's great to see a lot of European makes out here. I feel like this event in particular, you tend to see more BMWs, Volkswagens, even Mercedes than some of the other events.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that is. I think certainly having FCP Euro up here, one of our partners, of course, you have them up in the Northeast. Great parts and equipment available for European makes and models. So that certainly helps, especially in the track world when you need that healthy OEM and aftermarket parts selection. But yeah, I mean, all sorts of neat things. Bronson McNeamer's back. It's been a season and a half since we've seen him with the V8 MX-5.
Last time I saw that car, it was in the woods.
Right, at CMP a couple of years ago. So, well, hopefully he'll stay out of the woods this time. Fastest lap of track battle so far. Again, you see that 196 at the top. James Houghton with that data lap. That will be deleted because he is not the entrant in the car for the weekend. It is John Veloso who will be piloting that car in the other heats here this weekend. But a 54.7 is nothing to sneeze at. The track record is a 50.6, I believe. So a little ways to go to get there.
You think we'll see a 49?
I think so. If anyone can do it, I have a lot of confidence in Sasha Anise. The car is down on power a little bit from the previous time he was here, different electric motor setup, but he has DRS now and a couple of years of experience on top of that. So we'll see, and they'll be on track coming up. Right after this, we'll be back with Group A after this break.
Up for a challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
And Circuit Legends returns to the racetrack here. It's Track Battle Group A on course now. And we are heading back out for the fastest cars of the weekend in the GridLife Track Battle Championship. Kyle Heyer joined by Eddie Siegel. And Eddie, these are the quick ones of the 83 cars. These are about the 20 fastest. It actually might be about 15. I think this first group is going to be a little smaller. The speed disparities will be quite large. And we have some of the fastest time attack cars here in North America, including Mike Dussault's Camaro that did over 190 miles an hour at Watkins Glen last month. Sasha Anise, the Hybrid 350Z. Dai Yoshihara is here in the Subimod's Subaru, and a whole host of others.
Yeah, the cars here are just unbelievable, and some of the builds and crazy techniques that they're using to get speed, it's just mind-boggling. It really is. I mean, the Hybrid 350Z, I never would have thought that would even be a thing as we just watch it fly by.
Here is Sasha Anise in the 714 Mountain Pass Performance Nissan 350Z. This is such a cool car. We've got a really neat piece of kit here this weekend. He is giving us his live onboard data in this car. And we can also see his hybrid state of charge, his deploy, and his regen, and his DRS as well. So really cool stuff now as he enters the uphill here. And he's going to climb up over the crest of the hill and by West Bend over 100 miles an hour. You know, not really harvesting a lot of energy, but his battery's already charged up all the way for this first session. Down the hill, and we'll watch that DRS flap open on the front straight. There it goes, DRS is on. Sailing down the front stretch. The track record holder trying to reset it here early. It's a 54.9. He'll go much quicker than that this time around, I think, as Dussault goes to the top of the board at 54.2. These two cars, totally different in formula. One is all about downforce, hybrid power, harvesting energy. The other, 1,600 American horsepower pounding through the ground of that Camaro.
Yeah, it is funny how much this track is an equalizer. I think power isn't as important. It is nice to have, obviously, but you can go just as fast with 650 horsepower. So it's really cool to see how close these two really are right now.
Through downhill at turn 7. That VQ engine is custom built 4.2 liter V6 internal combustion engine with an axial flux electric motor between it and the gearbox. There is no clutch in this car. It's a very unique layout. TrackMod has seen a new record. Sasha Anise is within a half a second of his record, 51.1. Dussault does a 51.9. Everybody is flying right now. Slowinski has already claimed a TrackMod record at a 53.845. This is an incredibly fast group of drivers here, Eddie. Fun to watch.
Oh yeah, and they sound so good. Oh my gosh.
Dussault looks like he's backed it down a little bit. And there's Andres Bertulis, who's tied for the championship lead. Here's Chris Smith coming off of a disappointing podium sprint at Watkins Glen, where the engine let go, or the oil line, I believe. But there he is. An unlimited record. Sasha Anise has just reset it already at a 50.604 as Chris Boersma is stopped at the exit of turn 7, and the full course yellow is out. So already, new track record at Lime Rock Park, rather. What an unbelievable moment for Sasha. And while the safety crews head on the racetrack, they're waving the black flags. The cars will return to pit lane, and it sounds like Jackson Lambros caught up with Chris Smith earlier.
Smith ready to go for the first time here in the 212. Not the way the Watkins Glen weekend wanted to end for you, but talk to me about the work that needed to be done back in Michigan to get this thing ready.
Yeah, so we ended up exploding an AN line actually out of the dry sump system. It like split the line and pulled right out of the fitting. So not the way we wanted to end. Luckily, the motor killed itself, went into safeties, so we basically just pulled the dry sump off, pulled all the rod bearings. All the bearings were perfect, slapped it back together, new lines. Went with some more professional Brown & Miller racing lines this time. Winter projects got moved up, but that's how it is.
Got a couple of other people in your Seems Legit garage tent this weekend, but you look at this track mod class. You've got Adam coming in, you've got Chris Boersma making some big upgrades coming into this weekend. It's very BMW heavy out in front, but what can you share with me about how competitive this class has been this season?
I mean, track mod as a class is in a great position. It really is. I mean, we got front-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, right? We're all three at the top. Like you said, it is heavy BMW, but there's so many cars. It's really competitive class. And I'm glad that from the first place to 12th place in track mod, we're all really close. We're all in Group A or the top of Group B, so it's really good to have a really competitive track mod class.
Appreciate the time. Thanks, Chris.
Yes, thank you. Have a good weekend, guys.
And cars are headed back out on the racetrack, and Jackson's hard at work. He and I are both feeling a little under the weather, but Jackson, what you got down there for us here on Friday morning? And we'll check back with Jackson here in a little bit. Cars back on the road. We've already reset a couple of track records in the first lap in anger here, Eddie. in Unlimited, in these super fast cars, traffic, you know, that's a big deal here, but sort of what's the mindset on a morning like this? You got 6 heats to go fast. Do you have any strategy in which ones you're going to focus on?
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying earlier, I think the morning sessions are the most important. I think Friday in particular is sort of a data gathering session. I mean, obviously, you don't want to throw everything on the table. Some of these drivers probably have brand new tires ready to go, and they're probably waiting for tomorrow morning. But that being said, they're still going to try to go for the record. I mean, me being a driver myself, I know when I'm out there, I'm still going to try to do as best as I can. But the conditions are prime. Some of these guys might actually, you know, just send it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the risk for an event like this, where you only have 2 mornings instead of our typical 3, is that, you know, you only have 2 really good sessions to go quick, and there's no podium sprint. So maybe, you know, for drivers that are, you know, they don't like the pressure of having to perform that last session, this is the way that they'd like to do it. But, you know, if the weather turns south tomorrow afternoon, you don't get to go quicker later in the day. You don't get one more reset, so you have to perform in this session and, of course, tomorrow morning. But the weather today, really, and tomorrow morning should also be cool. So we should see quite a few sessions be sort of prime. And then you also have to consider, are you going to be fastest right when you unload, or do you need a session to get back up to speed?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if this is the only time you ever go to Lime Rock, it does take a few laps. Luckily, because it's such a short lap and quick lap, you can do, you know, a dozen of them in a session. So then that really helps.
So over 90 miles an hour for Ernestus Pizelis in the 338. That's such a crazy fast speed to be carrying right up against the wall there. It's hard to convey how quickly the uphill rises and how dramatic that climb and then the subsequent level off is at the top of the hill. It is a wild ride around here. 105 miles an hour for somebody over there at the uphill. That's quite a bit of speed to be carrying.
Very fast. Yeah, the sim rigs and the simulations of this track do not do it justice on the uphill especially. It does not convey how quickly and how fast you end up hitting that corner and going up the hill.
Sasha Anise looks like he might be setting up for a fast lap as well. Here's Andrius Bertulis. Adam Slawinski goes quicker again, 53.611 as Andrius bails out of his lap. I hear some supercharger whine. I think that was Jake Ertel here in this C6 Corvette. He's in the conversation for the Unlimited Championship as well. Coming into this weekend, he's trailing the others. It is currently Bertulis and Pizelis tied for the lead, and then Jeremy Lauder, and then this driver right here, Jake Ertel, in the 379. But he missed Carolina Motorsports Park. So I think if he has a good solid podium run here this weekend, it could absolutely shake things up. Here's Sasha on the front straightaway. Here we go. Cross the stripe here for the 714 Mountain Pass Performance car. There it is again, a new track record. Unlimited 50.333 for Sasha Anise.
He's getting closer.
Wow, and I think that is going to be it for him. It looks like he's not full tilt anymore.
Yeah, a lot of these cars do have a time limit. I think you can get, you know, a couple laps in and then they have to cool down because they are just so much on the edge.
Yeah, and he's got all these temperatures and things in this data stream. I just narrowed it down to just the ones I thought would be neat to look at. But here's Jake Ertel now in the Corvette. He goes up to 3rd place, 52.913. Look how tight it is at the top of Unlimited. This is going to be a really fun fight to watch this weekend with so many solid cars in this paddock.
Yeah, it's great to see the amount and the amount of Unlimited cars that did show up here. Because it's not cheap to run an Unlimited car. You know, it's very expensive and it's a lot of time. So seeing all these guys out there, it's wonderful.
As far as, well, Sasha's back on it again. Is he going to do another quick lap? Let's see. Whoa, right out to the edge of the road. Yes, it looks like he's back on it now, using all the deploy, 100 kilowatts. Oh, he's off at turn 3 and trying to keep it out of the wall. He's going to get it slowed down, and he does. Wow, that was a nerve-wracking moment.
That was a close one. He had a really close one a few years ago on the uphill, if I recall.
He did, you're exactly right. Pushing maybe a little bit too much there, but Sasha gathers it back up. And we'll bring it back to the pit lane. But the thing to consider, that car is rear-wheel drive. Everything both the electric motor and the internal combustion engine all pass through the X-Track gearbox to the rear wheels only. So when he's deploying 650 horsepower of hybrid energy, all of that is to those rear tires. So it's a lot under acceleration there at Big Bend. Track is still green, but a lot of the cars have peeled down to pit lane. There was a question in the comments about the street mod records. Dewey DeWitt currently leads street mod with a 55.034. The record for all-wheel drive is a 54.4. Alan Patton has a 53.887 in the Supra from a couple of years ago. So still a ways to go for street mod at least. Ernie Pazzelis picks up third place, 52.850 in his Corvette. And there is Bertulis. And this is where it's going to get interesting. That Lexus and Ernie's Corvette, they are tied for the championship lead. And Ernie is leading right now as things go here in this first track battle heat. So we'll watch Andreas come back around to a checkered flag. A lot of drama. Track records broken in a bunch of categories. And even in Street GT, we're kind of nibbling away towards the record. Andy Vogel's 56.311 from 2 years ago. Just about a second off of that for Nick Hendricks with a long ways left to go. Checkered flag out for GridLife Track Battle. We'll run you through the results here briefly before we step away. And we'll go through Club SC and all the way up to Unlimited as Ernie comes back through again, trying to pick up, but he did not. And wow, what a session. Here's a look at things so far in GridLife Track Battle. It's David Best in command, a 103.419. That is a track record. Sam Dooling right behind him, and then Austin O'Brien in third place. Jansen and the rest of the field still have some ways left to go. In Club TR, it's Evan McLaren leading the way. We're still 2, maybe 3 seconds off of what we expect to see here for most of these drivers. Freddie De La Rosa, a very strong start. Notably, Bailey and Peter Granberg did not make their way up into the top 5 just yet. Big field here in Falcon Club TR. Then moving our way down into the other categories in street class. The championship is over, but Mike Calloway is in command, 58.857. Chris Hatch sitting in third behind Kevin Sapari in the 157 Mitsubishi Evo. It's Nick Hendricks leading in Street GT over Daily Pagano and Carlos Alvarez. And into Street Mod, it's Dewey on top again over Cal Fortner and teammate Dai Yoshihara. Nick Nazzaro and Jesse Myra in 4th and 5th. Track Mod, it's Adam Slewinski again in command and a new track record over Chris Smith and Peter Liu. And then in Unlimited, this has been fun so far. Sasha Anise resets the Unlimited record, 50.333. Mike Dussault and Ernie Pazzelis, 2nd and 3rd. We'll be back with more coverage from GridLife Circuit Legends after this.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a NOS Zero sugar to get me there.
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends from Lime Rock Park is a celebration of all things four-wheeled and fast, and on track now is GRIDLIFE IBAC GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, and it's practice time for our full weekend of motorsport. For our first wheel-to-wheel series, Kyle Heyer joined by Jackson Lambros. This is going to be fun here as we head into this session, Jackson, because this is the only practice you get unless you did the test day yesterday, which a lot of drivers did not do. Eric Catil rolled in this morning. So 20 minutes on the racetrack, figure out what setup changes you need to make, then go to qualifying in a 40-car field for Lime Rock. This is the only time that you really get to figure out your setup for the weekend.
And you consider with how the weather was yesterday for practice, a lot of guys sat out pretty much the entire second half of testing with where the weather was at. But you know what? I'm actually a fan of a lot of guys kind of choosing to get tucked up behind the bumpers of their TC competitors, trying to feel out what it's going to be like here in the dirty air, as there's not a lot of opportunities here really to overtake. And you get the feeling that more often than not, you're going to have dirty air over the nose of the car, so doing what you can to get things sorted out. That is a slow RX-8 coming out of the right-hander.
Yeah, there's a couple of new competitors here with us this weekend and some late registrations as well. But you'll see top of the board right now, Salil Shukla was the first driver out of the pit lane, and he'll get his number at some point, I'm sure. But there is your championship leader in that number 3. That's Eric Magnuson at a great round at Watkins Glen. But he comes in with 5 wins, tied with Eric Catil. They're equal on rewards weight now, at least as far as percentages. Ayrton Grimm, let's talk about this car, the purple and orange MX-5. Tons of changes after Watkins Glen. And this was, the family was like, all right, let's see, how can we make this car faster, better, and really find some improvements. So here's the list of things that Ayrton Grimm's team has done to this car. The sequential transmission, out.
Really?
5-speed H-pattern gearbox. Big Arrow, out. Duckbill spoiler, in. Fender cuts. 275 with Falcon RT660 tires and 18-inch Koenig wheels. They have completely transformed the setup of this car. They've gone way up in horsepower, and they are now 9% less heavy coming into this event.
Sequential to H-pattern is interesting.
And here's why. Because the sequential with it takes a significant weight penalty. So they have gone to a low drag, high power, big tire. Look at the size of the meats on those things. I mean, Ayrton said yesterday that the car was diabolical in practice and the test day, but it might be fast, and you see him go to P7 here. So they've tried the small tire, big Arrow thing. Sam Scott is running basically the exact opposite setup on the NC. I'm really curious to see how this pans out for him.
Well, you look back at how Ayrton's season has been as we've got a car parked on the outside going uphill, but it's been such a great season for Ayrton. Has had some really great battles with Nick Barbados, both Erics, Catil, and Magnuson, and you get the feeling that he's just, one move away from getting on the podium for the first time this season. And, first half of the season, it felt like maybe he was looking at himself in the mirror trying to figure out maybe what he needs to change, and Team CRP figuring out, well, maybe it's the car that needs to change. So it actually did spook me when I saw Ayrton get that car on the dyno this morning. I was like, did they take the big wing off just to get it on the dyno? And no, they went totally down low. That's your hometown hero, though, Nick Barbados, returning off of a 2 podiums, 1 win to get things started. Has had a slightly spotty attendance, but looking really good on track. New livery as well for the 49.
Yeah, new livery for Nick Barbado in the 49. Barbado Speed Factory on board that car, and it looks spectacular, doesn't it? You see him P10 at the moment, just over 1 minute. That's William Wu Chen that's off to driver's left, and it's going to bring out the full course yellow here. Sort of expected to go retrieve that car from the entrance to the uphill. 31 cars have taken times, and notably at the top of the board, Matt Walbaum, really great showing. Matt, again, is a multi-time race winner in IBAC GLTC. It's been a little while since we've seen him top the charts in a race, but a great racetrack for the S2000.
For sure.
Think back a couple years ago, Tom O'Gorman kind of coming out of GRIDLIFE retirement to run Trainer 3 here in S2000, and he just destroyed everybody. So I think the car is capable of being fast. This is obviously a different car, but we'll see how he does. Blake Korth has the MX-5 with him here this weekend, is planning on taking the Porsche Cayman to Laguna Seca, but still TBD. And then Mason Bursack, relatively new to GRIDLIFE, first ran with us at CMP this year, is up to 4th, and Ayrton Grimm, P5.
Yeah, for Wild Bomb, I mean, popular one in the paddock for sure. One of the GRIDLIFE OGs, and you look back at the history of that S2000, has had a lot of different iterations in its GRIDLIFE tenure. And it's so interesting because we don't see that Odyssey V6 swap too much, but man, it has really proved to be a winning formula for that Myriad Motorsports machine. And, you know, I'm not sure it's going to take a lot of carnage between the Erics out in front for him to have any shot at a championship, but a good weekend here will definitely lock in a third place in the standings. And you talk about Matt as a guy, there was not a single negative thing I heard in the paddock about Matt as a driver and more importantly as a competitor and just a guy to share a paddock with, just a really outgoing guy, a really nice guy. And, you know, obviously a very S2000 heavy TC grid in the past. He was one of the guys that was more than willing to throw parts at other competitors. So very happy for a lot of these guys in the paddock to see him back up top.
And he's the resident GRIDLIFE meme maker as well.
Yes.
Jamie Santos would like to probably compete with him there. But look at the different tires that you see on display here. Some Falcon representation in the middle of the top 10 at the moment as we kind of circulate behind the safety car here. Also Eric Catil. Let's chat about the championship runner-up right now. Coming into this event, 14 points behind Eric Magnussen. It's still very much neck and neck. I don't know that Eric Magnussen is planning on going to Laguna Seca right now. That could change. I know that Catil is going. But remember that this year, we don't have the mandatory attendance for the last race.
Right.
We can drop, you take your best 14 races, right? And there are 24 possible throughout the season. So, for Catil, the more races he does, the better. P6 right now this is a new metric, by the way, average speed. Just to give you an idea how fast we're going around here, average of 94 miles an hour around the mile-and-a-half racetrack. So kind of a neat thing to look at. But for Catil, you know, Watkins Glen was a struggle, but that was a track we expected that car to struggle. This track is one that I would expect Catil to be, I don't know about dominant, but certainly top 3 in every single race. And it's all going to come down to the qualifying for him, right? If he starts out front, he'll stay out front. If he qualifies 6th, 7th, 8th, it's going to be a long weekend again. And I don't think at this point in the season you can afford to finish outside of the podium.
Yeah, not only was that what we saw for Watkins, we really saw him struggle kind of going through the field at Gingerman as well. And the only time we really saw him cut up traffic was CMP, the season opener. But Kyle, I mean, I've been playing out the scenario in my head because on paper, I think these are both podium machines. But I feel like obviously Eric's got the lighter weight. He's got far more confidence on corner entry. You look at Magnussen in the E46, that's an LS swap. He's got so much more on the bottom end, and with the rear-wheel drive, he's able to really fire off more on corners. Not something that you really have here unless it's, you know, coming down the hill and into turn number 1. It just feels so 50-50 for me coming into this weekend, and it really could go either way. I would get the feeling, after talking with EMAG, though, at Watkins, I would get the feeling that he isn't going to take any chances. He's going to load up the trailer and make the trek out to California in September. And depending on how this weekend goes for Catil, I would expect exactly the same.
Yeah, Catil is definitely on the entry list right now. Again, I haven't seen EMAG. Always could surprise me. The championship scenarios will be pretty easy to play out in math once we are through this weekend. So that will sort of determine, you know, what drivers are willing to do and how far they're willing to tow for the trophies at the end of the season. But again, this is very much a grassroots championship. You look at the car prep and what it takes to perform here, and a lot of the drivers will tell you that this is as close to pro racing as you're going to get, but it's still very much grassroots. There are drivers this weekend like Brian Tyson, who's up in the front of this pack in his Ford Focus. He is here on his own this weekend, doing all of his own work on the car because you know, his wife has come with him to every single event the past couple of years. She couldn't make it this weekend. You're on your own. You are a one-man Le Mans team this weekend, and that's what makes this paddock so special.
Yeah, Tyson family getting ready to send the kids back to school, and originally he was looking to get rid of the ticket, and wife was like, you know what, go have fun. You've been having a good season so far. So one of the 2 ST Focuses we've had in circulation, I believe we had another for the first handful of rounds, and we see the EcoBoost as well swapped in a handful of other cars, but man, just been top 5 material, just looking to convert that into a podium.
Yeah, and that was Brian Santiago that you were thinking of. Both Brian's in Ford Focuses. Right behind Brian, you see, sorry, that's the 714 out in front, but right behind him. You see Michael Pagano in that BMW 1 Series, and then there's Jeff Donati and RX-8. See E36. Did Dakota Piontek make it here? He did. I
think so.
He was not planning on showing up, and I think that car was in Wisconsin as of yesterday.
Was it really?
Yeah, so he got here just in time. He was looking for a ticket at 6 p.m. yesterday, so I don't know how he managed to get here. There's championship leader once again, the blue and gold BMW M3. Now, you'll recognize that as a Dale Earnhardt liveried car,
yes.
but it is 2 BMW factory colors used on this paint scheme, so a nice little tie into the BMW heritage. And we're green.
I'm not even going to try and guess what the one on the front is. I know it's Laguna Seca blue in the back, but hearing his plans for the wrap at CMP, I was like, yes, oh, love it. Really, really good looking race car. And you've seen a lot of it so far this season out in front. I believe 8 podiums to get it started. But you look out back here, you got a lot of guys, especially the ASM crew, as well as Blake Korth, really trying to get themselves back to the sharp end here.
Yeah, really fun to watch drivers get at it here in practice. And we don't normally broadcast practice. It's just the way the schedule works out. So we get a little chance to talk about some other stories. Ronnie Vidoc is here. And I believe that it's Salil Shukla behind the wheel of Trainer 3. So the car that won here a couple years ago in the hands of Tom O'Gorman. I didn't see what number is on the car, but I'd expect to see him in the mix. The 350Z, number 350.
Welcome back.
That's Michael Hilo behind the wheel of that car. So typically that car is driven by Julio Crispin. Crispin is in a RX-8 this time around, and he's offered the 350Z to Michael Hilo, who was in that wreck at Watkins Glen.
Yep.
So great sportsmanship here in the paddock, but cool to see Hilo still back out here. Stubbs gets to compete even with the car certainly out of commission, at least for now. Nick Barbado up to second place, though.
No, I talked to Hilo, and unfortunately, I don't think the 350, as we know it, is going to be able to make a return. He's been trying to part out a handful of different pieces of that car, but definitely the game plan is to return on his own equipment for 27. I think right now, though, it's still figuring out in what capacity and what that would actually look like. But obviously got the opportunity here. Not sure if he'll make the trek out to California to close out the season. But regardless, not the way he wanted that Watkins Glen weekend to end. Super happy to have him back.
There's who was your leader a little while ago, Matt Waldbaum, but Eric Magnussen's gone quicker, now down into the 57s, and Eric Catil has jumped to second place now. So game on at the front of the field here. Magnussen, Catil, Waldbaum, Barbado. This is going to be a classic GLTC fight this weekend. One driver I'd expect to see climb up a little further is Andy Smedegaard. It was Magnussen, Catil, and Andy last year that fought for the wins in 3 of the 4 races. So should be fun to watch. Blake Korth back up to P4, almost 90 miles an hour at the crest of the uphill.
Ryan Kristoff on the outside in the 46, lifting up, allowing the 3 to mosey on through there at the top of the hill.
Kristoff has never been here. This is his first run. He was supposed to be here last year, but had an incident at Road America that was the preceding round to this. So this is his first laps around Lime Rock Park this weekend, and he's having a blast. And Brandon Gannum, a local driver, up to 3rd place. This is interesting. I'm always curious, you know, what the shift and shuffle is going to be from practice to qualifying. There's Andy on the dot, 57.944, and Magnussen picked up a couple of tenths as well. So, again, always fun to kind of watch and see which drivers are going to surprise us here. Lee Wombolt, again, has had a really strong run. He was up in the mix at Watkins Glen.
Yep.
Donald Louie as well.
Not too surprised that the ASM cars are out in front. I mean, Lena did a great job of showing us just how strong these cars can be last year out here. And I think the S2000 by and large is a really good chassis for a track that's as balanced as this when it's mostly medium speed corners. I'm not sure what Andy's going to be able to really do here. Wow, that's a big moment for Catil. We've talked about how much he actually drives that car off the rear, which when you talk about driving an FF car like that, you don't really do. But the hybrid racing guys do everything they can to drive to loosen it up as much as possible. New track record, though, Eric Magnussen.
Yeah, and we're seeing across the board this weekend, the track is very fast, very grippy. EMAG goes to the top of the board, 57.301 over ASM's Andy Smedegaard. A little bit of side-by-side down here at 7. Contesting corners in practice. It's busy out there, and everyone's trying to get their time's worth.
If you think it's going to be bad now, just wait until qualifying.
Yeah.
They're going to be really jonesing for, 3-4 car lengths of clean air on the nose. But this is a great opportunity. You know, you have that extra time. Get behind someone. Figure out what it feels like when you don't have optimum air going over the car. Figure out where you can't make it stick.
Yeah, I mean, 32 cars on the racetrack and everyone looking for a little space to get their practice laps in. Emag again coming across. I think he picked up, I'm not sure if he went a little quicker, but 57.301 still. Again, our speed trap consistently getting 90-mile-an-hour uphill climbs here.
Barbado improving to 9th. Jeff Donati up into 10th now.
Barbado picks up to P5.
Oh, wow.
58.469.
Korth looking really racy in the traffic early on. And that'll be checkered flag.
And you're right on the dot.
We really have gotten the 88 like way too many times.
I know. I was looking at this going, maybe I should turn that down a little bit. Well, at Watkins Glen, I didn't expect to see it very much. We still saw it a bunch there.
That's fair.
But
like top of the hill, you expect some guys to lift off a little bit. That's a little bit more closer to the band we were expecting, right on time.
Every lap, yeah.
Maybe make it a 1 in 88 chance if they hit 88.
That's pretty good.
Right?
That's pretty good. You're hired. Here's Eric Till up to P3, 58.180.
Oh, at the buzzer.
Puts in a decent lap. Matt Corrance is back with us again this week. It's been a little while since we've seen Mac in the number 52 out of Ontario, Canada. And with that, let's have a look at our results for IBOC GLTC practice. And again, we don't normally get a chance to go over this sort of stuff, but it's Emag out in command. But Catil certainly has a driver to chase. And
yeah,
that
huge.
is Andy and Emag.
Huge shot across the bow there, both for Smedgaard and Catil, as Magnussen coming out swinging. How about it, though, for Mason Berbiak as well in that red E46? Matt Waldbaum, Blake Ganem, and company rounding out your top 10. How about it as well, Michael Hilo? New car, obviously same chassis, but rolls off P11 after practice. Salil Sholka returning after a disastrous start to Watkins Glen will be P16. Pagano, Hebonde and company in the top 20.
Yeah, Ayrton Grimm. I mean, you're looking at that setup going, maybe we should put the wing back on it, maybe? But P21 for Ayrton Grimm here in the number 2 car. Rest of the order down there, Brian Tyson and Kevin Zhu in 30th. I think there's still some speed for him to have in the Honda Civic. Nathan Manning, Dakota Piontek, and William Wu Chen did not get a time there at the very tail end of the field. That'll do it for GLTC practice, and there's more practice coming up in just a moment's time, and it will be GRIDLIFE GT after this.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, official tire retailer of GRIDLIFE.
mile-and-a-half bull ring at Lime Rock Park in Lakeville, Connecticut is filling in slowly but surely. This is going to be the biggest weekend we've ever had here at Circuit Legends. For GridLife's penultimate round of the season, Kyle Heyer joined once again by Jackson Lambros for GridLife GT Practice. We're on course now. Cars are just starting flying laps. The campers are filling in. The cars are on the racetrack. Jackson, the field's a tiny bit smaller than it was last time out at Watkins Glen, but there are some heavy hitters here this weekend, including your championship leaders, Christian Aranha, Matan Rosenberg, and also James Houghton is back again in the Honda Type R. So excited to see him on course. We should also have Jeff Ricca joining us as well. So I'm excited about that. We'll talk more about him in just a few minutes' time. But last year we had a real treat with A.J. Hartman and James Houghton fighting a bunch for the race wins. Downforce cars, they seem to do really well here.
For sure. And obviously, again, AJ being the guy that does a lot of designs, not just for his own car, but you look at a handful of the TC and GT cars, even some of the track battle cars, they're on AJ's wings. And a completely catted out and designed SN95 only figures he would be very strong here. Here's Jeff Ricca.
Yeah, this is Jeff Ricca, the number 75 Hyundai Elantra N1 TC Evo. Now, this is a really cool car. I used to work over on the SRO side of the house, and these cars run in TC America. He's brought these cars over. They're trying to see, you know, what they can do with them in other paddocks. So he's kind of testing out GridLife here this weekend. These cars are really interesting. They start as a production Hyundai Elantra N. So they come right off the production line. They go to Jeff Ricca's shop. They take them all the way down, even media blasting the chassis. They start all the way over. They put the wide body on it. But as far as the arrow's all custom and things like this. But what is completely stock and completely unchanged is the drivetrain. Stock engine, nothing done to it. Not even an oil pan, no baffles, no nothing.
Wow.
This is Hyundai Elantra N in GT racing form, or I guess you could say TC, but of course we're in GridLife GT here. What a neat car to have here in the paddock, and I think he's still trying to work on getting up to his limit of power here. They can't get any more weight out of it, so where they are as far as the power to weight, they might be a little bit under what the peak capability of the class is. But he's a heck of a driver, runs the 24 hours of the Nürburgring every year, so should really, honestly, perform quite well, and I'm excited to watch.
Yeah, and one of the other issues we've kind of seen with a couple of these turnkey race cars moving over to GLGT is, you know, it's not really a suspension setup that's used to running on a street-based tire, so they need to soften it up big time to try and, you know, accompany that travel, as that's Sean Bassett parked on the inside chicane there going up the hill.
Yeah, that car's had some troubles. They brought it over to Seems Legit Garage, and they did some work on it. They found some issues with the oiling system, but he's parked it. Looks more electrical this time to my eyes, but here's your championship leaders in reverse order. Matan Rosenberg, actually, sorry, I think Matan still is leading coming into this one. Right over Christian Aranha right here as they come across the stripe. Chris DeLucia still the quickest car on the road, though, and A.J. Hartman just comes by the stripe and goes to second quick in that all-carbon Ford New Edge Mustang.
Man, we rewind the clock back to Watkins Glen, and you get the feeling that Matan was coming in hoping that those 4 races were going to be the dagger to really give himself that cushion heading into the final 2 rounds of the championship. But enter Alan Patton in that GT4 Supra, who really had a phenomenal drive in his kind of one-off wheel-to-wheel entry of the season. And he had on top of that a handful of issues. Serpentine belt sidelined him halfway through race number 3. But plain and simple, I mean, talking to Matan after, it's just he didn't put on his performance he was hoping behind the wheel.
So I think you're right. I just wanted to point out, we just saw A.J. Hartman go by the speed trap at the uphill. 94 miles an hour, 3 miles an hour faster than anyone else. Going back to last year when we had the fire laps on board the cars, we saw that A.J. Hartman was consistently pulling 1.95 Gs at some of the faster corners, matching James Houghton's TCR car. So this car, all custom work here. A.J. Hartman does all of his own carbon aero and things. This car is so strong in the corners. What it lacks is the grunt that some of the V8 cars have. But it's really fun to watch him extract performance out of this car because it's such a different formula. And it sounds sort of like the Ford GT Le Mans GT because it has that same 3.5-liter EcoBoost V6 twin turbo. This one is out of a Ford F-150, though, and doesn't rev quite as high.
Yeah, about 3,000 RPM short, and again, you get that small brake because it also has the 6-speed manual. But been a long-time staple of Grid Life, making the move up to GT last year. And again, you go from right there top of the hill where the car is strongest to maybe here where he's hoping he has a little bit of a draft. As now Christian Arana improves up into P2.
Yeah, and you can see here average speeds 97 miles an hour, so a good 3.5 miles an hour more than the Eibach GLTC field. And a couple other new drivers here this weekend. Bob Kaiser in the number 90. That's a Ford Boss 302 Mustang. Very different. That is the 5.0 Coyote motor. Steve Cairo is back in his 350Z. And of course, we mentioned Sean Bassett, Peter Agapoglou in the 288 M3 Coupe. Oh, a little bit of air underneath the front tires of some of these GT cars.
Matan's at least getting 2 off. AJ's, though, look at how planted that is coming up over the hill. And we touched on it a lot, but what a phenomenal return for this man on your screen right now, Chris DeLucia. Halfway through Midwest Fest, this car erupted into flames, and he had to bail out early as it was rolling, but pretty much just a couple of hours before they were hoping to roll out for Watkins Glen, they had that car completely ready. And not only was the car running, it was shockingly competitive out of the box. Podium in race 1 and was consistently fighting for that 3rd and 4th spot for the vast majority of the weekend.
Yeah, and, you're right. It was wild.
And you consider, a year ago, this being the place where, the first of the bad luck struck that E36, could potentially be coming here looking for a win.
Here's James Houghton, right now second behind Christian Arana. And James and Matan Rosenberg were involved in the closest finish in Grid Life history back at Midwest Festival in June. 1/1000th of a second. It broke my voice. It still hasn't recovered, as you can tell. But James, running with the K-Tune group, has been piloting this car now for about a year and a half, extracting all the performance he can. But I love the formula for this series is you can build a car to the limit of the rules, or you can buy a car that fits into the rules. And Arana, Houghton, and Hartman, home built, purchased, home built. And then you go down to like a driver like Jeff Ricca. That's a very high level shop build, as close to factory build as you're going to get. And he's right in the middle of the pack right now. So just really cool to see the formula sort of working. It's still a pretty new rule set, and there's a lot of tweaking left to go to kind of iron things out. But what a cool series this is. And look at this, TCR versus
3Y.
TC.
Come on. Oh, no. I thought Ricca was going to think about swinging it out, but not yet. Cairo backs out of it, goes 3rd in line. And our 2 TCR cars, TCR native cars, find each other out on track. But you look at the pie chart of how much of these cars are homemade and how many of them are off factory. It's still, right now, the bigger piece is still obviously, the ones that are hand built, but a lot of, it's closer to 50-50 than you might think.
Well, you're right about that. It's just interesting. We've seen, Patton bring the GT4 Supra, Houghton with the TCR. What's cool about this series is not only can you can go buy a car, and sometimes that's a better deal than building your own. It kind of depends on what you're looking for. But you can also tweak on it a little bit. You can adjust it, and that's one of the things that Jeff Ricca's had to contend with. That car is built very specifically for the SROTC rule set, and to modify it to go up against these V8 manual transmission Corvettes, you have to kind of tweak it yourself, right? So there's a lot of learnings for the new teams to come in here. It isn't just necessarily, buy it and drop right in. You still have to tweak, but it's, Jeff Ricca's got a great team with them here, and it was fun to watch them messing with things yesterday and just trying to figure out where they can extract speed to go up against some of these bigger, heavier cars. Relatively new driver here, Peter Agapoglou in the 288 BMW. Little sideways slide there, pushing the limit down the hill.
I think the chassis binded up a little bit there, and the car didn't know whether it was over or understeering at the bottom of the hill. And my ears would want me to believe that that is still an inline 6. I think it has 54 under the hood.
I think you're right about the inline 6 part. It is,
okay.
You're dead on. 3.2 liter inline 6 S54
Heck
power.
Yeah.
2,800 pounds. He's relatively light and running the 6-speed manual.
Will be really interesting to see how this actually stacks up compared to the other E36 in this field with an LS3 in it. But
yeah.
I mean, goes to show, right? You don't need to have a big old V8 to compete in this category, and maybe as much as some of the guys would want to argue, LS swap doesn't have to be the answer.
No, and right now it's a 2-liter inline 4 atop the standings.
Yep.
James Houghton pips Aranha and knocks him down the order. Look at the displacement differences. We have everything from 2 liters up to 6.2 liters. Literally 3 times the displacement, plus some, between these two cars at the pointy end.
You got factory prepped cars, you've got native, very purist-inspired, homemade built cars, and then you've got whatever you want to call AJ Hartman's car with the kitchen sink thrown at it, right? Just absolutely everything to turn it into something that's your own.
Yeah,
how cool is that though from Bob Kaiser?
Oh.
Because that's such a, oh my gosh, the amount of Mustang guys I know that are like clutching their pearls to see a 302 go through that treatment. But man, to see it, you know, be converted for what it was meant to do, which is, you know, go out and rip laps. Very, very cool to see.
Yeah, the Boss 302 Mustang right there in trail. You know, these cars, I don't think we see a ton of these in GRIDLIFE competition. You know, GRIDLIFE, you know, it's open to everybody, but if you look at the history of what cars have been there, you're generally looking at JDM and European cars, not as many American cars in our wheel-to-wheel series. And the Mustang, this generation of Mustang, was never really designed to be a circuit car. You know, it's got a stick axle rear suspension. You know, that is a challenging car to get to compete at the same level as an independent rear suspension car, which is why AJ Hartman's Mustang, which is older than Bob Kaiser's car, he's put the independent rear suspension off of the S550 Mustang under the rear subframe of his. So you have the ability to do that, but Bob, I think, is going to be, you know, fighting one-handed and blindfolded against the rest of the field this weekend with that setup. But it's cool that he brought it out regardless.
And in a track where it is all long sweeping, medium speed right-handers, not a lot of low speed stop-start corners, you're expecting that wheel hop right mid-corner a lot more than you might be expecting. So that'll be definitely something that Kaiser's going to have to look out for. But you want to talk about some American cars that have dominated in the wheel-to-wheel series. Boy, the C5 Corvettes have been the ones to beat.
Death Taxes and C5 Corvettes in GRIDLIFE as of late. They have just been in every category, have been really the cars that, wow, look at it, airborne again. Be some cool pictures from there this weekend. But yeah, again, they're just such a great balance. They're inexpensive relatively for the performance that they offer, and they can get very light, and they're very slippery cars. That combination is very difficult to find. You know, there are probably other cars that you could find that have some of those traits, but then you have the reliability of these LS-based platforms, and it's really hard to beat. So that's why they've been so dominant. You look at Street GT, which is similar in setup to this series. I think, you know, you have a lot more aero that's allowed here, but as far as the engine displacements, you're looking at cars that are similar. All Z06s this year for the most part. So it's just the way that things go. I mean, it's you start with an MX-5 and you end at Corvette. I think that's how every driver's
only reason we're not seeing a lot of, you know, Z06s this time out for track battle is just because After Dark Speed, couple cars short. Luke McGrew obviously having the championship sealed up. I don't know if he'll be making the trek to Laguna, but certainly not here this weekend. And in return, we have a very good combination of M4s and Mustangs out there. But still out in front, Christian Arana just now going to pull it into pit lane.
So very tight at the front right now. We look at the top 5, all separated by just 0.4 of a second. That's really exciting to see. Baton Rosenberg is on the pit lane with the hood popped. So maybe they're wrenching on some things, but track's still green, but we'll have a look at the results because they seem to have bailed for now. James Houghton is the quickest right now, 56.393. Then it's Christian Arana and AJ Hartman, the rest of your top 3. Rosenberg, DeLucia, Jeff Ricca. And then you see the Autosport Fab car in P7, Bob Kaiser, Steve Cairo, and Sean Bassett, the rest of the runners. And I think with that, practice is effectively over here, so I think we'll take a break for a few minutes. Jackson will get reset for Drift coming up next. Back in 2022, everybody said that Grid Life is like Forza Horizon in real life. And we're here with Forza Horizon 6, the Forza Horizon 6 Concours, and their presence in the arcade. What a special privilege to have Forza with us. And all the drivers tell us it's like drifting in Forza when you can go to any track in the country, any track in the world, and drift a car. But here we're going to do it for real at Grid Life Circuit Legends. Kyle and I are joined by Eddie Siegel once again. Eddie, we've got more time attack coming up in a little bit, but for now, this is a very special thing. We're the only group that can drift at Lime Rock Park, and we're going to go out and put on a show for the fans here this weekend. We have the unique privilege of getting to slide cars around here. You've been on a ride around here.
I have. A few years ago, I went on a ride in the FCP Euro Cayenne. I was in the back seat, and it was unbelievable. It was so cool. Just to feel the car control is just unreal.
You know, so there's sort of two ways I've thought about drifting. One is that for some people, they think it looks incredibly violent, but my first ride was with Chris Forsberg back at PPIR in 2021. And my first thought was it was actually quite smooth inside the car. And it sort of probably depends on the car and who's driving, but what was your experience like as far as the dynamics compared to wheel-to-wheel or grip racing?
I had very similar thoughts about it as well. It was so smooth, and the transitions, I was expecting to be thrown around in the car and you know, trying to keep my balance and whatnot. It was so smooth, and it just felt so natural.
Well, let's watch it on display. The Falcon folks are here again, as well. Evan Bogovic, and looks like Paulak is here as well. And Sonia Slides chasing them in the 350Z, and a whole host of really cool things. Alex Gutierrez in the 1988 Volvo wagon, that's been a fan favorite. But again, this is such a unique spectacle here at Lime Rock Park. We've had to fight for it a little bit. Again, the racetrack has been awesome to us, but there's a lot of local ordinances that continue to try to crack down on the fun that we have here at Lime Rock on occasion. But man, what a cool time this is.
Yeah, I never thought I'd see the day where there'd be drifting at Lime Rock. This is a very prestigious racetrack, and I never would have thought that we'd see drifting on the uphill. It is so cool to watch.
Yeah, what a special day. As we've got 37 cars here in drift across a whole variety of makes, models, and chassis and engines and things. T-Pain's here, Hurt is here, Farouk is here, Grant Anderson, Matt Kaufman, Travis Pendleton is here, he's been with us basically all season. Alex Gutierrez again in that Volvo wagon that we've been watching. And Mike Prez in the Toyota Supra. And there's Nick Swan, our drift lead. And Nick runs a tight ship around here, Eddie. He was not going to let any funny business happen. I was so impressed the first year that we came here, because drift, it looks like a little chaos, right? There's a little bit of chaotic, view of it, but they left the grass here so pristine after the weekend. I was so impressed. And Nick is all about keeping everyone on the racetrack, on the black stuff, putting on a show for the fans here that are on the hillside. If you haven't yet had a chance to go check out the arcade up at the top of the hill, right on the top of Spectator Hill, check it out. There's some really cool Forza Horizon 6 branding, as well as the concourse, which will be tomorrow. And don't forget, there is a meet and greet with Sung Kang tonight, as well as the presentation of the trailer for the Drifter movie up on the hillside, so don't miss that. As Grant Anderson kicks off, he's going to go for a slide here. I hope we didn't lose our drone through there into a tree branch, but there is Grant sending it through the left-hander. And what a perfect place, the hillside here at Lime Rock. Is there a better racetrack to spectate?
I don't think so. Not that I've been to. And it flows so well, and especially with drifting, because you can see the entire beginning to end of the drift. And it just shows how cool and how much smoke and noise, and it's wild.
Yeah, it's just such a visceral experience. Sending off into West Bend as well. And it's a nice short lap too when you're burning up tires all the time. Watkins Glen is a bit of a challenge. It's 3 times the length of this track almost, so you're burning up quite a bit of rubber just to make one revolution around.
Yeah, depending on the car, I wouldn't be surprised if you could go through a whole set in a lap.
Yeah, I think that was sort of the case for a lot of the drivers. It was a lap or maybe half a lap, and then you have to knock off and come get a new set. And also, the Glen's known for being very grippy. This track was repaved back in 2013, I think, around that point. But the Glen was repaved in 2016 and it still is very, very sticky to the point where drifting is a huge challenge. But oh, big sends.
Wow.
I think that's an E46 beyond the smoke there.
Looks like a V8 in it, though. I don't think that's the stock inline 6 that came with the car.
You'd be hard pressed to find a stock car anywhere on this racetrack at the moment. That was Liam Stanford in the E46. That is a 7-liter V8 under the hood of that car. So you're right dead on with that. 4-speed dog box manual as well. Falcon.
I love some of the liveries on this car, on these cars too. They are so cool. They all are, you know, unique to the driver and their personality and driving style.
Yeah, really. I mean, and there's also for those that aren't familiar with the livery sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Just the way that they do liveries in Japan. A lot of times that they'll reflect or mirror the livery on the opposite side, and all the logos will be backwards. And at first I thought that was someone had like misprinted their wrap, but that's actually what they do in Japan. Is they literally mirror it on the other side, logos and all. And there's a number of drivers and cars. I think this purple,
that pearlescent
Lexus SC, I think.
Yeah,
Andrew DiMartino has that.
Yeah, you're right. It is backwards.
Yep.
Really cool though.
Right. There's Alex Gutierrez again in the fan favorite, and here is our boss, Michael Hergen, behind the wheel of the Hyundai Ioniq. This thing is such a wild 640 horsepower in an electric SUV going out there as our chase car. Wow. There he is.
And that probably has some sort of drift mode, I assume.
It sure does. It's got all whatever mode you want. It actually can generate sound in it as well.
Oh, so you can have it sound like a Formula car or something?
Yeah, it sounds, I think you can set it to sound like the Hyundai Elantra NTCR.
Oh, that's
and
so cool.
It like crackles and pops when you downshift too. It's really cool. But chasing, this is the car that you rode in. Actually, maybe not this one.
I think that's a Macan.
Yes, but they do have the one that you rode in here, I believe.
Yes, yeah, I saw it. And that also had a V8, I believe, in it too.
Yeah, what a wild machine.
I wonder what's in that one.
I'll bet you it's a big motor. I don't know that I have it on my entry list, but a lot of FRS BRZ 86 chassis now as they get cheaper and cheaper. I'll tell you, if you could measure miles per gallon, Gutierrez in the Volvo wagon is crushing it right now.
He might be, you know, in first place.
Now, Eddie, we had talked internally about having some sort of competition for drift. And a lot of the drivers said, you know what, guys, there's places to do competition, but there isn't really a place where we can all just hang out, run each other's doors, run tandems, run in groups without having the stress of competition. And so they said, guys, why don't we just keep it non-competitive? Let's just hang out. And these are just chill sessions. And I think that they really look forward to that and just the difference from the stresses of the competitive environment. They don't have that here. They can just come hang out. A lot of them have built cars specifically for this, just to come hang out at GRIDLIFE. A lot of the pro drivers as well. Here's Peter Collins.
He's a favorite. He's been around for a while.
He has.
I think he has another car too, right? He has two.
He's got a couple of them, but this is the one he's brought out a bunch as of late. But right up on the doors there, running tandems off the nose of
to your
Hyundai
point about competition, I totally can see the appeal to that. I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, competing in a sport is so much fun, but there's something to be said about just hanging out with your buddies, hanging out with your friends, and just doing car stuff, drifting, you know.
Isn't that what GRIDLIFE's all about at the end of the day, right?
It really is.
I think in the heat of competition, you know, time attack gets really intense, the wheel-to-wheel stuff gets really intense, and the presentation of it has elevated the stresses and pressures of it, but at the end of the day, you know, I think there's drivers that aren't as competitive end up having a better time because they're just fully focused on enjoying the environment rather than, you know, what satisfaction comes with winning. But it's hard. I mean, everyone that here is a competitive person.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's definitely a fine line that you can walk between, you know, competing and just enjoying the event and having a good time. But you know, when you are a competitor, your sole thing that you're thinking about is how to go faster. So it's tough.
That's Riley Sexsmith in that Toyota 86. That's got a great looking livery on it, the sort of teal and orange GT86 chassis.
Oh, a Fox body.
Yeah, that's I believe that's Dalton Stroop. 1988 Ford Mustang. But here's the interesting thing. It is a 2-liter inline EcoBoost engine under the hood of this thing. So not a V8, it's an EcoBoost turbo car.
That is a cool swap. I didn't expect to see that. What would that have been out of? Like a Focus ST?
2-liter inline
Right,
4. Yeah, probably a Fiesta ST, I would think, right? 2 liters, or maybe Fiesta was a 1.8.
I think the Fiesta was the 1.6, and then the Focus was the 2, and
Maybe
then
you're
the
right.
RS was a little bit bigger. I think.
I think you're right on that.
I mean, it's been a while.
Yeah. The S13 behind him, that is PJ Prendergast. That is an SR20 under the hood of that car, so the engine that
Classic.
it would come with, yep. Which, honestly, there's when you look at the S13s and S14s, it's actually, I feel like you don't see the SR20s a lot
Well,
anymore.
you know, not only do you not see them just because of their power levels, I feel like, but also they're becoming hard to find. I mean, these cars are now getting up 30, 35 years old, you know, and these engines are harder and harder to find. So I think people are starting to resort on, you know, the V8s. I mean, how many 5.3s were made? Tons.
Right.
So it's just easier, more reliable, and more power.
And the safety car is out. This is the coolest looking safety car I think we've ever had. What in the Formula One is this?
I think, okay, I'm pretty sure that's an Aston Martin DBX, which is their SUV. I've actually never seen one of those on the road until now. So crazy color, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's real neat. I went down a little rabbit hole a while ago of wanting to purchase a vehicle for GRIDLIFE that I could turn into, you know, like what F1 did with the Mercedes AMG, where it's like built to be a safety car, and it's got like the lights in the rear wing, and it's got big toggle switches on the dash and data on board. I really wanted to do something like that for GRIDLIFE, but then the question was, what car do you build to represent all of GRIDLIFE?
That's tough.
Right? And so it is tough, and I think there's, you know, looking back at the genesis of GRIDLIFE and the two founders, Chris Stewart and Adam Jabay, they both bonded over 1980s and 1990s Hondas. And so I thought about, you might laugh at this, but I thought about, they started bonding over the CRX. So I thought, what about the CRZ, which was like the spiritual successor to those cars? And it's small and has good rear visibility because it's got sort of that split rear window. And they're kind of sporty looking things. And a K-swap CRZ would be a pretty fun car.
They were hybrids.
They were.
So good gas mileage too?
Yeah, well, and you know, it's funny, we actually had to refuel the pace car at Watkins Glen, so maybe having the hybrid wouldn't be so bad. Here's T-Pain out on course with us now. Nappy Boy Automotive representing in the paddock, and put on a great set as Teddy Payne at Summer Apex last month. Really fun to have Nappy Boy with us, and we thank them for their support all season long. But the RTR Mustang with T-Pain behind the wheel, what a show, what a car.
Now, is this Mustang similar to the Formula D Mustangs that they run?
Built,
or is it
built by the same people. I think the setup is very different. This is a very soft setup.
Okay.
And you can kind of watch it. It kind of squats when he applies power. It sits back down on its hind legs there. It makes it, you know, gives it a bit more mechanical grip, a bit easier to drive perhaps. And T-Pain's the first to tell you that, you know, he doesn't know what he's doing, but he loves doing it. And I love T-Pain. He's such a fun guy to watch. And if you don't follow him on Instagram, you should, because he's got some great funny stories. Just a great guy all around, and super cool to have Nappy Boy Automotive with us.
I used to follow him when he did the live streaming of gaming.
Oh yeah, I think he still does that.
Still does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he used to do GTA a lot, and I would run into his streams, and I thought they were hilarious.
Yeah, still does them, and he's a riot to be around and a riot to have on track with us. Hertz out there as well in the Lexus, and there's Prendergast again in the S13, and an RX-7 on course as well.
I think drifting is just as much style and individuality as it is, you know, speed and angle.
Absolutely. I mean, the style is, I think, as important as the rest of it, and the individuality, I think, why it fits in GRIDLIFE so well. If you look across the paddock in general, everyone makes their car their own. They all want to do it their way, and I think you see the same in drift. I mean, you can look at 5 S13s, and they're all built wildly differently.
Oh yeah.
And they have the mark of their maker on them, so I think that's really cool to see. But
I know there's a term, and I'm struggling to remember, but there's a competition chassis, and then there's a chassis just meant for fun. A lot of the pros
Party car.
Party car,
Yeah.
that's what it is. So that's sort of like what that Mustang, T-Pain's Mustang, is set up for.
Yeah, and he has a blast. And he actually managed to get Shaq in it at Watkins Glen, which...
Do they have to take the seat out?
I don't know how they did it, but they did it. And they used Creature's helmet, which I thought was funny. Creature's our video shooter and editor here for GridLife, which that's awesome.
And he's not a small guy either,
No.
so worked out.
But nice little Scandinavian flick there off into West Bend. Oh, man,
Wow.
he's sending it.
Sitting on the limiter. Look at the camber, though. I mean, that is a lot of negative camber in the front.
Yeah, and here's that Lexus. We were talking about Lexus SC. Andrew DiMartino. You see on the left side, you can read everything. On the right side, everything's mirrored. That classic Japanese livery format. 900 horsepower, 5.8 liter V8 LS.
It looks like two turbos sticking out the top.
You got it.
Wow. Yeah, and that pearlescent color just really shines in the sun, too. It makes it pop.
A really neat car. But yeah, I mean, turbocharged LS, you're making boatloads of horsepower.
Oh, yeah.
As T-Pain makes another lap here in front of the Spectator Hillside. We're expecting a record number of people tomorrow afternoon, which is really exciting for us. You know, a lot of people, a little bit of contact.
Someone lost a bumper and a trunk.
Yeah, just merely flesh wounds in drift, I
was
think.
going to say that is very common on drift cars. You know, a lot of these panels and bumpers are zip-tied on there for this exact reason, because they fall off.
Here you go, right here. Already was dangling on the downhill.
Oh, wow. The fender, too.
That was great pickup there by the replay op. That was so cool.
That was really cool.
Yeah.
Actually, that reminds me, when I was in the Cayenne, we were going in the downhill, and a tire let go. And it was a wild ride. It was very similar to that. So it definitely can happen there because of all the weight transfer and how much wheel speed you're carrying into that. It's so easy to blow a tire out right there.
Well, the field's rolling around here under drift. And while we got that awesome replay, I want to take a second here to highlight our Project Prime team that is behind the scenes making all this happen. You know, we're not even halfway into our first day of broadcast, but there's a whole bunch of people, 18 people, that make this happen. And we'll pull them up on the screen here on the side here. And Eddie, these are all the people that make this happen. Chris Jennings, the producer. Jared's in my ear right now, walking me through everything. Max Ross Johnson and Robert Swain on the drones. Reno Radis, one of the utilities here. Mike and Justin and Kevin Riley and Darius and look, I mean, all these people here. Marshall Bales on audio. Michael Ayer on the graphics. Mac is with Jackson doing all the roaming ENG stuff. And then our camera operators, Jason Boone, David Haggerty, Evan Stewart, Nick Nakel, and Braden Lutz, all making this happen here. I mean, look at the size of this team.
That is a team, and they make it look so effortless and easy, so thank you very, very much. This would be a much more difficult job without them.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's come a long way. Anyone that's been with GridLife for the past 5 or 6 years has seen the ebb and flow and the learnings and, you know, some of the shows that have not gone so well over the years, but this team has been unbelievable and just pushing the limits. And you know, there's a set broadcast that we, you know, set up for every event, and they always push 10% further than that. That uphill camera, like I told you earlier, I'm not sure if you were here for that, but the uphill camera is not trivial to set up. You have to send a cable up and over the track level entrance that you drive in, because there's no other way to get a fiber cable around to it without running around the whole track. So they have to basically send the cable 20 feet in the air and then over the top of that and then back down just to get that camera set up. And they had to do it this morning right before we went live.
Oh my gosh.
So
wow.
Just amazing, amazing work here.
That's a feat of engineering.
Yeah, for sure. But there is a huge chunk of tire on the road.
A sign of a good drift.
Yeah, I mean, that is the evidence of fun, I'd say. And we'll have a couple more minutes of this before we get the checker. C5 Corvette, like we were just talking about, Corvettes everywhere in competition and in drift.
They are the Swiss Army knife of motorsport, I feel like.
They seem to be, and they're getting less and less expensive. The C5 in particular, it's like now they're getting to be inexpensive enough that they really are a great value in pretty much anything that you build them for. They're such a reliable, strong platform that you can build them into whatever you need.
And you know, Chevrolet, the C6 isn't much different from the C5, so they've been making parts for both of these platforms for years, so it's very easy to get parts, and they perform really well, as we've seen in multiple different venues within GRIDLIFE. I mean, they dominate.
Well, we got a little bit of cleanup to do, grab some chunks of rubber off the racetrack, and in a few minutes, we'll be heading out on course for our GRIDLIFE track battle. Heat 2 is up next.
Every day, you trust your car with the things you care about most. At FCP Euro, we deliver you quality European car parts without compromise. What drives you is what drives us. We're driven by quality, researched and curated. Every part earns its place on our shelves. If we wouldn't put it on our cars, we won't sell it to you. Driven by trust and expertise, obsessed with the details, offering the right parts, guidance, and support when you need it most. We're driven by you, keeping your European cars on the road for the last 40 years. Head to fcpeuro.com to shop quality European car parts and get 5% off your first order over $149.
And welcome back to GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. It's time for GRIDLIFE Track Battle Heat 2 in just a few minutes. Track cleanup still going after the drift session here this morning. Well, we've got a couple of cool stories to tell you about this weekend, but one of them is our pace car for later today. Toyota is here, and GR, Gazoo Racing, has brought their Toyota GRMN Corolla, a brand new model for the 2026 model year, and it's making its North American debut here at Lime Rock Park, and we'll see it on track later for IBOC GLTC Race 1. Here's more on the GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends pace car, the Toyota GRMN Corolla.
I'm here with the marketing planner for Toyota GR, Parker Thomas, and behind us we have the 2026 Toyota GRMN Corolla. Parker, this is a really cool car, brand new to the Toyota GR lineup. Give me a quick overview about what this car has to offer.
Yes, so Kyle, as you know, GR Corolla has been out for a couple of years now. We've had a couple of different iterations of it, starting with Core, Circuit Edition. We had Marizo Edition a couple of years back, which was really unique in that it's a 5-door hatch with only 2 seats. Something like that existing today is pretty incredible. This is actually sort of an evolution of that vehicle. This is called the GRMN, standing for Gazoo Racing Meister of the Nürburgring. And so what is that? Well, Akio Toyota, he actually went to the team and said, I want to create the absolute ultimate expression of GR Corolla. And that's what you see here today. If you're not familiar with GR Corolla, the car was actually developed during the Super Taikyu race series in Japan. Over there they run a hydrogen-powered internal combustion engine, and it's a very long endurance race, so a lot of the learnings from that car you'll see here directly on GRMN. After it went to Super Taikyu, they took it to the Nürburgring and actually fine-tuned and built what you see here today.
So the first thing that stands out to me, first of all, these wheels, they look new?
Actually, no, they are not new. So we did see them on Marizo a couple of years back, but they are, what makes them different from a standard GR Corolla wheel is that they are forged. They've got this really nice Gazoo Racing logo there, and then matte bronze finish as well.
Yeah, the bronze looks great, and this is the gravel colored paint. There's two paint colors for this car.
Yes, two paint colors, gravel and zero gravity, which is a matte black, really unique color as well.
The other thing, the carbon hood, and I believe that there are more carbon parts, at least on the front of the car. Tell me, kind of walk me through what parts are different or new for this model.
Sure. Like I mentioned, the Super Taiki Race Series, a lot of what you see here is actually pulled straight off of that car. So first and foremost, you'll notice the hood here with the kind of the traditional weave carbon gloss finish here. And this added center vent as well came straight from that Super Taiki car. Here on the side fender, this actually is carbon fiber. It is painted as well. You've got vents here as well for cooling, and then additionally here on the side as well.
And then at the rear of the car, the rear wing as well, it's also carbon, and also I hear that this is adjustable now.
It is fully adjustable. So this carbon wing here actually came from their learnings at the Nürburgring. So it is 5-way adjustable, I believe 10 millimeters, 2 millimeters each.
So there's three exhaust ports back here. This is a 3-cylinder car, 1.6 liter turbocharged dual overhead cam.
Correct.
3-cylinder.
Yes, yes.
Makes about 300 horsepower, and there was a slight torque bump as well with this model, as I understand.
So GR Corolla actually started with 273 pound-feet of torque. Morizo had 295. A couple of years ago, they were all bumped up to 295, and this one here actually has 302 pound-feet of torque.
Wow, so definitely a pickup there.
Yes.
Looks like the Toyota badges also have a treatment on them as well. Looks like they're sort of darkened or smoked.
They do. Yeah, they kind of have like a black chrome finish, if you will. They're the Toyota logo at least. And then here you get a kind of a matte gunmetal gray there. Really nice.
So this is the GR4 all-wheel drive system, which was developed for this car?
So this was actually developed for the GR Yaris, which was not a vehicle that we received here in the United States, but we did receive a lot of learnings from that car, including the GR4 system. So that did trickle down into the GR Corolla that you see here. It is fairly adjustable too. There are different torque settings where, you know, a 60-40 split, a 50-50 split, and there's also a variable split for the front and rear as well.
If we come back around to the left side here, couldn't help but notice that there's also some treatments to the interior and some special parts on the inside. I want to get also to the gearbox, but take me through the interior as well and what bits have been done in here.
So in terms of the interior, what you'll gain over a traditional GR Corolla is a lot of suede material here, little block-off plate there. We'll get to that here in just a second. You've got the Alcantara steering wheel, semi-bucket race seats there, flocked dash as well to help kind of reduce that glare when you're on the track as well, and then Morizo's signature over there in the corner.
Yeah, really cool. Then the gearbox as well. This car has a short ratio gearbox, which is unique to this car in the Morizo edition.
Correct, correct.
A little bit shorter gearbox to grow through the gears a little quicker. That's really cool. And then also the chassis stiffness. They use more adhesives in bonding the chassis together to make it stiffer?
Yes, so that was one of the learnings that they took away from the Nürburgring. Understanding the Nürburgring, it's a very violent track. A lot of both vertical and lateral Gs are experienced on that track, so they found that the car needed a little bit more stiffness added to it. So they did add about 45 feet more additional adhesive to the vehicle as well, and that trickles down all the way to base GR Corolla as well.
One of the other interior features, I guess you could call it, in the rear seats, or I suppose the lack of rear seats.
Right there, yes. Lack of rear seats. Again, like I said, the fact that something like this exists today is pretty incredible. So a 5-door hatchback with no rear seats. It is fully track focused. You've got plenty of room here to store a set of 4 track wheels there, so you can, you know, swap them out during the day as well too. So.
And about 66 pounds lighter from this other GR Corolla?
Exactly right. 66 pounds lighter than a standard GR Corolla.
Gotcha, and lighter is always better.
Yes.
Hence all the carbon bits as well. But what a car. I mean, on the racetrack, I'm sure that contributes to a ton of really good handling. You've got 245 with Cup 2 tires on it as well, so help it stick to the road.
Yep.
And then also, you know, one of the other carbon bits we hadn't talked about yet is this carbon roof, which I believe was also on the Morizo edition.
Yes,
or is this new?
So the forged carbon roof, it's something we've seen since day one, and it has been offered on Circuit Edition, Morizo Edition, Premium Plus, and then GRMN as you see here.
Thanks for showing me around the Toyota GRMN Corolla. What a machine. This thing is so cool.
It really is. Thanks, Kyle.
It's going to be our pace car for 2 Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup races here this weekend at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. And this is a Circuit Legend. And Toyota GR with us here this weekend with a really cool activation up at the top of the hill. There's some electric carts up there that all the fans trackside can hang out with and try out. I'm sure we'll see Jackson over there bombing around
playing with those and having way too much fun. Toyota's also giving out 730 exclusive and serialized GRM and Corolla posters at the Toyota booth later this afternoon. Don't miss your opportunity to grab one of those. As we head out on the racetrack now for GridLife Track Battle Heat 2. Kyle Heyer joined by Eddie Siegel. Eddie, we saw track records fall this morning, but now the sun is out, kind of cooking the racetrack a little bit. But now we have a session under our belts with a little bit more experience. Is that going to compensate for a few more degrees on the pavement?
It definitely could. I mean, you know, data is your biggest friend in this sport, and they probably, a lot of these drivers probably collected a ton of data, and now they're going to make some minor adjustments and go back out and hopefully find some time.
All right, so cars are lined up. They're just waiting for the go-ahead. It's Jonathan Dank that's out in command of the field. I think he's just waiting for the green light. He also had it off this morning, so a little bit of confidence reset as well. Michael Homeyer is here in the number 210 Falcon Club TR car. That's an FA20 Subaru BRZ, and that car is down on power to the rest of the field. But again, this racetrack, of all the ones that we've been to this year, probably the power matters the least here. You can carry a lot of momentum, but here we go. Cars on the road, and we'll be once again focusing on most of our Falcon Club TR field, Club SC field rather. This is Homeyer in that FA20 BRZ. I have one of these. I love it. It's a great race car, but they don't have a lot of power. So you're really dealing with a lack of torque, especially in the mid-range.
Now the later gens, they got some more power, right? They bumped it up a bit?
Yeah, so the 2013 to 2017 models were 200 at the crank, about 175 to the wheels. They gained 5 horsepower from 2017 to 2020, and then the second generation cars, the GR86 and the Subaru BRZ, then they were up to about 228 at the crank and about 210 to the wheels. So eliminated some drivetrain losses, and they're much quicker cars in the second generation. But the first gen, you know, definitely have to keep them up revved really high. The manuals had a shorter range gear ratio, shorter final drive, which keeps you in the kind of the power band of the car a little better. You know, great cars, very low to the ground. The center of gravity of the car is basically where your butt is in the seat. So again, the engine sits very low and very far back in the nose of the car. But here is Mike Jansen, that black Honda Civic with a D-Series under the hood, your champion for 2026. He can't lose it. The best that could be done right now is Lennon Radcliffe could tie him, but Lennon Radcliffe is not here, Eddie. So this is a victory lap for Mike Jansen and just trying to pick up some records. He didn't get it last year, and so far it's David Best who's the quickest.
Well, he's got a point to prove, it sounds like. You know, if there's somebody that can do it, I feel like he's the one. He's got the motivation.
Here a little ABS off into the uphill, hard on the brakes here. And now we're looking at lap times from Heat 1 and Heat 2 combined. So every time that we see these cars on the road here, Evan, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're on the racetrack, but all the times will be in reference to their best of the weekend. Green flash and a move, it means that they improve. A yellow flash means they have not improved. And I imagine we'll see a lot of drivers sort of matching what they did in Heat 1, but maybe not improving. Here comes Jansen, 1.6 liter inline 4, that D16. Here he comes across the stripe for his first lap of the session. You see that yellow flash means no pickup for Jansen that time. And then there's that mini, John Laughlin, behind the wheel.
Now, I know we spoke about this previously, but, you know, traffic is your biggest enemy here. As we're watching right now, it can totally ruin a lap. You know, because the lap is so short here, one mistake, basically the lap is useless. So you really have to pick the right time to go for a flyer, and it's very important. Oh.
Yeah, a little bit of dust kicked up there in the back. There's John Laughlin. Now that lap slightly impeded by fellow competitor, but it's tricky, right? Because there's no rule against holding up people. You try not to, but again, 20 cars on the racetrack at once. It's very difficult to get lucky with where you catch traffic sometimes. And to your point, there are some places around this track like Big Bend and the downhill where you can't really get out of the way. You're sort of going to be in someone's way at some point. And so you have to generate a little bit of of knowledge or of those around you and where those cars are going to make speed. And when you're trying to build yourself a gap, know how much to leave so that you don't catch someone at an inopportune time.
Yeah, especially when you have a multi-class session like this. I mean, there are cars that are making power in different areas of the track. So, you know, if you're in, let's say, that BMW and you're behind a fit, well, you're going to catch up to them in the straights immediately, but in the corners, the fit's going to pull away. So you kind of got to understand where your car is good and where it's not good, and work from there on trying to pace yourself and you know, put yourself in a good situation to get that fast lap.
There's Jason Davidson in the 122. This car has been, you know, seen some patchwork in the bodywork over the years. I think it was NJMP had it off a couple of years ago.
Yep, I remember that distinctly because he came over to our trailer and borrowed a vacuum cleaner to clean up the glass in the car. So it's great to see that car back out there, though, and even though it's probably 2 fits at this point, by the looks of it.
Well, there's nothing faster than a car that's already got a couple dents, right?
You're not wrong.
Once it's, you know, you've kind of broken through the perfection, then you can push a little harder. But even, you see David Best, even with the fit, a little bit of, I don't know about air, but the car gets light at the top of the hill. The revs pick up a touch. John Laughlin picked up that time to a 105.688.
That's great. That's great. What is the 103.4 is still the fastest?
Yep, from this morning. And we'll see if, you know, Sam Dooling is right there, 2/10 back. Becky Robertson and Davidson side by side now. Davidson goes around Robertson, no pickup that time.
Now it looks like he's giving up some aerodynamic points for looks with that taxi cab signal on the top.
So this is a fascinating topic. I'm glad you brought this up because there is nothing more important in this class than the drag that these cars make. Mike Jansen has gone to aero disc wheels. We've seen a lot of drivers tape off the air intakes on the front of the car to try to find a little bit of extra speed. Maybe more so at Watkins Glen than here at Lime Rock Park. I do think it's going to hurt him a tiny little bit. Maybe not enough to, you know, to decide whether you're on the podium or not. But we also saw Jansen do something very interesting at Watkins Glen. The rear of the hood he had propped up. And I did a little bit of digging out in this post-event. And it turns out a lot of Honda people will prop up the rear of their hood thinking that it'll extract air from the engine bay. But because of the way air interacts with the base of the windshield, there's a lot of people will say it doesn't really do anything or it'll actually hurt your performance. But I love that they're trying different things. And I even had a theory that if you bump up the hood a little bit, you can maybe even smooth the airflow over the windshield a little bit. So I'm not convinced that it wasn't helping a little bit, but just fascinating, like the lengths that these drivers will go to in a $4,000 car to find a little extra speed.
I mean, like we said in the beginning, yes, this is the entry-level class per se, but I mean, as we're finding out, they're going to every length to find milliseconds. And it just shows. I mean, the whole hood prop thing, that's been around forever. That was like an old school Honda trick that a lot of people were running. So it's funny that he went back to that.
What's your thought on it?
I've tried it on my Type R because my car is the king of overheating, I feel like, in the Honda world. I don't think it did anything, but it looked cool.
Certainly did look
cool. You know,
cool.
It gives it a bit of a rake, but in terms of actual functionality, I don't think it really did much.
Yeah, the note also in Club SC, factory aero only, except lips. Front lips are unrestricted. So we've seen a couple of drivers try sort of the NASCAR-style valence on the front bumper. Again, I've yet to really notice or see a difference for cars that are running those, but certainly the cars that are lower and wider and have a little less frontal area seem to be doing better. We saw at Watkins Glen about a 4-mile-an-hour difference on the backstretch for Jansen over some of the fits.
Wow, that's a big margin.
Yeah, I'm sure maybe the horsepower, you know, comes into that a little bit as well. But again, power to weight class in Club SC. So in theory, now this is an interesting car. This is a Mazda. I want to say it's a Mazda 3.
I think it's a 3. Yeah.
And not a car you see a ton of.
No.
But it is new for this event. This is Zoran Lasic, and this is a K24 Mazda 3.
K24?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've never heard of that one before. That's really cool. And what is the rule on differentials? Do you know? Can they run a limited slip, or does it have to be whatever it came with?
I think in Club TR, I think you can run a limited slip.
Okay.
I think so.
Okay.
I have to dive into the rules on that, admittedly. But I would think that you could.
I think Club SC you can't.
In Club SC you definitely cannot.
You cannot. Okay.
But in TR,
I remember there was a Miata once that had an LSD and they had to remove it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So
that.
you do have to remove it. In Club SC, no locking diffs of any kind, only open diff.
And then Club TR, you can basically build whatever diff you want.
Drivetrains, or just a little bit more open. But what a unique entrant, a 240 horsepower Mazda 3. And there was the Mazda Speed 3 that was turbocharged from factory.
Yes. Yeah, that was like the precursor to the Focus ST.
Right. That was a neat car, but I don't think you'll see a lot of those ever hit a racetrack. But
no,
I don't know how many they made either.
A lot of them, I think, are rusted away or blown up. But they did not make many.
Didn't the Benz from Gears and Gasoline revive one? There was I could have sworn they did
it was a
video.
It was a Speed 6. That was a bit different. That was an all-wheel drive sedan, and but similar concept. I mean, Mazda at that time was just kind of like GM, putting out these cool, quirky little sports sedans in the early 2000s to 2010s. I do wish we could go back to that time. I wish manufacturers would build stuff like that still. There's not many that still do.
So let's have a look here. We can do our class overviews for Club SE and Club TR and sort of intro our introductory classes. I think that would sort of be a good thing to do here. So here's Club SC. So these are entry-level cars, bolt-ons basically, 25-to-1 power to weight. Not working with a lot of aero here and restricted modifications. These are generally, you're doing an intake, you're doing adding OEM aero if your trim didn't come with it, coilovers and brakes. That's basically what you're working with. And your horsepower is going to be somewhere between 85 and 105. When you step up to Club TR, which is sort of the next class up in the lineup, everything changes here. These are purpose-built track day cars, but you can do engine swaps. 2.5 liter NA is your limit on engines. 1.6 liter turbocharge is your limit on engines. So you can swap around within those restrictions. So something like the GR Corolla, it's a 1.6 liter turbo. That's fine. That will fit in here. The GR86 has a 2.4 liter engine. That's why K24s and FA24s are very popular, because they kind of max out the displacement restrictions. But you get a little aero here as well. But both of these classes are on a spec Falcon RT 660 Plus tire. You get a 255 width tire in TR and a 205 width in Club SC. So these are our sort of club classes where we have the spec tire, but they are very different in terms of prep.
And for tire rules, it doesn't matter about drivetrain. You can run, it's 205 no matter what. 205
no matter what, and 255 no matter what in Club TR.
Okay.
When you step up into street and street mod, there are some different allowances depending on your drivetrain, which, it's funny watching Dewey try to put 600 horsepower through 255 width tires. But you get 285 in your case if you're in a front-wheel drive car like your Civic, or if you're a rear-wheel drive car. But yeah, and Club TR is really a catch-all for a lot of very common cars. The 86 BRZ, S2000, MX-5, Civic, Integra, all these very popular track day cars. And the reason why this class exists is because there wasn't really a place to run an engine-swapped Honda back a couple of years ago. In a lot of different categories in the US as far as time trials or even wheel-to-wheel racing, as soon as you engine swap your car, you're now in Unlimited or whatever their equivalent is. So GRIDLIFE built Club TR to sort of allow these very common swaps into a place to race, and they have now 30 car fields every weekend. And a lot of these engine swaps are very simple relatively to do, and their engines are very accessible. So it's not like you're swapping in some crazy thing and you're hammering all over to get it to fit. Like, a lot of these engines sort of drop in with not a whole lot of effort beyond that.
Yeah, especially the Hondas. I mean, a lot of Hondas are very similar, and they're I akin them to like Legos. They all plug and play for the most part. So obviously there are some adjustments that you need to make, but putting a K-swap in an Integra has become quite simple. It's become much more simple over the years, especially with these kits that have come out and whatnot.
Right. So Group D is complete. Not really any shifts or shuffles that we noticed. Maybe a couple small improvements, but I saw John Laughlin pick up a little time, but no movement at the top of the order for Club SC. So we'll take a break and we'll be back with more, and this time it'll be Group C coming up after the break.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
And the mile-and-a-half bull ring in Lakeville, Connecticut plays host to round 5 of 6 of the 2026 GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. It's Heat 2, and it's Group C headed out on the racetrack now for their second opportunity to go fast on Friday. Welcome back to GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. Kyle Heyer joined by Eddie Siegel. And Eddie, we are in the middle of Heat 2 now as we work our way into Group C. Again, more street class, more Club TR. Club SC is off course for now. They'll be back later today with one more heat. Weather, it's beautiful out, 70 and sunny here, and not a blip on the radar to speak. Okay, maybe one tiny little blip. But other than that, it's been a gorgeous day. The campers are filling in. We have a record attendance scheduled for this weekend, especially tomorrow. We're really excited about that. But what did we learn? It seemed like Group D, we could match speeds but not go faster. More of the same?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a few factors here. We've got the weather, the motor, I mean, the pavement being a little bit warmer, but also the drifting. The drifting also, I wouldn't say damages the racetrack, but it doesn't help in terms of grip. So that also can definitely affect the car.
Here's Ben Thorne from Gears and Gasoline. New build this season and freshly carbonized. He's got carbon fiber panels on this car with a whole bunch of help from Mike and Professional Awesome and a couple of other friends. They've made a custom carbon fiber wide body kit for this car. This was previously an Eibach GLTC machine. Now it's turbocharged, makes 400 horsepower, and they took it to a wind tunnel in North Carolina a couple of days ago, and they were saying that at the maximum velocity this car can travel, it makes over 2,000 pounds of downforce.
Wow.
So it is really well set up to go fast. The rear wing is actually from an Audi R8 GT3, so you see the size of it, custom end plates on it, but GT3 rear wing on a Honda Civic. This is the GRIDLIFE way.
Yeah, absolutely. And based off of the designation for Forza, an S2 800, that is a fast car.
It is, and Jackson Lambros headed over to Ben Thorne earlier and caught up with him.
Other half of Gears and Gasoline, Ben Thorne making his return to GRIDLIFE competition. I think it was maybe one lap there for the first heat, but what have you learned so far behind the wheel of the Civic?
This is a different car than what I'm used to. I've been driving this car on track for years, but now that I have aero and power, it's like two different things all at once. It's so much new. A lot to learn, you know, a lot to learn.
We talked about it earlier, but your first GRIDLIFE event in a couple of years, how does it feel to be back?
I love Lime Rock and I love GRIDLIFE. This is the best event to come to. I'm so jazzed. I'm so excited to be here. And let's just turn some laps.
Let you get ready. Thanks, Ben.
Thanks.
Yeah, circulating and looking pretty composed right now, and you see him P9 in Unlimited down in the 59s, but just so much to learn very quickly. I know that he's had this car on track at Summit Point a couple of weeks ago, but you know, you're learning a lot. This is the first time he's been on track with other cars in a competition setting, Eddie, so it's going to be tricky to learn all this very quickly. Here's a look at the class overview for Unlimited. You're talking typical power, over 700 horsepower, open to any tires, open to all mods, and that's why you got cars like Sasha Anise's 350Z down in the low 50-second range. Very difficult for a turbocharged Honda Civic to get there, but you know, not impossible. I think if Jimmy Rock were here, it'd be really fun to see those two go head-to-head.
That would be really cool, because he also has a turbo Civic hatch, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the K-Series, well, I think his is a K20.
Okay.
And Ben Thorne's is a K24. This is an interesting car. Is this Benson
That's
Ty?
Benson, yeah.
Wow,
Benson
what a
Ty.
cool livery he's got on board that car.
Yeah, he's a local around here. He's from the Boston area. I think he raced at Lime Rock a few years ago.
He did, yeah, and I think even as recently as last year. But great looking livery. This is another F22C under the hood of this Honda S2000. So maybe fighting a slight uphill battle as far as you know, the prep for this car. A little heavy, 2,900 pounds. At the peak of the class, you're looking more in the 25 to 2,600 range, but actually he's in the street class, never mind.
Yeah, he went for the street category, I think.
Yeah, so he's on Bridgestone tires. So still, again, fighting an uphill battle, but cool to have him back out here in a fantastic looking ride.
Looks great.
I think that's one of the things. Trouble for Ben Lynn on the front straightaway here. He's got his
splitter
coming apart. Looks like just the connecting kind of valence. You see Adam Roble pull in front of him here. Let's have a look just a moment ago. Leaving turn 7. We talked about this at the open of the day. Bam, right there.
Oh, yeah.
Clips the grass on the left. It doesn't take much, but wow, what a big moment.
Oh, my gosh.
That's a scary one for Ben Lynn, and then back across the racetrack.
What a save.
Wow, he got away with that.
Yeah, he definitely did. Definitely got away with that one. Yeah, you do not want to be in that that dirt and grass over there.
Yeah, so, all right, well, definitely take a moment to recalibrate and change the underwear, I'm sure, after that one. But so hopefully you'll get away without too much damage. There is sort of a rut at the exit of the corner there where the rumble strip ends.
Yeah, I've seen cars like bounce, you know, bounce off and then unfortunately go into the wall on the other side. So the fact that he saved it, especially with a car like that, that is impressive. Yeah, it looks like he's going in, so that's good.
And there's Ben Thorne again. You see some sparks on the rub blocks there into turn 1. And Alatfi in the MX-5 right behind him. But Ben looking really composed. This car hasn't really seemed like it's sort of out of kilter. It's very glued to the road. It got tons of aero. It's just working up to it because it's grip that you don't think is going to be there. And the harder you push, the more it will give you.
Yeah, I mean, he seems confident in it from our point of view anyways. I mean, I don't know what it looks like in the car, but I mean, trying to wrangle that much horsepower in a front-wheel drive car is not easy.
And it sounds like Jackson Lambros has got an update for us on the track conditions. Jackson, what you got?
Just caught up with Juan Johnson behind the wheel of that teal and pink S2000. He said that the track conditions were actually far better than he initially expected, with grip levels feeling like where they should be, frankly, at the end of Saturday. And he said that's really, really motivated him to really push and test the limits. And as we might have saw with Ben Lynn there, maybe some drivers going a little bit too ambitious here in heat number 2.
Thanks, Jackson. Yeah, just trying to take advantage of the track while it's performant.
Yeah. Yeah, especially the fact that this is the old format and not the new format. You have to take advantage when you see it. You can't wait around and dilly-dally. You got to do a fast lap.
It's Luke Paglione in the 973. He's got 2 cars in Club TR trim. And in the past, he's run, I think, an Integra. And then this is his Honda Civic he's got there. See at the bottom of the ticker, the Club TR group there, Evan McLaren still the fastest. We'll see him later. But Freddie De La Rosa in an S2000 still second on the board so far. Again, we haven't seen really Granberg and Bailey with representative times, but this is a very competitive group in CTR this weekend.
Yeah, especially at this track, because you know it's such a small lap and short lap. It is very competitive.
Here's Ben Thorne once again, working his way around. Still P9, still in the 59-second range. Actually, I like 58.4. One of the things he had told me coming into the weekend was he was worried about his cooling and keeping the engine cool. Said it at some point is like a lap and a half and it would start overheating. He's been on track for a lot longer than that, and it seems to be okay.
Whatever he did, it works.
Patrick Harvey just jumped up to third in Club TR in the NC Generation MX-5. He had a podium on the year back at Carolina Motorsports.
Yeah, he found speed in you know, these conditions. That means he's got even more for tomorrow morning.
Alex Westergaard in the number 35. This is a street mod car, and if you listen to this car as it rolls by us here, it doesn't make S2000 noises. That is a V8 under the hood of that car.
Sounds exotic.
And yeah, it's a 4.2 liter V8, an F136 out of a Maserati.
Oh, wow.
So if you want to talk about untraditional engine swaps, I think that one will be top of the list this weekend.
That is cool.
Oh, big slide and a spin right at West Bend. And he's right dead center of the racetrack here and going to get out of the way. Nicely done.
It's almost like he knew the cameras were on him.
Yeah, it's just those prying eyes. But yeah, big moment there. And he'll come back around and he'll have to come back down to pit lane, and there he goes, fist out the window, self-report, which is standard procedure here in GRIDLIFE.
Oh.
Patrick Harvey's off. I think that's down at Big Bend.
Big Bend, yeah. Maybe he went a little wide there. But
and there is a yellow, standing yellow here at turn 3. Not sure what for. There's Mike Coons in the 310. And this is a car in street class I'd be really interested to see, you know, street this weekend without Josh Halka here and no Willem Dries either, the two cars that have really been the dominant forces. We'll see what Mike's got and what street class is going to have. Mike Calloway at the moment leads the way, and then it's Sapari in the 157, and then Mike Coons sits 4th. And then Foster Johnson running a Civic this weekend is P5.
Oh.
There's Foster.
He's usually in an S2000, right?
Yeah. So yeah, he's run this car, I think, ran it back at Midwest as well, so he's had a couple of events in it. But street is going to be pretty contested this weekend, and really the door is wide open now that Halka has really won almost every event between him and Andy Holst for the last 2 seasons. Someone's going to smash the door wide open and have a chance to walk away with a trophy here. There's a whole look at it. Chris Hatch in that Tesla Model 3 sits in 3rd, about a 1.3 seconds back from Callaway. Pretty well subscribed category though this weekend. Still 10 cars on the list so far this weekend. And the track record. Hey, look, you're on there.
Yeah, there I am.
At a 59.150 from last season.
I wish it was a 58. But
so close.
Yeah, so close yet so far.
Adam Roble working his way around in Falcon Club TR, and that is going to do it for Track Battle Group C. And a couple of spins and slides and dramatic moments in this one between Ben Lynn and Alex Westergaard and Patrick Harvey, but we'll step away for a moment. We'll be back with more coverage of GRIDLIFE Track Battle. It'll be Group B up next. Our Club TR leaders and some other heavy hitters are up next.
Every day, you trust your car with the things you care about most. At FCP Euro, we deliver you quality European car parts without compromise. What drives you is what drives us. We're driven by quality, researched and curated. Every part earns its place on our shelves. If we wouldn't put it on our cars, we won't sell it to you. Driven by trust and expertise, obsessed with the details, offering the right parts, guidance, and support when you need it most. We're driven by you, keeping your European cars on the road for the last 40 years. Head to fcpeuro.com to shop quality European car parts and get 5% off your first order over $149.
And welcome back to GridLife Circuit Legends Track Battle Group B, about to head on the road for our second heat of the day. And the paddock is looking pretty full, and so are the campgrounds here, Eddie. It's looking fantastic out there.
Yes, especially for Friday.
Yeah, it's looking really, really strong. John Veloso should be the first one out of the pits here in Group B. Nick Hendricks is following. Our second fastest group of the weekend for Track Battle. Out of breath. These are short breaks, and you got to make it all happen here behind the scenes. But anyway, cars on the road. There's Chris Ferraro in that M3. That's an unlimited car here this weekend.
Yeah, Chris is an old friend of mine.
Oh, really?
So it's great to see him out there. And I'm pretty sure he designed some of the aero on his car. I know he did something with the bumper, and he's looking forward to trying it out this year, as well as a brake package. I think the brakes are off of a McLaren, if I'm not mistaken,
interesting.
or something like that. I'm probably butchering it, and he'll probably tomorrow be like, "You got it all wrong," but something like that.
So what would be the? Because it's an E46 M3, I'd imagine that there's quite an aftermarket for braking systems for those cars. So why the McLaren brakes?
So I think he's doing it because of cost. I think getting rotors for the big brake kits are becoming very expensive and costly. And he thought, you know what, I can design something that's better. And I think he went about doing it a little differently than most people would. And also, like an OEM caliper, I think might be more reliable in his eyes. I don't know. I don't want to speak for him, but still really cool.
I think that makes sense, right? Like the OEMs spend lots and lots of money to certify things and hundreds of millions of dollars developing a car. And there is a little bit of logic to uphold the idea that what they put onto the road is probably going to be more reliable for applications that they're designed for, at the very least. There's Chris, right? Did I get the photo right this time?
Yeah, no, you got it right.
I was
That's
nervous.
him.
It's always hard to get these in the day before the broadcast, but there he is, and heading up over the crest of the hill.
And I'm pretty sure that is a stock S54, so the motor that came with it. I don't think it's got any power adders on it.
Yeah, I think it was the mid-300s when I looked at it on GridLife Club. So
he spent most of the upgrades on chassis and suspension and brakes, it looks like.
And so here's Peter Granberg rolling onto the racetrack in Falcon Club TR. And the reason why this is notable, he didn't really get a representative time in the first heat, and he is your championship leader by 10 points over Jeremy Bailey. So
looks like he's just trying to find some space, trying to get a good gap to do a fast lap. That would be my guess.
And it seems like he's had a little bit of trouble the last couple of events with just little gremlins, right?
Yeah, I think at Watkins Glen he had a brake issues, right, during the podium sprint?
He definitely locked up in the podium sprint, but we'll see what he can do in Club TR now. But Evan McLaren, who is 5th in the standings, cannot win the championship mathematically, even if he were to win this and Laguna, but certainly could mess things up for Stan Feingold and Mario Moroni, who are currently tied for 3rd in the championship.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point it sounds like Peter's just playing defense. So hopefully he can get that car running to its optimum and pull a fast lap, because as we were talking about, I mean, you know, when you're in a run group that might not be ideal, it's much harder to get a fast lap here.
Yeah, and with all the unlimited cars here this weekend, Group B is where these cars will probably be for most of the weekend, and so you have to make do with what you get. I don't know that they'll be, I mean, I don't know, it's tough, because if they're down in the 55s or 56s where the track, well, 56.8 is what the track record is, they could end up in Group A.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Looks like James Sinatro picked up to third in the Chevrolet Camaro in Street GT, bottom of the screen in the yellow section. See some clouds have come over the racetrack as well, kind of dark out here, for at least for a moment.
That could help.
Definitely will drop the track temperature a touch if it stays like this. Mark Johnson, slight improvement there, P11 in Unlimited. Here's Granberg now into the uphill. Right over the top of the crest there, and chasing, I think that is Nick Nazzaro in the Subimod's car. Look at all the cameras on all these cars. There's cameras everywhere.
See, is there something like on the side of his car? Is that a camera, or is that his mirror? It's like moving around.
I think his mirror's moving around. He's got a camera up top. Nazzaro's got a camera hanging off the quarter panel. But here comes Granberg across the stripe, and it is not a pickup that'll put him on the podium. So he'll have to go around again. He had to make his way by the Subaru, but he didn't get there, did he?
No, he's stuck. And this is what we've been talking about. You know, you get stuck, and unfortunately the lap is, you just have to throw the lap away. But luckily in about 30-ish seconds, he'll have another chance to do it.
Well, that's the good thing, right? I mean, traffic is difficult, but you get so many bites at the apple at a track like this, where Watkins Glen, you might only get 4 laps per session.
Yeah.
You get many more chances here at Lime Rock Park.
Absolutely, and also cleanup is a lot quicker too. Whereas Watkins Glen, if there's a mechanical or a breakdown or something, it takes a lot longer for them to grab the car. Whereas Lime Rock, they're very quick. They're in and out of there, so it saves track time.
Here comes Granberg again across the stripe in Club TR, and once again,
doesn't look like a pickup.
Yeah, not a pickup, at least into P3. Well, he pushed really hard. You see him track out to the edge. And this is something you talked about, where you seemed like your car was happier to sort of ride that inner curbing, where Granberg is sort of arcing out into the outside edge of the track and then pulling it back in towards the bottom of turn 2. Was Bailey P2 this whole time? I don't think he was. This is new of this session.
This is just come through, yeah.
Yeah, so Jeremy Bailey finally a representative time, but it's still half a second behind Evan McLaren. There's Sinatro. I mentioned he had gone third quick in his class.
Oh, that sounds glorious, that V8.
Does. Oh, man.
I actually have a Camaro myself, so I'm a bit biased, but
do you really?
I do. A lot of people think I'm like, you know, a sole Honda guy, but I like everything. I have a ZL1.
Wow, okay, yeah. And there's Peter Granberg
there
finally.
We go, okay. Yep, he showed up to the party.
Yeah, 57.518 for Peter Granberg. Now second in Club TR. McLaren, Granberg, Bailey, De La Rosa, Harvey, your top 5.
And this is kind of what we thought we'd see, right? McLaren, Granberg, Bailey, all, you know, fighting for the podium.
So there's Granberg on the back straightaway, and, well, he's working by another Subimod's car. That's Daio Shihara competing there. A little traffic up the road. See Granberg now. There's the whole list of Falcon Club TR drivers. One of the cars I was going to point out was Evan Dermanjolu in the Ford Mustang. Was P5 in Street GT. Opportunity this weekend without the Z06s here for Dermanjolu to jump up onto the podium. He's been nipping at the heels all season long. Right now at 59.9, but only needs 0.2 of a second to knock down that GM power off the third step there. So
he's right there. And that's a GT350, which has a very cool engine in it, and it sounds just so rowdy. I think they're called the Voodoo.
Yes. Great sound, flat plane crank engine as well, which for those of you that know all about V8s, you'll know that that's a very sort of European style of building a motor. It makes a very unique note. You don't have that sort of lug that a lot of the American-made V8s have. But again, not a lot of Mustangs in Grid Life for a variety of reasons, but we have seen GT350s at times. I think even like Steve Luca in Unlimited, right? It's been a little while since we've seen him compete in Grid Life.
Well, these Mustangs in particular are tough because the engines, especially the earlier ones, were notorious to self-destruct. Because they're flat plane crank and they create so much vibration that the engines would literally just tear themselves apart. So I think that really holds them back from going on track a lot.
Yeah, a little bit of an anecdotal story from my work in GT racing. The Corvette C8 GT3 car, also a flat plane crank engine, and the broadcast team struggled to get an onboard camera to survive the vibration from that car. And the drivers would tell us that their hands would be buzzing after driving the car because the engine are mounted rigidly in those cars. Then that flat plane crank setup creates so much vibration that it was actually uncomfortable to drive. Here's Kevin Horn, number 71 Scion FRS. He had his buddies put on a special hood vinyl last night, but here's again Dai Yoshihara, who we saw just a moment ago, the Subimods Subaru.
Now, why do I recognize that name?
Because he is a pro drifter.
Oh, okay.
And also has competed in a couple of different sports car championships, including SRO and currently IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge.
Very cool. Okay, so I knew I heard his name from somewhere. I just couldn't put the pieces together.
Yep, and so higher drive this year for Subimods to pilot this Subaru WRX, one of the best looking generations of WRX in my opinion.
Yes.
And Dewey, who works with this team very closely, has told us that he thinks that car is very capable of winning events. And every event has gotten faster and faster and faster, and right now sitting on a podium spot. Long way to go this weekend, but sitting third, and not that far off of second place if you could just get a little bit more out of it.
Yeah, I love blob eyes. I think that is the peak for Subaru WRXs and STIs. But that's really cool. And I know Subimods in the past have also hired some other drivers. I know Bucky Lasek was one last year. So it's really cool to see that they're, taking other drivers and trying out the car.
Yeah, great looking machine. And you see Dai just using that curbing to help rotate the car, pick up that inside right front, especially in the all-wheel drive cars. I'd imagine you can fight some understeer through that long corner.
Yeah.
And there's the checkered flag. Here's Freddie De La Rosa, I believe, in the 30 car. This is your car that's fourth in class in Club TR and absolutely punching above his weight.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you saw the tire rub right there.
I just didn't think, he's got a K24 under the hood of this thing, but, it is very much a milder looking build on the outside than some of the pointy end cars in this class.
Yeah, I mean, it looks to me like he's using his skill set and knowledge of the track more than relying on the build of the car.
Yeah, and it's working out. I think his first ever event with us, if I recall, might have been Watkins Glen back in 2023.
I think I actually competed against him at NJMP.
Okay.
And he ran street class with that car. I could be mistaken.
Yeah.
But I'm fairly certain, and he was fast then.
Yeah, from the Northeast, so kind of circulating in our Northeast rounds. And a couple of drivers have picked up or put themselves on the board with a more representative time, but that will be Group B complete. And this is their second to last run for the day. The next one will be later this afternoon. So
looks like they're picking up a car.
Way down at the end there, that is Nick Nazzaro by the looks of it in the Subimods Subaru. So we'll get him pulled off course and we'll set Group A loose. We'll take another short break. Don't go anywhere because Group A is coming up, the fastest time attack cars in North America.
You boys up for a challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways.
I'm louder.
Much louder.
I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro? Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
Track Battle Group A is on the road now for GridLife Circuit Legends, and you're looking at a pair of them right now. Sasha Anise and Mike Dussault, they chased each other at Watkins Glen, and it was Dussault that won the battle, but will it be Anise that wins the war? Green flag, and we're underway again in Group 2, or Heat 2 rather. Anise is the quicker of the two cars by quite a fair margin. And there he is right now, chasing Dussault. Very different strategies on how to go fast. Again, Dussault's car makes 1,500 horsepower. Anise's makes half of that, but he's got that hybrid drivetrain, the Aero, the DRS, and slicks. So does Dussault for that matter. So very different cars. But again, here's that onboard live data, and he's sort of pedaling it right now while he's chasing Dussault. He's right ahead of Pizzellis.
Looks like he's warming up the tires a bit.
Yeah, but it's fascinating to watch this. This car, it's been really charged up. So what's interesting to me is that when the battery is already so charged up, you don't have as much regen. So there's a sort of a target state of charge of about 50% that gives you max regen and max deploy. But here we go. Chasing Dussault, whoa, pedaling it out of turn 7. Here we go. There's Dussault into turn 1, big bend, and he's chasing him. Oh man, this is going to be fun. And the clouds have come back over.
It's also cool that both of the cars are a similar red.
Yeah, very similar, sort of that kind of candy apple red.
Yeah.
Oh, Dussault throttling up.
And this at one point was a Camaro.
One point, yeah.
Okay. Obviously, it sort of looks like a Camaro, but there's not much Camaro left of it.
Yeah, it's a 1967 Camaro is where it started, and you could argue this way or that what it is now, but it's tube frame and makes all the power. Really interesting underbelly of this car when you look at all the underpinnings of it as Dussault picks up to a 51.6. He has the 4 springs on each corner like you'd expect, but he also has a heave spring, which is sort of a horizontally mounted spring at the front and rear of the car that are connected with a sort of a connecting rod between the other 2 dampers. So you don't have to set up the car to be super stiff at your corners. You can have a more progressive spring rate that allows the car to stick to the road without having to be incredibly stiff and bouncy and scary. That's a setup that you'd see on like a Formula car, for example. But he's got that all in the underpinnings. And at first glance, it might look like it's got the nose off the 67 Camaro. But if you look closely, the hood actually curves down underneath that top piece on the nose. And that top piece is sort of like a little wing.
Oh, wow, that's really cool. Trying to get all that aero.
Dussault picks up again. Here's Sasha once more. And again, watching his live onboard data, that state of charge down about 10%. You can see his different settings there with the TC, the ABS really wide there at turn 3.
Does he have to plug in the car when he's not driving?
No, the hybrid system can regenerate power on its own. I'm sure that they do juice it up that way. I'm sure they can. But almost 8,000 RPM here. Over 100 miles an hour at the crest of the hill. And now down through turn 7, 120 mile an hour entry. And watch that deploy up 90 kilowatts of power going into the car. About 100 additional horsepower. And for Nice, no pickup that time. See if he makes any adjustments to his electronics. Right now, 4 on the hybrid, 4 on the regen. But what a cool thing to see.
Not that similar, but I feel like it's driving somewhat like a modern-day Formula One car with the regen and the DRS and everything. He's having to make adjustments midway through the lap.
Right behind him, Chris Smith there in the track mod car, Jake Ertel in the silver C6, Andres Bertulis. There's Dewey DeWitt, by the way. We haven't really talked a lot about him yet today. Champion already. He's doing a victory lap. There's Bertulis, though, and Anise, trouble.
Maybe he needs to charge it again.
It's got 80% battery. It's just like my phone. It's just not performing well even when it's charged. But there's Bertulis. Once again, onto the Paul Newman straight there. That might have been a pass under yellow there because I think they had passed that flag station. So
he'll know very quickly when he comes in.
Yeah, but Sasha managed to get the car off the road. Nice work there. But I think that's Peter Liu in the track mod BMW. Yes, it is, the 545. He's new to us this weekend and sitting in 3rd in track mod. So this is going to be a pretty valiant competitor. BMW M2, Eddie. This is a very performant car. Big, heavy, but there's so much performance, really well-tuned chassis, as we've seen with PhD Racing and Jackie Ding taking this car up into track mod, and now Peter Liu doing a great job this weekend.
These new BMWs, I mean, while they are a lot heavier and a lot bigger, it doesn't seem like it's affecting the performance because these cars are throwing down times, even in stock form, that are just unbelievable. I mean, some of the M4s that I see now at the racetrack, they're just so fast. And they absolutely are destroying lap records left and right.
Peter Liu making his way around Sylph P3 in track mod. Just got a tap on the shoulder from Jackson Lambros giving us the update on Dewey. Hunting for the record will be tricky this weekend because he's still on the H-pattern gearbox. Couldn't get the new trans and new input shaft in time for this event. So still shifting the old-fashioned way, and he's got
oh dear.
And he has had an issue.
Did he
at the uphill? I think
looks like something fell off.
Well, it looked like he might have gotten the signboard there. But yeah, unfortunate for Dewey, just not going the way that I mean, he's leading, but it's not going the way that he wants in this session, it looks.
I always had this thought, you know, some drivers prefer the win, some other drivers only care about the records. And I'm curious as to what, it sounds to me like he wants to go for the record. Because really, he didn't have to show up today or this weekend.
Right, no, yeah, he's already won the championship.
So at this point,
he can't hurt the championship.
No, and it's still a great weekend. It's still fun, and he's driving. But, you know, objectively, he really didn't have to come out here. So that record means a lot to him.
There's Jake Ertel once again in the 379. On the outside looking in of the podium at the moment. P4, but only by 0.3 of a second. That thing sounds like it's just moving the earth behind it.
And this one's supercharged, I think.
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, it's NA? NA.
Is it NA?
It sounds just, I think it's a 7-liter NA.
Yes, you're right, 7-liter LS7.
It's got a sequential though.
It does, 6-speed.
That's a big upgrade.
And running on slicks as well. Across the stripe for Ertel. And that is a pickup to a 52.874.
He is right there.
Oh, so close.
And a lot of these guys have lap timers in the car, so he saw that as well and is probably right on the edge being, you know, I'm going to go for it again.
And Jackson again over my shoulder with all the great updates. This is what I pay him for. He's doing great. This car will be twin turbo next year.
Okay, so he's going twin skis.
And up over the hill, it's got quiet again. And
I was going to say, it looks like he's doing a cool down.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. There's enough lap opportunities here that the Group A cars aren't even really using the whole session because they don't need to. They can only run for a couple of laps, and then they get hot, and it's time to pull off and reset for Heat 3. So down into pit lane. Well, sounds like someone's still out there. That's Andreas Bertulis, who is always on the racetrack. He gets every lap he can in this Lexus RCF.
Why not, if you can do it?
A year ago at Road Atlanta, it was a wet weekend. We had rain the whole time, and there were 2 cars that were on the racetrack the whole weekend, and it was Andres Bertulis and Ernestus Pizelis. Just lap after lap after lap. When half the field was sitting in their paddock spot, these guys were out there getting their money's worth. But this is such a neat car, this Lexus RCF. You don't see a lot of RCFs in grassroots racing, really. There's a lot of weight that you have to get off. But I think he's got this thing sub 3,000 pounds. He's got Lexan replacing all the window glass, a lot of carbon bits and pieces, and has really taken a lot of weight out of the car. You see the Lexan windshield actually sort of caving in around the windshield supports.
It's an interesting chassis to develop because I think other than the GT series, I don't think they really raced it anywhere else. So just to see that out there, it's really cool and it sounds great.
And Bertulis, the critical thing for him is he's got to match Ernie this weekend to stay alive in the points championship. Not sure if either of those 2 drivers are heading out to Laguna Seca, but if this is going to be their last round, they've got some work to do for Andreas.
You know, this BMW, I'm looking at the nose of it, and it's got this red, you know, almost like line that goes directly from headlight to headlight. I think this is what you're talking about, where they're trying to seal the gaps, you know, to try to get some more aerodynamic advantage. You know, every little bit counts.
Especially when your car is probably, you know, leaning towards the 4,000 pound mark. Let's see what Peter's got this car down to. Yeah, right on the dot, 4,000 pounds is what he's got it listed as. But making 500 horsepower from that S58 motor, which is a great engine, by the way.
Unbelievable, yeah. I mean, as we see time and time again, that engine just can put so much power.
And still at a 54,844. Throwing it into turn 1 here. And you know what's amazing to me is that both the M2 and the Supra, which again generally share a power plant, they can just run lap after lap after lap after lap, and they don't seem to get hot and don't seem to care. That automatic transmission that they have is so robust. We saw Jackie throw 700 horsepower at the B58 in the Supra, and it still took it, and it was, I think it was the trans that eventually let go, but it was way beyond what the car was designed to handle. Just very robust machinery coming out of the Toyota and BMW camp as of late. And with the B58, it was sort of BMW's engine design that Toyota took and was like, just change these things. And they went down the list and changed them all. And they've made, I think, the most robust modern engine that anyone has really seen that makes that amount of performance. So it's a really, really strong power plant. But that's it, checker flag for Group A here for GridLife Track Battle. We'll run through our event results here, Eddie, but while we're waiting on that, final thoughts.
I think, you know, at the beginning, all the data that they collected, I think some people took advantage of it and some others didn't.
Here's a look at your running order here. David Best at a 103.419, but he ran that in Heat 1. The only driver to really improve big was John Laughlin. He snuck up to a 104.5. That's a big gain for the Mini Cooper.
That puts him in podium.
Yeah, for now at least. Austin O'Brien right behind, then Mike Jansen P5. As we move on down to Falcon Club TR, the big gain here was Jeremy Bailey and Peter Granberg. Granberg jumped up to a 57.404. And that put him into second place as the rest of the field just contested really for 25th or however many cars we have here. Yeah, exactly 25. EJ Blumenlag at the back there getting a time on the board, a 108.6. In street class, it's Michael Callaway at the top of the board. For now, a 58.857 is his best of the day. Matched it in this session. Then Kevin Sapari and Chris Hatch. Street GT is going to be a fun one. Nick Hendricks in command right now, 57.2. Then Daly Pagano, Jim Sinatro, your top three. And then in street modified, Dewey DeWitt with some trouble in this session ran a 55.037, matching his best. Then Cal Fortner and Dai Yoshihara second and third. And then in a track mod, Adam Slawinski didn't go out this session, still holding at a 53.6. Chris Smith, Peter Liu, the rest of your top three. Boersma on the outside looking in for the podium for now. And then in unlimited, Sasha Anise down to a 51.2, but still a 50.3, the track record, the best he's done so far. Dussault, Pazelis, Ertel, and Veloso, your top five. Grid Life Track Battle, Group A is complete, and the second heat of the day is done. One more heat for Track Battle today, and we'll be back with more after this.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a NOS zero sugar to get me there.
Welcome to Grid Life.
This weekend started long before the track ever went hot. Hours on the road, with storms rolling through the night, and an uncertain start to one of the shortest events of the season. But as the weather cleared, a new chapter for the team was just beginning.
My name's Dai Yoshihara, and I'm originally from Tokyo, Japan, but lived in the US, Southern California for most of my career. Before I got a driver's license, I was riding the motorcycle. When I was riding the motorcycle on the mountain, I saw drifting, and then that moment I have to do this. So my dad used to work for a car dealership, and I think I got a lot of influence from him, and ever since I was a kid, I was just loving cars. Late 90s to early 2000s, I was basically the street racer in Japan. So I don't know if I can say that for now, but I'm not sure if I like competing, to be honest, even till this date. But it was the only way for me to showcase my driving, right? I wasn't sure if I was good at it. I wasn't sure if I'm liking it. It's a lot of pressure, right? Because especially I'm getting a lot of support from many company, many people. Working with the brands like Moto, Yokohama, the industry leaders, opened up more opportunity for myself. They made my dream come true.
Dai Yoshihara brings a perspective to the team that goes beyond just experience behind the wheel. Growing up in Japan and coming into motorsports, there's a different approach to driving, preparation, and respect for the cars themselves that naturally carries into the paddock around him. That influence fits closely with what's always been at the core of the Subimods community. A lot of these cars trace their roots back to the same Japanese engineering and enthusiast culture that shaped drivers like Dai in the first place.
Yeah, I'm from Japan, so of course I would like to drive the Japanese manufacturer and represent the brand. I think that means a lot to me. I don't really have a family except my wife and kids, so I feel away, right? And then if I can represent the Japanese company, because I feel like I'm representing Japan.
So we're here at Road Atlanta for GRIDLIFE, and I'm here with Subimods, and we're gonna do the track battle, which is the time attack. I will be driving the 2005 GD WRX, and today will be my first time taking the car out. The session starts at about like 30 minutes, so I'm super excited, but at the same time a little bit nervous because I don't know what to expect. But you know, every time I'm getting in a new car, it's always fun, so looking forward to it.
The GD was originally built for one purpose: maximum performance in NASA TT2 competition. But heading into this round, the team made the decision to completely rethink the platform. For the 2026 season, the car was moved into Street Mod, which holds an entirely different set of limitations. That meant major changes across the entire car. The aero package was scaled back, and tire size dropped from a massive 315 width slick to a 255 width Yokohama AO52. Underneath the car, the suspension package was completely reworked with a new set of Feel 443 coilovers. Alongside the transition, the GD also returned with a refreshed engine package centered around its proven 2.3-liter IAG stroker engine. With so many changes happening at once, the weekend presents an entirely new set of challenges for the team to work through. Both Dai and Nick are preparing for their first time attack sessions of the event. Nick comes into the weekend carrying momentum from a third-place finish in class. And with a field full of experienced drivers on one of the most respected circuits in the country, there's plenty to measure against this weekend. With the cars shaken down for the weekend, the team gathers back in the pits to start working through adjustments before the next sessions. The first runs gave the drivers a much better understanding of how the cars are behaving here.
I almost lost it, because the car unloaded a second, and I was like, all right, and then I was waiting for it to grip. Suspension bumps and stuff feels good, but it's way understeer. Yeah, I want to go much more to the back, if possible.
EFI Performance starts to work through setup changes on the GD. Like a lot of all-wheel drive Subarus, this chassis naturally wants to lean toward understeer once the car is pushed to the edge. With the shortened nature of this event, there is precious little time to rest before the next sessions are underway.
Something seems like the car's starting to get down. It's not going fast. And then 2 laps later, obviously, like as soon as I hit cross start finish, it started breaking up.
So we left CMP with some overheating issues that we thought were sensor related. And in between the events, we ran the car at Watkins Glen, and then another issue came up. It was a fueling sensor issue. Then we got to Road Atlanta. I don't want to say it that my car was a complete basket case. I don't know how much more I can stomach being in the bottom 20.
The shortened schedule was interesting because we didn't have a practice day, and we basically got right into it, and 2 out of the 3 drivers have never even turned a lap. I, has driven many, many different cars here, so we were confident with him. This race weekend, we realized the dude is just driving the wheels off the car. Whatever we give him, he will use every bit of.
We're not getting any podium or anything, but I feel like this is what the car can do for out of this weekend. So I'm just looking forward for the, the remaining of this season.
So what's unique about the VA STI that I drive is that, most people build a race car and they build it with any and all things to make the car go fast. And they sacrifice things that everyday drivers need. Our program does all of that, but with a major asterisk at the end of it, which is all the parts need to be available on our site. They need to be something that a customer can order, have shipped to their door, install, and go to the track. Our program doesn't exist without the customer. How would the idea work if we just completely disregarded the customer and just said, oh, well, we'll just build this car with a skin on it and it'll be completely unobtainable to the end user? Well, that's actually about 99% of race programs. While everyone else is doing something bespoke and custom and sacrificing all of those moral elements to make their car fast, let's do something really noble. Let's do something really hard. Let's build it with off-the-shelf parts.
Sharing a similar set of objectives is Max and his BRZ. GLTC is preparing for its first race of the weekend. For Max, every lap at Road Atlanta is another chance to get familiar with the car on this circuit and a field he'll be racing against all weekend.
I think this track just favored some higher horsepower, some higher torque cars, and the BRZ FA24 motor just doesn't have that low end torque that gets us the run out of turn 7 on the back straight that we need to be competitive. We were all complaining about how we were getting gapped at turn 7 by our 2 or 3 car lengths, and then we would just not be able to make up that gap by the time we get down into the brake zone to 10A. I think that we have a car that can definitely be in a top 15, definitely a top 20, on pace car.
As Friday sessions come to an end, Road Atlanta now belongs to Formula Drift. The time attack cars have come off track and the GLTC field returns to the paddock. For the Subimods team, the day isn't quite over yet. Friday brought progress in some places, and new questions in others. With the cars parked for the evening, there's finally time to look back on everything the first day revealed before heading into Saturday's sessions.
My experience of the shortened schedule this weekend was kind of unique. Like it was really fast paced. It's a lot keeping up with 3 cars, especially when some of them have like pretty big issues that we have to deal with. Things that aren't just like swapping wheels around. Like it takes hours to fix these things and troubleshoot and make the car work so that they can get out for the next session. I'm Will Don Savage. I'm a technician at EFI Performance, and I'm here to support the Subi Mods race team. I think I've been into cars my whole life, but when I was 8 or 9 years old, my dad and my brother just were breaking engines and they had to replace them. And I don't know, that seemed interesting to me. It was like a big Lego piece.
The one thing I don't like about the SDI, the understeer. If I can eliminate the understeer, I think the car will be really phenomenal, easy to drive and fast.
Dai is honestly like a super easy guy to work with. He communicates really well. Everything I'm telling him to do, he understands, and he's asking me questions that make sense, and we can adjust the car to make his driving experience better and ultimately make him a faster driver. Some setup changes that happened to the GD STI over the weekend were mainly we took the gurney flap off of the wing, which is, it's only like a 1-inch lip that goes on the back of the wing, but it really creates a lot of downforce in the back. And then we stiffened up the rear bar all the way because he just wants the car to oversteer, almost like a rear-wheel drive car.
As the day comes to a close, the team sets off for some much-needed rest. An early morning awaits them. Saturday morning starts quietly. After a long night of Formula Drift, Road Atlanta sits empty for a moment before the first GRIDLIFE sessions of the day begin rolling back out onto track. The last cars were running full course drift, and overnight temperatures dropped hard, leaving conditions noticeably different heading into the morning sessions. Street Mod may have a close fight at the front, but Club TR is packed with competition from top to bottom.
My name is Jeremy Bailey. This is my FA24 Swap 2013 Scion FRS. I got into this several years ago at this track with GRIDLIFE when the first time they came here, and it stuck with me. It's something I've been excited about, and it's been in my blood ever since.
Club TR has become one of the more competitive fields in GRIDLIFE, built around simple, track-focused platforms where consistency and momentum matter more than outright power. A lot of these cars still resemble the enthusiast builds they started as. That's what makes the competition so close.
Right now I'm sitting in P1 for Club TR. Day 2 of a 2-day event. We've got 2 sessions left, and right now, if it rains, that's going to ruin it for everybody for the weekend. I'll stay in P1. If it doesn't, Club TR is so competitive. I'm up by 7/10 of a second, but that doesn't really mean anything. Every session, somebody goes faster. We did a lot of work on the car to get to this point. Today we just come off the track and we set the record for Club TR.
Adding to the list of record competitors this weekend, Dewey DeWitt arrives with momentum already behind him. He continues putting down serious pace as the times keep falling around him. Dewey leaves Road Atlanta the same way he left Carolina Motorsports Park, at the top of the podium. Another first-place finish and another record added to the list. Dewey continues to prove himself wherever he goes. But weekends like this have a way of putting things into perspective. Because while only one driver gets to stand on the top step, progress isn't reserved exclusively for the winner. Sometimes the value of a weekend comes from the people around you. The opportunity to learn from drivers who've already been where you're trying to go. And for a team like Subimods, that's a big part of what keeps everyone coming back.
There's going to be wins and losses during your driving career, be it DE or time attack or racing. You're not always going to get on the podium. You're not always going to be able to drive your car home. There's nothing like it.
Racing doesn't always come down to wins and losses. Coming off a strong result, expectations naturally start to rise. But development as a driver rarely follows a straight line. Sometimes progress shows up in adapting to changing conditions while learning what the car needs and finding confidence in places that don't come easy.
I think one of the most shocking things is people will go to these events and they'll do one lap and say, oh, well, like Die, for example, in a way. Like, he's like, oh, I'm good, I did my lap. Like, and I'm like, oh, I'm staying out for the whole 15-minute session just to do it, just to say I did it. And that was something that Ben told me is he's like, just stay out. You're gonna regret if you don't. Competition is competition. Winning is winning, but adjust your framework a little bit and maybe you'll have a better weekend, even when you lose.
Nestled in the sandhills of Kershaw, South Carolina, lives Carolina Motorsports Park. A track that stands as one of the Southeast's most technical circuits. Tight corners, fast transitions, and just enough speed to keep you honest. It's a place drivers know well, and one we keep coming back to. Because every return here marks the beginning of something bigger. Another season of Grid Life. This time around, the Subimods team shows up ready. 4 cars on track, each built with a purpose, each pushed in its own way. New drivers, familiar faces, and a full schedule ahead. And it all starts here. This is Advance Beyond the Grid.
The first car that I've actually driven on track was our 22 WRX. One of our team members, Chuck, actually is an instructor, and he was kind enough to work with me a little bit at a local track day. And it was a situation where I went out and I thought I was doing great. I thought I was, obviously the fastest person on the grid. And Chuck went out and blew my mind. I didn't know that the car could do the things it was doing. I didn't know that it had the speed it had. There's just a whole nother, I guess you could say, discipline that I just didn't have.
Coming into this weekend, Nick's not new to the track, but he is new to time attack. Last season was Nick's first full year of drifting. A lot of time spent getting comfortable and figuring things out behind the wheel. So the question is how that translates. Different styles, different demands, but the same environment, just approached a different way.
Yeah, when I first learned that Nick was going to take the VA STI out for track battle, I was just like, oh, he's getting interested in time attack. This is going to be very interesting to see how he does, to see how he translates those drift skills over to driving on track with the grip car.
Nick heads out for his first session of the weekend. It's his first time on the grip side of grid life. His early laps are steady, working through different lines, getting used to the way the car wants to be driven, and keeping everything smooth. Nick comes back in from his first session in the VA STI. Even early in the day, temperatures are already starting to climb, and it's clear that the heat is going to be a factor over the weekend. Back in the paddock, the hood's up, and the EFI performance team is right into it, going over the car, getting it ready for the next session, while making a few changes to help manage temperatures before things get hotter later in the day.
After the first run, we started looking at the data, and I was like, oh wow, I'm actually like pretty quick. I've never done time attack before. I don't know pressures. I don't know how the suspension is going to handle. I don't know any of the lines on the track. Having EFI alongside me for this drive was important. So, whenever you have a question, to be able to go to someone that's been in that position before and say, hey, this is what I'm experiencing, and then them go, okay, I got it. Let me take care of it. It's a massive burden that's lifted off the driver.
While the VA STI is back in the paddock getting attention, the rest of the event keeps going. Grid life isn't built around just one discipline. Across the weekend, there's time attack sessions, drifting, and lots of forms of wheel-to-wheel racing, each with its own pace, focus, and unique way of pushing drivers. And at the center of it lies the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. That's GLTC for short. A structured wheel-to-wheel racing series that brings together tightly matched cars and some of the most competitive drivers. GLTC consistently delivers some of the most action-packed racing on track. This is where Max lines up. This weekend marks Max's debut in GLTC. He's no stranger to wheel-to-wheel racing, but stepping into the grid life field brings its own set of challenges and a level of competition that's tight from front to back.
Leading into this weekend, knowing that I'd never been to this track, knowing that we had some changes to the car, I spent a couple days at EFI putting on my car myself, starting to get familiar with some of the things that we've changed on the car.
A new environment for Max, but one that doesn't take long to settle into. For Max, the weekend starts as a shakedown. It's his first time back on track this season, working through the kinks of a new setup and getting a feel for the car again. Early issues arise back in the paddock.
Entering the weekend, we took a car that competed in a couple NASA events and was proven to be running in the top third. We made some off-season changes, put the suspension on with Feel suspension. We put on Veris Aero, we put a splitter on, and then we also added some sensors and relocated some sensors into the FA24 engine. So coming into this weekend, we knew it was going to be a hot weekend. We go out, we take the car out on track, and the oil temperatures are spiking past our limits. Which started to pull in some of the safeties. Sometimes Those safeties were very aggressively cutting back the power on the car. But it was becoming very frustrating because I was only turning one lap before the safeties were kicking in and I couldn't move the car around the track.
With Max back in and the car under attention, the focus shifts. Nick's getting ready to head back out on grid and going over data with Max, looking for precious seconds on the track and what can be carried into the next session.
Putting Nick in the car and seeing him start building some speed, getting familiar with the car, and then getting into the mid 40s was pretty good. And then he clicked off a 43. Okay, he can drive, so there's some natural ability here. Now flip the script, it's like, hey, we're really focused in on making it the podium sprint.
While Nick continues to bring his times down, the pace across the field keeps getting faster.
Well, we started out the weekend at a pretty lowish power level for the car. Figured it was a good starting point for him to get used to the car. My name is Calvin Dotson. I own and operate Dotson Tuning. I also work really closely with EFI Performance. I got my tuning careers kind of started with working with Cobb Tuning. Around 2008, I was a dealership technician. It's in my DNA. My grandfather was a dealership technician who ended up starting his own shop. My father was a technician who started his own shop. My brother's a technician. My uncle is a technician. So I kind of grew up in it. So I've always been around cars. I worked alongside with a couple of guys that were really closely connected to Trey Cobb and Cobb Tuning. And we did a lot of aftermarket performance work at the dealership. So not only was I repairing Subarus day to day on the line, we were also taking brand new cars and selling them, as a full, Cobb Stage 2 kind of package car. The time came for Cobb decided they wanted to open some retail locations. So we kind of got together with Trey, opened up a retail location in Plano, Texas. They needed a tuner. So they sent up one of their tuners and he spent a couple weeks with me teaching me to tune. That's kind of like where I got my start. Worked with Cobb there in Plano for about 8 years. So from about 2008 to 2016. So I decided to open my own tuning business. It was kind of a bit of a luck there where almost the exact same time EFI was looking to move on to a new tuner and I just happened to be available.
As the final time attack session of the day comes to an end, another GLTC practice gets underway. Max heads back out in the BRZ, looking to finally put down some competitive times. The car is finally coming together. Everything seems to be working as it should. Until it isn't.
We just ran this car last year. We ran it in a hot summer event, and the car was working perfectly fine, and now we're running into issues here. And essentially culminated with me coming to the end of the day on Friday, and I just sat in the hot pits, staring at my steering wheel and trying to soak it all in. I've never been at this track before, and the car was basically taking all the confidence out of me. It seemed to have run out of talent, and I was in the bottom 5 of the GLTC list. This was going to be a challenge to claw back from, knowing that you're starting at the back of the grid with a car that you're not so sure will provide you a full race if it really is an issue. And 2, I have only completed like 3 true laps at that point of actual power, like full power in the car, where I didn't learn anything yet about this track.
As Friday starts to wind down, the focus shifts. The sun drops, temperatures ease up, and the activities start to move over to the kart track. Nighttime drift sessions are underway, and Nick is back in a familiar environment, taking passengers out, staying behind the wheel, and picking up more seat time. He also links up with Subimod's partner, driver Nate Chen, who's competing in Formula Drift Pro this season.
Differences and similarities between a grip car and a drift car from what I experienced this weekend. There are some similarities in the line that you'll run, but the eyes are the big difference. How far you are looking up the track in grip driving. For me, it doesn't compare. Normally, if I'm in a tandem, I'm going to be eyeballing the car to my right or left, and that's going to be the extent of it. My peripherals will pick up the kind of track exits and corners and apexes and whatnot, but in grip driving, you are actively looking a football field at least up the track to find your exit point. Your body will naturally put the car where your eyes are looking. Very similar in drift, but way more pronounced in time attack. As far as similarities, I think just fatigue. You're exerting yourself every time you get behind the wheel, and to be able to do that hour after hour after hour, day after day, and demand the same performance when of yourself when you started the weekend, that wasn't realistic.
As the night winds down, the Subimods team heads off. With improvements on the horizon and 95 degrees in the forecast, tomorrow brings new challenges and another early start for the team.
This weekend was extremely hot, but as like the EJ platform, it's a hot running car, and we're trying to run the car for 3 days. The idea is to keep the car alive.
With temperatures already rising at the first session of the day, Nick heads out to get a grasp on his improvements over yesterday.
As a driver, I think his drifting experience will actually benefit him more than most going the opposite way, because with him, if the car gets out of shape on the track, that's his natural environment in drifting. So he only has to concentrate on getting a smooth, consistent line.
As the first time attack session of the day comes to an end, the heat has taken major improvement off the table for Nick. Seeing consistency in lap times, even in the immense heat, is a positive sign of what's to come. As expected, the team is already experiencing temperature control issues in the VA STI. The team doesn't want to make any major changes to a car that was already working for Nick. A complete setup change here could throw him off pace for the cooler temperatures on the horizon for tomorrow. In an effort to keep the cars in the best conditions for the podium sprint, many of the top time attack drivers are deciding to stay in during the heat of the day. Full course drift is underway. Full course drift is yet another experience that sets GRIDLIFE apart from the rest. Drivers are taking on the same track that is used for grip racing. This is not a typical drift session for most, and as sessions continue through the weekend, the track never stays the same. This serves as some of the best opportunities of the weekend for fans to experience what a ride-along in a properly set-up drift car really feels like. As the rubber lays down, grip builds up in some areas and falls off in others. With the drift sessions complete, GLTC is back on grid. Max heads back out, with the previous issues starting to fall behind him. Starting at the back is a challenge, but not one he's afraid to take on. The EFI Performance team made some suspension changes, softening the car up to deal with the loss of grip from the drift sessions. Things are moving on the right track. Consistency, lap over lap, and a few positions climbed. It seems Max has found his groove, and the car is cooperating. As the GLTC race comes to an end, the team finally has some relief.
Think about being in traffic with 20 to 30 other high-performance cars, and you just got through the construction zone and everybody just decides to just floor it all of a sudden. I was starting to become extremely competitive. I started clicking off 46s in traffic pretty consistently. The car was waking up. We were solidly in the pack, and we were not outside of the pack, which is going to give us a lot of hope going into Road Atlanta.
As the driving starts to wind down for the day, the rest of grid life begins to come alive. The paddock energy shifts, and the focus moves away from the track. Crowds start to gather, the stage lights come on, and the atmosphere changes. Live performances carry into the night. Artists, a packed crowd, and a different kind of energy than what's out on track. It's a mix you don't really see anywhere else. As a brisk 65-degree morning rolls into Carolina Motorsports Park, speed is in the air. Track temperatures are far more stable this morning, and the grid is just starting to come alive after last night's activities. If there was a time to ensure a spot in the podium sprint, it was now.
Saturday night, we had a bit of a team meeting, decided, if we were going to get into the podium, that we may need an extra power. We had another 100 horsepower to go, so we figured might as well give him all that he had to have. Make sure that we had enough power to surely get him into the podium sprint.
The EFI performance team has been working on the cars since they arrived this morning, making sure there is nothing left to chance. This would be their only opportunity of the weekend to position themselves for a trophy.
So what was going on in my head was a balance of, I'm not supposed to be here. I don't know anything about this. And I don't even know if I'm doing it right. In drifting, you're pretty self-aware. It's a pretty easy to understand concept, right? You're gonna put the car sideways and you're not gonna spin out. But this, you have the safety aspect, right? With regard to yourself and your car. Then you have 17 other people that you're going out with that you don't want to screw them up, you don't want to hurt them, you don't want to cause any issues. It's best to not think of that, as I've found out. You just tune that out and you get into a state where it is literally just you and your mind. There is nothing else, and that's that was the only way I was able to get out of my head.
We're here today, day 3. It is heat 6. Last before podium sprint. It's a very steep competition now. Everyone's really racked out into the 143s behind me. So if we have any chance of getting into podium sprint or even further, I got to be down closer to 140. So that's what we're gonna go for, and we're gonna see.
As the morning unfolds, it becomes obvious that Nick isn't going to give up his spot easily, and ultimately lands himself a 4th place finish. Drivers start pushing for more, like Dewey DeWitt, another Subi Mods driver, going out in his 1995 Impreza L, aka Boogeyman. Dewey starts putting down some serious lap times. By the end of it, Dewey locks in 1st place in class with room to spare. But that's not enough. There's a record to be broken. Podium Sprint brings together 5 of the top drivers of each class, all running head-to-head in a direct fight against the clock. There's no traffic to work through and no strategy to hide behind, just flat-out pace and execution. Each driver is given 3 laps to put it all together, which doesn't leave much room for error.
I guess everyone might see the DJ sets and think, oh, it's a huge party. Well, no, sometimes it's, 1 a.m. looking at brake traces and seeing, okay, I can shave a tenth here, or oh, that corner was horrible, what was I doing? So sometimes it's a little less glamorous than it appears, but it's worth it in the end, I can tell you that.
As Nick clicks off his fastest lap of the weekend, he secures. The session isn't over yet.
Welcome to the East Coast in the penultimate round of the 2026 GRIDLIFE Championship. This is Lime Rock Park, the third oldest continuously operating road course in all of North America. It's like a mile and a half of Jurassic Park, and it's a roller coaster of a lap with all sorts of unique corners. But this year, I want to talk about the last corner on the racetrack, the downhill. Everyone that comes into Lime Rock Park passes over just a little bit of World War II history. In 1940, Sir Donald Bailey invented a kind of bridge that was easily erectable in the war fields. It's called a Bailey Bridge, and this is believed to be the last operational Bailey Bridge in the United States. And it was designed to be a temporary solution here at Lime Rock Park, but we all know that there's nothing more permanent than a temporary solution, and it's been here since 1956. When the bridge was first put in, it was only a couple feet off the tops of the race cars that went underneath it. And it was a visceral experience to stand on top while cars drove by, blowing wind at you. In 2008, they raised up the bridge a couple of feet, giving a little bit more margin for the cars passing underneath. One of the most dramatic points of the lap around Lime Rock Park is the downhill. Right as you pass underneath the Bailey Bridge, you begin this plunge down to the bottom of Turn 7. It's actually a misconception that the bottom of Turn 7 is downhill because the track flattens out right before the apex. Just like its counterpart at Turn 5 at the uphill, you have to drive down into Turn 7 knowing that there's more grip than you have. When you plunge down the hill, you use all your momentum to gather speed, but you gain all this compression at the bottom where your suspension pushes itself up into the car. You gain a bunch of tire grip, and you have to trust it's going to be there. Otherwise, you spear off towards the arm hill. The corner is really line sensitive. You have to be right up against this curb, but you cannot touch it. It's very tall, and if your right front tire climbs up on this thing, it's going to shoot you to driver's left. And it leads to the best passing opportunity on the racetrack at Turn 1. Get this wrong, and you ruin your whole lap.
The danger isn't over once you leave the apex. The exit is really tight as well, and the track flattens out right before you leave the corner. And this curb is track limits. 4 tires off, and your lap time is deleted here. Circuit Legends is a celebration of modern tuning culture, but Lime Rock Park is an icon and a legend in its own right. Names like Sam Posey, Roger Penske, and Skip Barber all cut their teeth here at Lime Rock Park, and it hosts our second to last round of the season. Welcome to Connecticut and Lime Rock Park.
The hills and valleys of Lakeville, Connecticut are as historic as they are dramatic. This 1.5-mile bull ring originally was built in 1957. It's hosted racing here for many decades now. And this is GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. Welcome back to our full weekend event Friday and Saturday here at Lime Rock. Kyle Heyer joined, as always, by Jackson Lambros. And Jackson, now we're going to head into our 3D track preview and show you what a lap at Lime Rock looks like here.
One of the jewel boxes of our sport, Kyle. A short, fast lap means you got no time to take a breather. As just a hair over 1.5 miles, 7 turns, all of them very unique. But that main overtaking opportunity going to be into turn 1 before you have a variety of switchbacks. Work your way up over the hill by the Bailey Bridge. And as you mentioned, put all faith that Isaac Newton's going to slam that car into the tarmac and give you that grip to muscle back onto the front straightaway.
It's a really fast lap, and it happens in about 55 seconds in a GRIDLIFE Rush Series car, and that is what is on track right now. The GRIDLIFE Rush Series is in round 5 of 6 in the 2026 championship, and we're on course for qualifying, setting our running order for our first race that'll happen later today. See a little sideways action there from Blair Hosey. Saw track records getting set in practice this morning, and they're on course now getting set for our first race. 43 cars on the entry list here, Jackson. That means qualifying is absolutely crucial.
Even when these are by and large, the smallest cars we have on field. That's going to make wheel-to-wheel racing very open once we get to our pair of races later on in the day. So you can already see some of these guys thinking about going 3 wide. But case in point, getting clean air over these very aerodynamically sensitive cars is going to be very crucial here for a qualifying session in which I believe we still have about 25 minutes and change on the clock.
Yeah, not quite that long, but it's still a long time, about 20 minutes left on the board. So you're going to take full advantage of the length of this session just to get clean laps. How much do you fuel the car is the question, Jackson. They can get very light. And whoa, somebody's almost gone off the course there. That was the 150 of Tony Barber that almost found himself on the outside looking in.
Late addition to the GRIDLIFE Rush paddock, making the debut at Gingerman. Believe he helped turning Ayrton Grimm's engine cover into some metal confetti, unfortunately, but had a very good run a couple weeks ago at Watkins Glen. Still kind of feeling the track out by Braille. Going back to fuel, look, you've got so much time, and crucially, I mean, I'm looking down pit lane here. We've got pretty much all 5 permanent teams here standing out. I see a couple of gas cans out there as well. I'd imagine these guys are willing to make a few setup changes, nothing too drastic, but when you have this much time, you definitely have time to get on the wrenches at least once before you see the checkered flag.
For those of you that have followed North American racing in the last 10 or so years, you'll recognize the name, running in 10th and now knocked out of the top 10 into 11th. That's IndyCar driver Zach Veach, 4-time competitor in the Indianapolis 500, currently 12th in his first weekend here in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series car. And really getting the baptism of a lifetime competing here against 40 cars in the Rush Series. When I talked to him yesterday, he was just lit up. He was so excited to be a part of this. And we're glad to have him here in the GRIDLIFE paddock this weekend.
Actually made a announcement a handful of weeks ago that he'll be returning to the American Open Wheel paddock as a team owner, launching his own team in the USF 2000 series. So we'll be traveling along with our friend Rob Howden and trying to build the next generation of IndyCar and Indy 500 champions. But of course, we've, over the past couple of years, gotten ourselves a handful of different drivers with prestige, both in the virtual and real world. You rewind the clock all the way back. Swelio Almeida last year, I think, was one that really stood out. But of course, Spencer Piggott, Randy Post last week, I should say. Look at that, Zach Veach up to P4 now.
Yeah, a really good lap there. I was trying to see what color car he's in. Is it one of the Rush of the Carolinas cars, or is it different? I hadn't gotten a look at the livery he's got this
It's the
weekend.
226. It would be pink if it was Rotzi. I'm not sure.
So, well, keep our eyes out for it, because I'd love to get some eyeballs on it just to help fans pick it out of the crowd. Bryce Mersberger, championship leader, is on top of the board right now. Look at Ayrton Grimm P2. Now, the first year that he competed with the Rush Series car, he consistently was a top 5 car. Last year was the first year that he had his own Rush Series car, and they fought through some challenges. So we'll see if this year, now that they've got the thing sorted out, he can run a little better. He's second over Jordan Musser and Zach Veach. What a trio of drivers to be involved in there.
All three of them with karting prestige, but man, you've got a very young wonder kid and a very seasoned veteran in second and third. And pretty much all three of these guys on the wrenches very much, by themselves, a little bit of help from mom and dad or friends and family, but not really having that major team support. Bryce's team, MAD, Mom and Dad Motorsports, right? So all about doing everything as much with your own hands as humanly possible. And that's not a jab at all for the guys who do go to that support and do lean on kind of an arrive and drive type system. But it's definitely trying to highlight you don't need that to be quick in grid life, especially in the Rush SR series.
There's the 188 of Matt Wilson, as Zach Veach and Max Kraus both picked up a little time that time through. As Wilson works his way through the left-hander, the only left turn on the circuit. Everywhere else, you're making a turn to the right.
That's what I'm curious about specifically. If there's only one turn where you're actually going left, is that something you're adjusting your pressures for? I don't think it's to the point where you would do anything asymmetrical with the spring rates, but is there anything specifically you're doing with tire pressure or something to balance out those loads?
I don't know that all the teams are doing that. I would bet that the teams that are doing that are finding that to be slightly advantageous. Again, to what extent, I don't know. But certainly you're willing to throw away one corner in order to gain an advantage in the other 6. And every setup change that you make is a compromise on a race car. And certainly you're going to compromise to make the right-handers here this weekend. I did confirm that the 226 that Zach Veach is driving is a pink Rush of the Carolinas car. It's actually right
Easy
behind
peasy.
this group.
Following Bryce Mersberger, again, that red plate on the side pod, something we took from the world of motocross to help signify that they're the championship points leader. Not a lot between them in the front row right now. 700ths separating Bryce and Ayrton Grimm, as here's Zach Veach.
Yeah, this is the IndyCar driver that we talked about a moment ago, making his first laps around Lime Rock Park in a Rush. Now, the story behind this is Ayrton Grimm goes to the top of the board. The story behind this is that he was actually involved in the damper testing for Öhlins, which these cars are moving to. And the group that was doing the testing says, hey, we have an in-house driver. We'd like to do this testing. And it was Zach Veach, and he climbed behind the wheel and said, man, these things are really fun. I got to race one of these things. And so that's how this came about. But here he is right now inside the top 5 in his first ever race weekend with us. And it sounds like he wants to do more of this. So we'll, I guess, stay tuned, but we'll see what Veach has up his sleeve here in the next couple of minutes. Pushing the limits there at turn 3.
No one as bold as brave as Veach so far. And again, with so little time for preparation, you're seeing a lot of these guys force the limits the hard way. Try and figure out where the absolute maximum is in terms of grip. Get a great shot here. Oh my goodness. Shades of Surfer's Paradise.
Wow.
And V8 supercars going over. That looked like nearly all 4 off.
I think he was pretty close to it. Got held up there a little bit at the exit of turn 6. That might have cost him some time here. But you see the patience now waiting for the exit of turn 7. Now going to slipstream right on by him. Side by side with the 777.
Tony Barber?
No, that is
Campos 277.
Yeah, there is no 777 on my list, is there? Brian Blair, sorry.
There we go.
And Veach now back on by Brian Blair. So might have held up a little bit, but he's so close, only 4/10 off provisional pole, which is Ayrton Grimm in that 121, as we said, that 55-255. Bryce Mersberger, championship leader, riding in second place right now. This shot has been lovely.
Here we go.
Oh yeah. Not quite as much lift that time, but still pushing. And I think, the characteristics of these cars sort of drive like an open wheel machine in some ways, right? Like they've got a lot of downforce relative to their weight. So certainly, they're aiming to sort of match GT4 pace.
Right.
At not GT4 dollars.
It was Ellis Spezia who put it in the best words, and it was getting the best of both worlds, because yeah, you got the open wheeler characteristics with how light and how much confidence you can have on corner entry, but with the fenders, you can lean on each other. You can really, you know, go at it and not worry about interlocking wheels and really use the draft as well. So it's the perfect compromise in so many ways, as well as, you know, cost and pace, and just genuinely not a lot else on the motorsports market right now in terms of bang for buck.
Right, and for those that don't know, you can also check out the Rush Auto Works website for the full list of parts and pieces, as one of the
CGRs.
999, I believe. You can go on the Rush Auto Works website and learn all about these things, but they have a GSX-S motorcycle engine under the rear bodywork there, chain-driven, and they use a lot of components out of that motorcycle, but the engine revs to 11,000 RPM, makes about 150 horsepower, but the minimum weight in this series is 1,350 pounds. So they're very, very light for the horsepower that they have, and consistently some of the fastest cars around a racetrack at a GRIDLIFE weekend. As we see the camera pan around, that made my heart stop for a second. Here's Mersberger just ahead of Kyle Melnick in that green 35. And then picking up a few others, including Jalen Batley, who didn't quite have the run he was hoping for at Watkins Glen. Took him most of the weekend to charge his way forward. But there's your championship leader with that red board on the front. That signifies that he's the championship leader, which is taken over from Supercross.
Yeah, I talked to Bryce coming into this weekend, and it is definitely fourth quarter take-a-knee mentality right now for Bryce, to say the least. He comes in with a fairly healthy lead in the championship, and you know, obviously he wants to capitalize and get as big of a cushion as humanly possible heading into Laguna. He will be there. But, you know, the goal for him, first and foremost, keep the nose clean, do whatever he can to really have clean laps and definitely not be one of the guys ending up, you know, minimizing your chances where you potentially have things going wrong.
So Ayrton Grimm still on provisional pole. Mersberger, Musser, Veach, Jalen Batley. Tony Barber's jumped to 6th with a 55.917. And Heath Pomerantz, Andy Vogel, Blair Hosey, and Justin Kelly, a longtime GRIDLIFE competitor, took a hiatus for a couple of years. That's your pole-sitting car for now. Ayrton Grimm, 17-year-old out of Ohio. Pulling double duty once again with Eibach GLTC, as he's done pretty much consistently for the last 2 seasons.
You think with the changes to the MX-5, these cars may be feeling a little bit more different now? A little bit less downforce on the MX-5 now?
Yeah, totally opposite setup he's got on the GLTC car this weekend. But the fact that he can jump back and forth between the two is genuinely impressive, and we've said that over the years.
Not a lot of drivers really do it, and I get to see it firsthand on the false grid of him literally rolling. What he will do after this is roll that thing into the false grid, jump out, and immediately get on the belts and get ready to go in the MX-5. I don't know how many guys we've had, you know, attempt to do that in the past, but definitely not an easy feat.
It's a lot of work and requires the entire family and the entire team to cooperate to get it done effectively. And just after this, he's got qualifying for TC. So, you know, maybe try to win pole in both. That would certainly be, I think, a first that no one's done before in GRIDLIFE. But keep an eye on the others that are kind of lurking here. I just saw James French jump up to 7th place. As far as the points this year, James French has been in the top 5 for the entire season. He sits 4th right now with 236 points, chasing Ryan Leach, who perhaps I should have noticed this a little earlier in the weekend, but Ryan Leach is absent from the entry list here, so opportunity awaits for James French to climb forward.
We're going to miss Ryan for the last 2 events of the year because of his commitments racing in the MX-5 Cup alongside the IMSA weekends. So that was fireworks for Bryce when that news was broken out initially. But for guys like James French, how else do you pick up that slack for Diversion Motorsports? How else are you able to fly that flag? And the guy who has adorned a Rolex from a win at the 24 in LMP3. Comes into Rush, absolutely known his stuff.
PC, I think, Prototype Challenge.
Was it?
Yeah, back in the day. I don't know that it was back in 2012.
If it was 12, 13? Then it was PC.
Yeah, I believe so. I have to check my James French stats, but
sorry, James.
He's yeah, I mean, sort of LMP3 was like the spiritual successor
basically
to the Prototype Challenge cars, which those things were thinking back. Oh, trouble for Heath Pomerantz in the 511. He's gone off at Big Bend. Don't see maybe a little bit of damage to the rear wing. Let's have a look at it just a moment ago. great work by the team in the truck to catch this. Ooh, just carried way too much speed. And I think he might have gotten the tires just a touch. Nope, he didn't. Just backed it over the grass. There was some kind of body work that was already lodged in the grass. I'm not sure if that was from this session or not, but did manage to get back rolling.
Heath had it figured out, though. Was P9 on track before that incident. So was looking actually for one of his best results of the season. Clearly looking for a little bit more. And just as I say that, Tony Barber going to leapfrog him for P9.
Yeah, and Grant Bourne also jumped up to 7th as well, so big gain there. It's that Dalton Snedden in the 881 who had an incident at Watkins Glen right in front of our turn 11 camera. Got looped around, got it straightened back out, but that was a sort of a comical moment, I think he would admit post-event, but good to have him back here and competing in the Rush Series. There's the 112 of Keegan Bosch. New livery on board as of Watkins Glen. Had a really strong run there, was top 10 a couple of times, but just on the outside of the top 10 at the moment as we get another look at the now pole-sitting car because Mersberger pipped it back from Grimm a couple of minutes ago.
55.22 from Bryce, 55.22 or 255, excuse me, from Ayrton. So just about 300s between them, not much. That goes to show you just how competitive this field can be at the very front.
Yeah, they've really got these things dialed and making them some of the most entertaining racing. And at Watkins Glen, you know, even they would admit it was a bit of a struggle to get through the race weekend without full course yellows. It was a really sizable grid there, over 55 cars. This weekend we're down on field size a little bit, mostly because of constraints of the racetrack, not because we couldn't get signups. There was actually a line out the door for these things. But 43 cars at Lime Rock is still plenty for entertainment. Jumping back into the field there's the 74 and the 777. Brian Blair, as I mentioned, as the checkered flag is out a few minutes perhaps earlier than I had anticipated. And I did see a note come through that all the cars, every single one, were being called to impound. Now this is part of a new rule that was implemented after Watkins Glen that subject to race control discretion, as looks like Zach Veach on pit lane might have had an off in his rush. He's got the splitter.
That is the entire front splitter is pretty much off the car. This is something we've seen before, though, because of how low that splitter is. It digs into the grass when you go off. There's a very solid chance that whole front end of the car pretty much dug in to the grass on exit. But regardless, Rush of the Carolinas crew giving him a push back to the 10.
Yeah, we're trying to find it for you, but there's another pink car that looks exactly like him. So there's the 227 of AJ Campo, but she's got her car in one piece. Point I was making, after Watkins Glen, there was a new rule that basically said at the discretion of the race director, any individual class, whether it be street class or GLTC or Rush or Unlimited, can be called to impound and go over the scales and be subject to a full scrutineering effort. And we don't do this very often. It is a lot of effort behind the scenes to do that, but this isn't supposed to catch you. It's just supposed to ensure that everyone is dotting their I's and crossing their T's. So we'll see after qualifying if there's any news coming out of there. There is Zach Veach. You see the splitter is in the cockpit and the left front fender will have some work needing to be done. But here's the good part about Rush SRs, Jackson. They're very easy to put back together.
It's a couple of rivets. It's very much, I call them like Lego style parts in that it's very much interchangeable. So, you know, even the worst fixes, you know, take at the most handful of hours, and the mechanical stuff, both the gearbox and the engine are single, so very easy to do maintenance on the powertrain.
Here's a look at your results for GridLife Rush Series qualifying. Provisional results, we should add, after that last conversation. Bryce Mersberger, top of the board. It is Ayrton Grimm, 0.033 behind, then Jordan Musser, 0.2 back from the driver at the top spot. Zach Veach was sitting in 4th, so if he can get that car back together, it'll be a second row start. But looking down the rest of the order there, Max Krause 13th, Justin Kelly 14th, Keegan Bosch got knocked down to 16th place, and then of course the rest of your runners. Pretty good field and super competitive all the way down the running order. Very, very tight gaps in the hundredths between cars. Final thoughts here, Jackson?
Feel like they actually kept it pretty nip and tuck for the majority of that qualifying session, honestly. And again, I think we saw very much the importance of getting in the clean air there, but very much what we expected. Do not count out Zach Veach. Definitely a guy to look out for here for race 1.
All right, well, GridLife Rush Series qualifying is complete, pending post-race scales, or post-qualifying scales, I should say. And we'll be back with more GridLife coverage from Circuit Legends right after this. If you're looking for a race series that harkens back to the 1990s and the height of touring car racing in North America, look no further than IBOC GridLife Touring Cup. Welcome back to GridLife Circuit Legends, round 5 of the 2026 season. Kyle Heyer joined by Jackson Lambros, and it's time for IBOC GridLife Touring Cup Series qualifying. This championship is all about power-to-weight cars, and that basically means run what you brung, Jackson. And we have a huge disparity of cars from very lightweight Honda CRXs all the way up to the heavier sort of V8 and V6 cars. Less of those now than there used to be. But at the front of the field last year, a V8 M3, 4-cylinder Honda Civic, and a Subaru-powered Toyota 86. So I think we're going to see a lot of the same this year. But the championship is on the line between Eric Magnussen and Eric Catil. Both drivers, 5 wins apiece coming into this round, where I think their cars might be a bit more equal than perhaps stats would say.
And crucially, Kyle, because of that, they're dead even now on the success ballast. So weighing exactly the same as they did when they rolled off for the first time at CMP. But again, you talk about the variety of this championship, and yeah, it's Honda and BMW, but the very philosophy of those two builds are so different. Lightweight, purist build with Catil. Magnussen, throw the kitchen sink at it, right? Add as much torque, add as much power as humanly possible.
And Eric Magnussen had the track record at Watkins Glen when we went there. I mean, there was a soft bar to set because the last time it was all raining. But he uploaded his video from Watkins Glen. He did not shift his car one time. He spent the entire lap in 4th gear because his engine has the torque and the range and the gearing to do, and he says he's built 3 different diffs to try to accomplish exactly what he's doing. So Eric Magnussen will likely not shift his car at all.
Oh, not at all. Here, no shot.
Yeah, so Eric Catil, however, has a 6-speed box, and he will be very much through at least 3rd through 5th.
He is so much fun to watch. His onboards, when he's just tapping the brakes to set the pads and then doing all the footwork with the 3 pedals, very fun to watch. But going back to that, on paper, you might want to give the advantage to that Honda Civic wiggling out of the final corner just because of how light it is. Front-wheel drive cars, you maybe think natively have a little bit more advantage here at LRP. But just because of the legs that BMW has, you cannot count out EMAG.
Well, that's why qualifying is so important. I really do feel like it sets the stage for the weekend. If you qualify 5th, 6th, 7th, you spend your entire time trying to make your way through the field. It is so tough to pass here, right? It's a small racetrack, but your average speed doesn't, your average speed is about 94 miles an hour in a GLTC car. You don't go much slower than that, and you don't go much faster than that. So where you can pass in a race car is generally the places where your speed changes, right? Leaving a corner or entering a corner, usually entering a turn. There's only really one good passing opportunity, which means this session is the most important part of the weekend.
Absolutely, and I think the starts are going to be very important as well because that's when you obviously have everyone bunched up. But turn 1 goes right into a switchback, the right to left to another right to the end of turn number 3. And you look back to Circuit Legend events of past, you've seen side-by-side racing for the first 2-3 laps before they finally spread out and go, bumper to bumper. So we'll certainly have to wait and see.
Here's your championship leader. Was leading on the first lap, but Andy Smedegaard took it right back. And EMAG, again, not currently registered for the season finale at Laguna Seca, but again, he has got a really solid season under his belt so far. EMAG at Watkins Glen won 3 races. He won 1 at Midwest and 1 at Carolina Motorsports Park. All of the other finishes he's had, save for 1, have been 2nds and 3rds. He had 130th at Midwest Fest. That knocked him down the order. Eric Catil's season has been a little bit more all over the board, mostly 1st, 2nds, 3rds, and 4ths, but he had a 9th and a 13th and an 8th that have put him now 14 points back. On raw score, they're actually still 14 points back, just different numbers for either of them. So similar amounts as far as the drop points go. Best 14 races across the season. You cannot drop races in which you get a penalty, and that's key for the rest of this year.
Ooh, a little bit wide there. Magnussen coming out of turn number 2. One that's being pushed early on here. But really good point there, Kyle, in that, yes, you do have some kind of insurance if you don't have a good weekend, but you definitely want to have more good weekends than bad weekends, and you want to give yourself as much insurance, as much of that buffer as humanly possible. And for Catil, who's, frankly had 2 weekends that were back-to-back far less than what we expected, both at Watkins Glen and Midwest Fest, he's really, really running out of lives.
Yeah, that's a fair point. As EMAG and Catil and Smedegaard continue to circulate, we'll pick up a couple other cars that are joining us this weekend. That is the 214. That is Chris Gatos in the S54-powered BMW M3. And I know that these cars are good because last year Paul Darling won 2 races in a car very similar to this visually and mechanically. Another S54-powered BMW. So we'll see what Chris Gatos can do. Right now scored at P29. Brandon Gannam in an RX-8 is also up inside the top 10. And then Besic George Manabdi in the number 6 BMW. He's currently 12th. Debut event at Watkins Glen. That's an orange car. He was also very strong. So keep an eye on these E46s this weekend. You want to talk about circuit legends. How about the E46 M3?
You look back to the history of LRP and pretty much back to the days of the E36 and the GTS2, GTS3 days in USRRC, where early on the Yokohama Cup, cars made those days, and another car from those history books.
You want to talk about circuit legend? This is the circuit legend. Ryan Christoph's Honda CRX. This car was built in 1986 from the factory, and then in 1987 won the runoffs as a race car. And it's been a race car longer than I've been alive by about a decade and change. And Christoph has brought it all over the country. He had a crash at Road America last year that tore the left corner off it and was scheduled to run this event last year but couldn't get the car repaired in time. So they spent the offseason dialing it back in. It's an L15 powered CRX. So it's basically the contemporary Honda Civic motor under the hood of this thing. And it does not fit, but they made it work. Another car, how about a Toyota Corolla? A 1980s Corolla with a Ford EcoBoost under the hood.
So again, what makes TC so special? If you've got an engine that you want to run in a car that you want to run, if you can find a way to make that power to weight ratio work, you can absolutely run it. You're seeing that great level of variety here.
Nathan Manning behind the wheel of this right now, and he's had this car for a couple of years with us in a couple of different configurations. But a car very similar to this is going to make an appearance up in the spectator area later today. Sun Kang is here with the promotion for the movie Drifter, which we'll see a preview for on the Jumbotron later this afternoon. And a look-alike car to the one used in the movie will also be present here on site this weekend. Nathan Manning's, though, this is what Circuit Legends is all about. It's about the cars that were our poster cars as kids, the A86 Corolla, Integras, E46 M3, right? These are the cars that we all grew up with, and this is the event that celebrates modern tuning culture and the cars that inspired a generation.
So if you can't run on Sunday, then what can you do? Have a phenomenal car show and one of the best promenades in grassroots racing, and get a ton of really big names out.
Because Saturday is the concourse, Sunday is the FCP Euro Motoring Meet, which is the car show on the racetrack.
Right.
But tomorrow is the legendary Circuit Legends concourse. It'll be mostly A86 Corolla featured under the tent, but there's a whole bunch of other really neat cars. So make sure you check it out. And the
commentator's curse. Sorry, Nate.
Left Nate Manning off in the weeds there at turn 1, but EMAC pulled back provisional pull from Smedegard there for a moment, so 57.597, the time to beat at the top of the board. And then Nick Barbado in the 49, how about that? New livery on the car, new confidence, and sitting inside the top 5. In trouble for Kunwu Lee off at turn 7. And I think, did he get away with it? Looks like he might have.
Yep, he's out of it.
Oh, man, that was the heart-stopping moment there. We talked about it in the intro, turn 7.
Yep.
The danger's not over once you're past the apex, so that'll certainly wake you up as Jeff Wasilko goes by in the MX-5.
Ben Lynn reminded that earlier as well.
Yeah.
I think just a little bit of a wiggle earlier on. I'm curious if there was other traffic that might have motivated that, or if he just dropped one of those tires off coming out of 7.
Doesn't take a lot. A little bit of a hesitation will certainly cause you some strife. Here's Zach Mortimer, very DTM-inspired E36 here. We have a poster on the wall behind us of
the GT3, GTS3 cars.
And it really does share a lot in common. Here's a look at a replay just a moment ago. So he had Michael Pagano to his inside.
Tire off.
Was leaving. Actually, Michael Pagano was already past him there, but might have been offline because of that, and then just dropped a tire, and wow, what a save.
Really glad he saved that tank slapper, because that could have been way worse.
He got away with that, as several drivers have. We were unfortunately reminded at Watkins Glen about how on edge everything is.
Yep.
Here's Barbado in the Barbado Speed Factory E36. New livery on board the car, like I said, brings with it a lot of confidence. When your car looks good, you feel good. You're at a home track. He's done a lot of testing here with this car.
And one of the main guys who's really proven, you know, you can run BMWs and you don't need to throw an LS in it to be fast out of the box. A lot of these guys still running the S54 and variety of the native BMW engines.
A little bit of vibration on that left front with the bodywork there, but didn't improve that time around. He'll go again. Track's still green for a couple more minutes. I don't see why you shouldn't still be making circulations here. You see Catil buried down in 6th. I wonder if we'll see him one more time, or if maybe they'll have to take that. But this is what I'm talking about with EMAG out front and Catil down in the 3rd row. That makes the math a lot harder in order to earn more points than the number 3 this weekend. There's Max Gorley in the Subimod Subaru BRZ, which this is an FA24 swap car. They've done a lot of content with Max.
Love the philosophy of all of these EFI and Subimods builds, in that, yeah, you can do something crazy for TC, but what Nick and the entire Subimods crew has done is made every build featuring parts that you can get on their site right now. So this is entirely, for the most part, a car that is entirely bolt-ons, entirely off-the-shelf parts, which goes to show that, yeah, you can fabricate your own stuff. you can have a pretty competitive turnkey race car if you just go off of bolt-ons.
Michael Pagano's car, the orange and blue BMW there. The 116i, we've talked at length about this car, but the N52 B30 engine this car has. Have a listen to this thing. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
What a motor. What a sound for Pagano. 3-liter inline six. And again, struggling with the car a little bit earlier in the season, but they got it running good now. And this thing, we talked about the sort of DTM-inspired E36. This is very BTCC.
British touring car, absolutely. Bought the car off of a Japanese exchange student in Canada who had the car imported overseas about 10, 15 years ago, and knew fairly quickly they wanted to give it the British touring car treatment. Formerly had a much more reserved duckbill wing on the back, but just now decided to go all out with something a lot more native to what you would see at Silverstone, at Brands Hatch, etc. But really, really great engine swap. Breaks off of a 911 Cup car. Really, really good kit of engineering there.
So see Catil back on the road here, and looking at the schedule, I would not bank on getting a whole lot more time, maybe 5 minutes. So that's enough for a couple of laps, and Catil's got much clearer road ahead. So that time, no pickup. Brandon Gannam picks up to a 58.082 as the hybrid racing EG works its way through turns 1 and 2. And that's behind him. Brandon Gannam's gone off at Big Bend, way off in the grass.
Good news is that's one of the lone parts of the track where you do have a lot of playroom before you get into the barriers. So
yeah,
able to get that car going again, no problem.
And then Salil Shukla in the Trainer 3 car right behind. But look, top left of your screen here, right there, drops the tire. And then once you hit that grass, you just do not have the friction to keep the car turning, and then disappears behind the trees.
Such a hard part of the racetrack because you're constantly both turning and braking at the same time, rotating the car. You don't really have a solid point of reference. There's no real braking markers out there. So you got to kind of find other areas, surface changes, where curbing starts or ends, trees, colors in the barrier, etc. A lot of things to remember, a lot of things to try and point out.
Catil picks up to 4th. That's a big gain, and one that will be worth quite a bit as far as an entire row on the starting grid. Here's Kevin Zhu. He had to replace a brake master cylinder earlier in the weekend, so glad he's got that all sorted out. This car is still quite simple as far as the GLTC formula, and you certainly can spend a lot of dollars and move your way up the order, maybe a bit more. But it's just an 8th gen Civic, a good diff, a good trans with good gearing, and a little bit of aero. And he's really got a good car underneath him.
And if you buy a car that was formerly adapted to be a turnkey race car in another grassroots championship, more often than not, it's a fairly easy bit of work to get it over to something that's TC spec. Again, all you really need to do is make sure that it's within that power to weight ratio. So Catil back up into 4th. How about it, though, for Sam Scott? That Bumblebee MX-5.
So this is the interesting thing. We were talking about Ayrton Grimm and Sam Scott. Very similar cars, but opposite aero setups. Grimm has gone with the big tire, no aero, and Sam Scott has gone with the little tire, high aero setup. And right now, Scott is the one that's performing a little bit better. Catil is back on it. I thought he was going to back down, but he's going for maybe one more. 4/10 off of Magnussen, but only a 10th off of P3. And I wouldn't mind starting right behind the race leader on the start of the race.
Absolutely, but I'll say this going back to Grimm. If that setup was at Watkins Glen, that would have been a party. Exactly what you would have wanted. Or Road Atlanta.
Yeah. Man, you're right. Why didn't they do that earlier?
Yeah.
But the sequential might have been worth a little bit at the Glen.
Yeah.
But there's Ronnie Vidoc making his return to IBOC GRIDLIFE Touring Cup for the first time in quite some time.
I think we saw him at Watkins Glen a couple. No, different Integra.
Different
Excuse
Integra.
me.
Lee Wombolt is here, but this is a different one. And this car has been really quick in the past, the DC Sports Integra. How about Circuit Legend here? And right now, P17 on the board. And it will not be, a slight pickup there. Picks up one to 16th place. Great looking car, though. This is sort of what this series was designed for
sure.
Was cars like this.
And that rear wing looks straight out of real-time Acura from the 90s, right? Pirelli World Challenge swag on it. So good looking race car, and we see the DC chassis plenty, both in GLTC and obviously Evan McLaren running it in track battle for Falcon Club TR. And at a track like this where it's constant rotation, you've got that inline 4 out front that's just able to pull, lawn mow you out of these corners.
Unlucky there for Catil. I don't know if he was still on a flyer there, but Ronnie tried to get out of the way, but a little too late there perhaps for Catil, running into the back of some traffic. But either way, front drive Hondas, there's a couple of them that are in the mix this weekend. I think Ronnie, his racecraft should take him a little further afield. But here comes Max Gorley, Catil, Vidoc. Then there's Salil Shukla in Trainer 3 and Dakota Pionk, a late entry in this ASMS 2000.
Formerly what was the bread and butter for Andy Smedgard Motorsports, now seeing a little bit of a migration. Andy's still obviously offering plenty of services for this platform, but definitely moving over to the BRZ.
Yeah, and he's also started toying around with the C8 Corvette as well. That's been a popular modification platform too. But yeah, for Andy, he didn't really do a lot of laps. Went right towards the top with that 57.6 in his GT86 with the FA24 swap. But I think, the modern GR86 and GT86 platform is, it's a totally different brand, so it's not a reincarnation, but maybe a spiritual successor in some ways to what Honda did with the S2000, where it's lightweight, front engine, rear drive, simple car, but just, really great driving. But, while they're similar in theory, they couldn't be more different as far as characteristics. The S2000 is known for being a very edgy car. It doesn't really like to be driven over the limit, and those that can't really extract performance out of it beyond there, where the GT86 was designed with the intent of driving sideways, and it's much happier over that limit. But, in a similar way, you sort of have to tame it if you want to go quickly. I just think that the BRZ 86 is a lot more forgiving than the S2. Maybe the performance ceiling is higher on this car, but you have to work harder for it.
Matt Walbaum not having any issues finding the limit here and maybe going a little bit over it. We saw him go sideways a little bit there into turn number 1. Relatively incognito start to the season for Waldbaum. Has had top 5s, but just hasn't really had the pace to get that 93 up into the podium paying positions just yet.
Ooh, got a little curb there at West Bend. And the curbing here, we haven't really talked a lot about it, but some of the apex curbs are quite tall. And the ramp up onto them is very extreme. And if you nibble on them a little too hard, it can send you out into the scenery pretty quickly.
Wouldn't want to do that with cold tires.
No, certainly not.
You can see the wiggle there from the 93 and just how much that weight is transferring. And again, these are still very much street-based suspension parts on a lot of these cars. And we saw it really into turn 1-2 downhill into Watkins Glen in the 90, but just how much the weight transfers onto the nose of these cars. And for a lot of the racecraft, for extracting pace here at Lime Rock Park, it's all about, pitching the car around, doing as much rotation with the pedals as it is with the hands.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, weight transfer here matters a lot, and it's not even so much the weight transfer that you as the driver put into it, it's the weight transfer the track puts into you. Think of the uphill and the downhill, both corners that you have to commit to the turn at the speed you're carrying before the track gives you the confidence in the grip. At the uphill, you turn in, you think you're going to smash into the wall, but you have to trust the road is going to catch you, and it does. Same thing with the downhill. You come down that hill, the car gets light, and it feels like you're not going to make the turn, but as you land and flatten out again, the car gains a bunch of grip, and that's when you turn into the corner. So, really cool story here. Also, the 271. This is Julio Crispin. This, I believe, is an LFX V6 under the hood of this car. Which is an interesting engine swap. I didn't see him actually on my entry list just yet, but here he is. Yep, it is 3. Oh, spin! Ooh. Julio's off. But he'll gather it back up. Point I was going to bring up was that Julio used to campaign a VQ-powered Nissan 350Z, and he's lent that car this weekend to Michael Hilo, who had his 350 torn up in a wreck at Watkins Glen. Unfortunate incident there. Everyone was okay, but Hilo is still contending for the season. But here's a look at Julio's moment just now. And again, watch him tuck into the apex, grabs the curb there with the left front, Gets the car maybe bouncing a little bit. No, not, right there. Just had it hooked so far left, and it just snapped on him when he turned back around. You see his hands try to catch it. But I love you can see his helmet turned. He's looking where he wants
Eyes
to go.
are our future.
You're right. And Adam always says it in the drivers' meetings. Look where you want to go, and you'll probably end up there. And he did a nice job keeping it out of the tires.
I think he might have maybe put too much weight on from the curb to that back right tire, but regardless, really quick to react, and that'll be checkered flag.
Yeah, it'll be the end of the qualifying session here as the field comes back around. A few drivers still finishing their laps.
Peter Zhang.
Yeah, Zhang heading down the hill in his V8 FRS. Had a new clutch put in it. He said it used to be like an on-off switch, and this one is much more clutchy. So does clutch things and actually modulates a little bit. That's got to be nice, especially when you're rolling out a paddock. But that'll do it for IBOC GLTC qualifying. Let's have a look at results for this session. And it will be Eric Magnussen on top of the board pending scales post-session here. Andy Smedegaard second, Matt Waldbaum snuck into third, and Eric Cattell, Sam Scott fourth and fifth. So Jackson, a lot of really heavy hitters up here. Sam Scott was lightning quick here a couple of years ago. Ayrton Grimm outside looking in on that top 10. So some work for him to do for sure. Ryan Kristoff in his first qualifying year, P15. Not bad.
Blake Korth a little bit further back than he would have wanted to as well. Michael Pagano in P21 after looking really strong at Watkins Glen. Peter Zhang, RJ Till, his first start since Road Atlanta. P23 for him. Dinah Wynn and company as well, running out your top 30.
Yeah, and Brian Tyson there didn't really get a representative lap time, I don't think, down in P33. So maybe some work to do there, but that'll do it for IBOC GridLife Touring Cup qualifying here from Lime Rock Park. We'll be back.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Lime Rock Park hosts round 5 of 6 of the 2026 GridLife Championship, and GridLife GT is taken to the racetrack for the second time today, this time for GridLife GT qualifying. GridLife Grand Touring is all the things you love about our Touring Cup series, but maxed out. More power, free aero, and all the things that come with just higher performance cars. Kyle Heyer joined by Jackson Lambros here for GLGT qualifying. Cars are on the racetrack making their way around. They've already taken the green for their first flying lap, and we should get some times here pretty shortly. Slightly smaller grid than we had at Watkins Glen, but it's been the small grids that have been the spicy ones this year. Think back to Midwest Fest with a pretty fun fight between Matan Rosenberg and James Houghton.
You don't need a big grid to have a good time usually, and we've seen that, I think, as well at Watkins Glen, right? Phenomenal battles there with Christian and the TBR guys. So no matter where you look, you get really, really good battles in GT. And we touched on it a little bit earlier, but a phenomenal mix of both, you know, homegrown race cars as well as with the added power, the ability to get something factory built, whether it's a TCR or a GT4 car, and convert it down.
Yeah, a couple new entries here this weekend that we'll go over as we make our way through qualifying. Here is AJ Hartman, who's been a competitor really since the beginning, was second last year just by a couple of points to eventual champion Hans Horpedal, who wasn't able to make it here this weekend. But Hartman could be a favorite here. Very different platform than Christian Aranjo, who was one of the quickest in practice earlier today. Look at that shot over the run into turn one. Great work there by both Robert Swain and Max Ross Johnson, our drone pilots here this weekend. But Aranjo Rosenberg in the C5 Corvettes, and then there's AJ Hartman in the Mustang, and Chris DeLucia in an E36 BMW, along with the 288, that's also an E36, and Jeff Ricka in that Hyundai Elantra N1 TC Evo, and then Steve Cairo in a 350Z, Bob Kaiser in a Boss 302 Mustang, and Sean Bassett in a Nissan 350Z. Had some issues in practice, but was back out on track here for qualifying.
Looks like he's okay. If you weren't with us earlier and you're hearing this car for the first time, you might be expecting a V8 soundtrack coming from the hood of that SN95. That is a V6 turbocharged motor ripped out of a Ford F-150. One that Ford actually chose back in 2016 for the GTLM, and they're programmed for Ford's return to Le Mans. Granted, not the exact same motor, obviously. Tachometer stops a little bit lower for this version of the engine, but still something that's powered AJ to a couple podiums this year.
Yeah, much like the the Ford Taurus engine was basically made into an engine for the GT Le Mans cars, and the same thing in the Acura and Honda camp for the J Series engines that ended up sort of being the genesis for the NSX GT3. AJ Hartman's engine, that engine again has a lot of history, but like you said, his is out of an F-150, doesn't quite rev as high. There's a lot of other changes to make it motorsport ready, but he's found it to work quite well here. And then, of course, in stark contrast, Jeff Ricka's Hyundai Elantra N1 TC Evo. This car, completely stock drivetrain, completely stock motor. Even the oil pan is exactly the same. No baffles, no nothing. Everything there is completely unchanged. And this is how they run this car in the SRO TC series.
America.
Slightly different horsepower trim and tune and things, and obviously different tires. But one of my favorite bits from what I learned over there is they run this car in N mode, which is a button on the dash like you could do on the street to make it go snap.
Oh my God, like the push to pass button?
Well, basically, it's not really a push to pass. It's more just like a sport mode.
Right.
But they run it in that mode because it changes the engine's tuning and things, and they have not touched it. So they run it in N mode, and then if they can run it in other different configurations. But it's just like, on the dashboard of your car, if you've got sport mode and economy mode, very much like that. Very trick cars, these Elantras, and Jeff Ricka builds these himself with his team, of course, but they take Hyundai Elantras that are complete cars, and they strip them down all the way down, media blast them, start all the way over from nothing, and they build them back up into these race cars. You would never know. I mean, to me, these look like factory race cars because they might as well be, but it's a lot of ingenuity, a lot of engineering, and a lot of time put into these cars.
Jeff also has one still with a full factory interior on it. We saw that at Watkins Glen a couple of weeks ago. That was given laps around alongside one of our Elantra, or Ioniq 5Ns, excuse me. And I think one of the 6s as well, when we look back over to your championship leader.
Matan Rosenberg and Christian Aranjo, very tight between them for the title. 6 points between them. And actually, funny enough, Rosenberg has driven one of those Hyundai Elantra N1 TC Evos. He competes in TC America. He's got 4 races left on the season, starting with Road America next month, I believe. And when asked about the Elantra Ns, someone was asking if their manuals are automatics. These are the autos. They're paddle-shifted gearboxes in these cars. And on the front straightaway, one other Mustang in the field. We haven't really seen it a ton. It's Bob Kaiser's Boss 302. He's P9 right now. And there's Christian Aranjo in that 57, the Jack Speed car. And right now, just 4/10 behind AJ Hartman. Big wiggle for the Autosport Fab car.
Good heads-up driving for
Yeah.
Christian there to get off the gas.
That was a big wiggle, and it definitely forced Christian to check up here. But plenty of time for qualifying. I actually think that we'll see the track be pretty quiet the last few minutes. I also saw James Houghton has joined the racetrack in his Honda Civic Type R TCR.
Again, part of that phenomenal finish we saw halfway through Midwest Fest between himself and Matan. Again, those guys have really, really grown their relationship both on and off track. We don't see James too much now, unfortunately. He makes his way down from Canada, but whenever he comes out, whether it's with the Acura running in TC like we saw him at the Glen, or now the second time we've seen him this season with the Civic, he is fangs out every single time.
There is the E36 entering turn one. That's Chris DeLucia. You'll note the burn marks on that car, and that car had a pretty wild fire that he had to basically hop out of the car while it was still rolling and put the car back together in a couple of weeks in order to make Watkins Glen. And if you go back to last year, rewind a year ago, he had just finished putting the back of the car together because he had backed it into the wall in a test day a few weeks prior to this event 1 year ago. So 2 years in a row in the summer, he's had to basically rebuild one end of the car. And I told him, like, don't burn yourself out, buddy. You know, pace yourself. It's okay if you miss a race. We're not going to blame you.
I believe he also went to Laguna and blew up the motor there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And then he put the LS in it, which is what caught fire. Not the LS, but the fuel lines.
The fuel lines, yes.
So it's been a busy last 18 months for Chris DeLucia.
And it was the very definition of like a game time decision for whether or not Chris was going to even show up for Summer Apex. The entire KDM Tuners crew, Josh and company, flew out pretty much a whole 7 days before they were scheduled to depart to do the finishing touches on the E36. Chris took it to his normal people in the handful of weeks prior to that just to do the basic damage control to the BMW following that. But it really was the guys from Corona, California who came out and really helped bring that car to the end zone. And, you know, in a weekend where Chris was excited just to run, the car was competitive. Podium to get started in race number one and was just at the bubble there for getting the trophy all weekend long. And for a track that's only about 90 minutes away from his home in Albany, could be absolutely fighting here for his home race.
As my dad always says, it's better than a stick in the eye. And he did a pretty representative run, I have to say. So job well done. Here's DeLucia down the hill again in the 40. And really, one of the biggest challenges for him, and we saw this almost bite him at Watkins Glen, is just the throttle response of this engine. It's very twitchy on power, and it's been kind of a nightmare to get this car to hook up on corner exit. Had a big tank slapping moment leaving turn 9. This is the car I had my eyes on, and I figured we'd see later in the session. James Houghton in the number 41. He comes from a time attack background here in GRIDLIFE, and that's why I thought he might wait things out a bit, wait for the track to clear up. This is a Honda Civic Type R TCR. And he's very comfortable behind the wheel of things like this with high downforce, high horsepower, 2-liter turbo. And this is effectively as it was run in other American sports car series that you'll see it in. Some modifications, they've actually put a little bit of extra fender width on it. You can see with some of those little spats on the side. It barely fits in the trailer. This is a very wide car. But a lot of learnings on this, especially to run it on the Toyo Praxis R Spec tire. Just different from the slicks that these would normally run on. And there's just a lot of things you have to learn about what balance the car wants, different staggers front and rear. These cars are used to running stagger. Again, front tires are much more important than the rears on a car like this. But, you know, everything's a work in progress to try to figure out how to go fast. It's been a very strong car. And look at the top three, 3/10 apart.
We talked about it with Jeff Rika as well this morning in that a lot of native race cars don't really have a suspension setup that's meant for a street-based tire. You know, we saw that as well with a lot of the guys who were running the GT4 Supra last year as well. And that's not a major issue. It's just one of those teething issues if you do have a TCR or a GT4 car that you're trying to make that switch over to GRIDLIFE with. But clearly, James, I believe 2 or 3 wins on the season already, has not had that issue nearly as much.
Yeah, I mean, and for James, we haven't seen him a ton this year, and, you know, kind of running a little less than he used to. That was sort of by design. He was a longtime competitor for the season, and it just got to be so much. But for James, ran at Midwest Fest firsts and seconds in all those races, and now has just reset the track record to a 55.431. And just like last year, it's Houghton and Hartman, the front two drivers.
Happy to see AJ back on the sharp end of the field. Looked really, really strong at CMP. I think that was a track that really suited that Mustang. I'm actually looking out the window right now, and AJ's got his head under the fender right now, I think trying to make some, is that pressure adjustments? Looks like it could be the case. But again, AJ, full-time aerodynamic engineer, runs his own outfit out of Pennsylvania. Matter of fact, you look at half of the cars in GT and TC, they're on AJ's wings and splitters. But, you know, gave that SN95 the full treatment of almost like Super GT, GT500 style body kit is the way I would describe it. And, you know, you look at a track that is only one real straightaway, and other than that, constant steering, constant medium speed corners, it is perfect for AJ's car.
Question about the windows that were missing in the TCR. In GRIDLIFE, all windows must be removed for egress. And, you know, you can look at some of these factory race cars and say, well, they're not designed to run with the windows out, and that is true. However, it could be construed as an aerodynamic advantage, so all cars must have their windows out, and that's helpful in the case of Chris DeLucia in Midwest, for example. The only way in or out of the car when you can't get the door open is out of the window, so that's a safety feature, not a bug. But here comes Rosenberg.
Oh, man.
Vibrant performance Corvette across the stripe here in the 484, reigning IVOC GLTC champion 2 seasons in a row, and hunting for the GT title. Improvement, but he stays P4 for now.
Only guy I've really seen go to the edge of the curb there coming out of turn number 7. That's a tightrope walk, because even if you drop one tire, things can go south real quick. We saw that earlier on with Ben Lynn and a handful of the TC guys recently in qualifying. But with these being very fast cars compared to the TCs, things can, got to be very careful coming down the hill.
Yeah, a lot of speed, a lot of weight in comparison to the TC cars. Whew. Picking up over the top of the crest there, that was a big moment. But you saw that car kind of shimmy sideways. And you have to sort of anticipate where it's going to land, right? You're not necessarily actually airborne, but you don't have a lot of control of the car in that moment. So you just sort of have to point and shoot. And Matan leaves turn 7 now, rocketing down the front stretch. Let's see if he's got anything for those top 3 across the stripe. And no pickup that time for the 484.
Still close, 55.43 for Houghton, 55.6 for Hartman. All your first front rows within the 55, so still very close out in front. Just the bad news is once you feel like you got a flyer in, I just don't know where else you can really find time on track.
DeLucia, that was a really aggressive entry. Saw him sort of point at the entry curb and then let it drift out and tuck it back in. A couple different ways to handle that big bend turn, but this is a very aggressive sort of line for a car that might not be as compliant or as, you know, as agile as some of the lighter cars like AJ Hartman, where you want to sort of round the corners out more. Same thing here with Peter, just sort of straight lining in, drift out in the center and tuck it back in. Very different lines for different cars.
And again, the way the first 3 corners are kind of laid out, you're kind of committing your line for the entire first sector of the racetrack the minute you're on entry, because you can't really adapt. There's no straightaway between turns 1 and 2. So if you're wide coming out of turn number 1, you're shallow coming out of turn number 2, and etc. So you got to kind of commit to whatever line you're holding to try and carry as much momentum as humanly possible.
Autosport Fabby 36, big curb strike there at West Bend. Coming down through turn 7, dropping a couple of stories. Right now, ahead of Jeff Ricca. I'm a little surprised that the Ricca Autosport car. I would have thought we'd seen it back on course again. Maybe we will one more time before the end of the session.
Bit of improvement there for Peter as well, up into P6. Yeah, Jeff ran yesterday as well, so had a little bit of data. Don't think we saw Peter on track that much yesterday, though.
No, and they were still trying to sort out the power level for the Hyundai. They can't quite get enough weight out of it to stay at the power level they are at. They've gone through a couple different turbo designs, trying to figure out the best way to make power. But this S54 sounds the part. Again, all drivers in this series running spec Toyo Proxys R. There is a contingency program in this series. It offers up to $3,600 a weekend to a winner if they were to win all 4 races with a field of 20 or more, 25 or more rather, which we've gotten pretty close to a couple of times. And of course they scale down a little bit from there, but into pit lane, and qualifying still green, so this session is not over yet. And I am curious if they'll check her early or if they'll give them the opportunity to go back out on the racetrack. For now, they have 8 more minutes on the clock. And it looks like Chris DeLucia and a few others might still want a couple more revolutions around Lime Rock Park before they call it quits and get set for their first race, which will be later today, in really only 2 hours' time. So not a lot of turnaround here from qualifying to the race.
That's Hartman, I think, a little bit further back from DeLucia. There it is.
And AJ just needs a 10th and a half. His car's not as strong on the straights, and he did pick up there a 55.571. He's only a 10th away from James Houghton's time in that Honda TCR, and James will have lane choice on the start of the race as well. And that is really more powerful. Again, they're going to start on even footing for the start of the race, but I don't even know that I would mind starting on driver's left here, because if you can stay alongside James through that first turn, have the advantage into the left-hander, there's conceivably a way for Hartman to stick it out and hang on.
I would say yes, but then what's right after turn number 2? Another right-hander in the form of turn number 3.
All the rest are right-handers after
Pretty much,
that,
yeah.
So that's sort of why you see drivers stick with that driver's right. You can also defend a lot easier down there as well, but we'll see if AJ stays on the quick line or if he'll peel off. It looks like he's going to peel off the road as well.
If I've got a front row start and I'm Chris DeLucia, I'd prefer maybe the high line, thinking I can maybe punch out at turn number 2 with that throttle response.
It's possible, but I think that'll do it for GLGT qualifying. Everyone else is peeled off the road and they're heading back to pit lane to get ready for the race. So we'll have a look at our results and we'll step away and get ready for drift coverage here in just a couple of minutes. And then Rush Race 1 is later today. So here's a look at your qualifying order for Race 1. James Houghton in the 41 K-tuned Civic Type R is on pole, 55.431. And then AJ Hartman at 55.571. And then Christian Aranja in third at 55.873. Matan Rosenberg, P4. Chris DeLucia, P5. The Peter Agapoglu, and then Jeff Ricka, Bob Kaiser, Steve Cairo, and Sean Bassett, the rest of your top 10. That'll do it for GridLife GT qualifying, and we'll be back with our second drift session of the day in a few minutes.
Every day, you trust your car with the things you care about most. At FCP Euro, we deliver you quality European car parts without compromise. What drives you is what drives us. We're driven by quality, researched and curated. Every part earns its place on our shelves. If we wouldn't put it on our cars, we won't sell it to you. Driven by trust and expertise, obsessed with the details, offering the right parts, guidance, and support when you need it most. We're driven by you, keeping your European cars on the road for the last 40 years. Head to fcpeuro.com to shop quality European car parts and get 5% off your first order over $149.
GRIDLIFE Drift about to head back on the racetrack for the second time this weekend at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. Welcome back to Lime Rock Park. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Jackson Lambros, pulling double duty in the booth and the pit lane this weekend. Thanks, Jackson, for sticking with me. And we both got into the weekend feeling a little under the weather, and we're both fighting through the trenches together today. So,
Jordan flu game, baby.
Oh, man, it is like the plague is contained in this tower up here. Sorry, everybody. But the drift cars are lined up and ready to go. We've got 36 of them here this week, 37 cars here with us this weekend. Variety of makes, models, manufacturers. We've got our CEO of GRIDLIFE out on track in a Hyundai Ioniq 5N with the camera car. And a big thanks again to the Lime Rock staff here this weekend. I came in here on Tuesday, and they have just been nothing but the best to us every single year. Huge thanks to them for putting this on. The volunteers, the corner workers. Something that no one else gets to do at Lime Rock, and that's drifting. So only 3 sessions a day, 15 minutes at a time. That's the limit, but we're going to take it to the limit and over it, maybe. That's what we're all about here at GRIDLIFE Jackson, and turning them loose here. All sorts of cars showing up this weekend. And this morning we saw T-Pain out there quite a bit. There's Hurt in the Lexus. A bunch of E46 machines out there. Ryan Mott is one of them. I've seen a couple of others on track. Travis Pendleton. Xander Nappy is here. Grant Anderson. We mentioned Matt Kaufman, Farouk, and of course T-Pain, who got plenty of track time earlier today. Just demonstrating what GRIDLIFE is all about. It's the merging of car cultures from different disciplines.
Absolutely. And we were not the first to do drifting at Lime Rock. However, we are the first to do it on the big track, because what is now known as the FCP Euro Proving Grounds, there have been a handful of drift events for that. But if you wanted to drift the big track to link the first 3 corners all together, you couldn't do it until 2022 when the first Circuit Legends rolled into town, and it has become a highlight now for drifters in the Northeast.
A little E30 getting after it as well. And that, I believe, is that Tom Peplinski in that car? Yeah, I think it is. 5.3 liter V8 jammed in the nose of that thing. And of course, Matt Kaufman holding the backies at West Bend.
Don't think he could have put a lot more effort into that. Wow.
Yeah, he had a motor go on him a couple of months ago, went up to ASM, and they took care of him and got him sorted. And one of the most aggressive drift drivers I've ever seen, but it's aggressive and precise. And it's fun to watch him wheel a car.
Do got to give a tip of the cap to Nick Swan. You did it this morning, Kyle, but no one runs a tighter ship in the drifting world.
The tightest of ships.
Absolutely.
I mean, not a single leak in this ship.
You'll see him as well for the Holly LS Fest events as well, out in Vegas. But yeah, been a long time member of the GRIDLIFE family, and goes to show why not a lot of people do it better when it comes to drifting than GRIDLIFE.
There's Xander Nappy sending it through Big Bend. What a slide. Whoop.
Oh,
that's a big oops at turn 1, Big Bend there. We've seen a bunch of the grip drivers do that, so whoop, look out.
Oh boy.
Nice dodge and weave by the MX-5. And that, I believe, is Michael Bruning behind the wheel of that car. There he is. He's got the happy little googly eyes.
I love it. I love it. Dalton Stroop a little bit further back in that 88 Fox body Mustang. There is Hurt and Company. You might be asking why you haven't seen Twerk Stallion with us this year. The FC RX-7, the LS swap, that's on a world tour of sorts. I believe it was actually at Goodwood for the Festival of Speed, and will be making its way down to Sydney for World Time Attack Challenge and their Sunday night or Saturday night show. So Hurt getting an opportunity to send one of the most famous cars in drifting.
What do you got there, Matt? I thought you might send it into the uphill. That'd be a tough spot to do anything.
A little bit.
Yeah, some really unique cars in this group. That was Anna Marsh, I think, the 1993 Lexus GS 300. 2JZ in that car. And the E92 is Cody Collins.
That's sick.
And, uh-oh, Matt Kaufman is...
Did he send it too hard? Is there a mechanical? He's going behind the wall. That might be curtains.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Unfortunate. I don't know that gate's open either, so he might be stuck over there.
Sorry, Ryan.
I love this Lexus. We talked about this morning.
Kind of JDM style doing the
Yeah.
paints. For you mentioned that, and for me, it's just whenever I'm doing like a custom livery in Forza and I mirror it over to the other side, and I'm like, the stripes are great, but all the logos are the wrong way.
But they're the right way. And Andrew
to some people.
DiMartino is one of those people. That 5.3 liter V8 under the hood of that car.
Guess so.
And the car behind him, that car with the tan and white, that is also attributed to Matt Kaufman. So I'm not sure.
Okay.
What the deal is there, who's actually driving it, but yeah, fun to watch these drivers get after it here a little bit. Oh, man.
So I don't know if that's Peter Collins. I do know that's
Collins is out
LS
there,
in it though. But
Collins is out there in the ASM M3.
yeah,
I know that.
Travis Uhl leaving the stripe right now in the other pink pony that is not associated with T-Pain, but we've seen that at a handful of events. It's got My Little Pony characters on the side. Travis comes out with his whole family and wanted to do a livery in a way that the kids would like, so gave the SN95 a full My Little Pony treatment.
I love it. Yeah, look at the hillside here and just how it just absolutely fills the area. It's just fun to watch everyone get up on the fence and experience something you can't experience 363 days out of the year.
Nope.
At Lime Rock. Hurt is just sending. Look at the trees hanging over the track too. It's so picturesque. Mike Prez in the Supra. Circuit legend itself.
Look at the gap cam on the back of that thing too.
Love it. Anna Marsh sending it again.
Other things that the video games don't do justice is just how big the hills. I kind of touched on it this morning, but just how close the mountains and everything is like looking down on you.
Yeah.
Not a lot of other backdrops like that in motorsports.
Yeah, I mean, it really is a spectacle around here. And I think I sort of, if you're from the Midwest, which is where we're based out of, I sort of say it's like a mini Road America. It has all the spectacle of the scenery, but the scale of it is just, it's like the right scale to feel intimate and to feel special and magical. And it's like a motorsports Jurassic Park. It's just an island on its own, right? And every time we come here, we just have the best time. This is my favorite event with the concourse on Saturday. Now this year, the Forza Horizon 6 concourse.
So sick.
Which is really special. You've seen all the Forza Horizon 6 related graphics. So, yeah, been a very special weekend so far this year. There's T-Pain back on course again, now with a passenger behind the wheel.
Formerly ripping it with Shaquille O'Neal, as we mentioned earlier on.
Yeah, back at Watkins Glen. Took him for a rip around the skid pad. And coming down the hill, look at this move into, wow, dropping a tire off in turn 7 entry. But yeah, what a spectacle this all is around here.
There's Travis Uhl in the SN95.
Yeah. There he is, and there's that E92 I was alluding to earlier. Cody Collins as a 2JZ under the hood. So these things are not always as they seem. Oh, Travis hanging it out there at turn 7.
I get why so many drifters have fantasized about doing this track just because of how long and flowy it is, especially, turns 1, 2, and 3. You get that opportunity to just do switchback after switchback and really manji the first 3 corners.
I mean, it's like the drift zones in Forza Horizon 6.
For sure.
You got to hang your angle out for what feels like forever. And everyone's always told us that GRIDLIFE feels like Forza Horizon in real life. And with the partnership this weekend, I think we can all collectively say that, yeah, it is exactly like that. It has that party atmosphere, the diversity in the different disciplines and the kinds of cars that you see that are so modified, and supercars are cool, Jackson, but there is something about modified JDM legends that really speaks to the hearts of people like me.
It's 2 different kinds of cool, you know what I mean? Because I grew up loving both in different periods of my life, and now getting to witness both sides of it. They're both same levels of cool, just very different kinds of cool.
Did you see that Ioniq 5N shoot out like a cannon past the car? It was like in a sandwich of drift cars.
What on earth?
And I don't think Michael wanted to be in between drift cars anymore, and he just stomped on it and just
I'm out
like
of here.
A SpaceX launch. I mean, it was so cool.
So that is a, believe an A5 modified by FCP Euro. That thing is sick.
Yeah, they've had this out before. Really neat looking car. Great livery. Oh, wow. Tons of angle. And then right back into the pit lane. You can probably get a couple laps before needing the tire change here.
Yeah.
Where Watkins Glen, it was like one and done for the most part.
Yep. Porsche Cayenne and Macan coming out. Those of you that were watching the Monterey Car Week festivities will have known that FCP Euro was out in full force at Laguna Seca just a couple weeks ago. Matter of fact, the Macan was doing the pre-reunion hill climb and did that run very sideways as well. So cool to see FCP Euro making that run out to Laguna a couple weeks ago. Hopefully they'll be joining us again here in a couple weeks' time when we go out to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Yeah, that's coming up next month, about a month from now, September 18th to 20th. Tickets are available now. And it'll be our season finale for our 6-round 2026 championship. In 2027, plans are well underway. Can't share them with you now, but it's going to be a really good season next year. So with some surprises, I'll say that, and I'll leave it there.
Ooh.
But next year, going to be a lot of fun. There's T-Pain getting after it again. He's getting his money's worth, isn't he? Chasing people around Lime Rock Park. What a special place. And T-Pain, again, big supporter of GRIDLIFE. He's been around for a while. Got introduced to drifting at GRIDLIFE. I think it was back in 2018 or 2019, maybe. And just never left. So
we don't mind.
We don't mind.
Stick around, dude. Boss man, Michael Herkson.
Herzikin.
I'm fired.
Herzikin, Herzin is his name. Herzikin is what I think he wants everyone to call him.
Okay.
He won't ever hear that, so please no one clip that out.
Please don't.
I'm kidding. I think Herzikin's a wicked cool name, actually. And but yeah, I mean, he's the most Herzikin moment I ever had is last year at Midwest Fest on Sunday. We were kind of wrapped up with our festival, and I wanted to ride in this Ioniq 5N. I hadn't had a chance to ride, so I hop in the back seat. And I had the most insane 5 minutes of hooning I've ever experienced in my life. I mean, that car, first of all, is nuts. And then Herzin behind the wheel of that thing is nuts. Backy, sort of? No.
The wing did its job, except the minute it went backwards, it lifted the trunk up.
That is called active aero.
Oh my God, Kyle.
Inactive aero, maybe.
Something like that. No one is going to be able to. Did you saw Andy do the 360 at Midwest Fest, right?
I did, yeah.
I was in the back seat for that.
Oh.
In the Ioniq, but no one's ever going to believe me because I didn't record it.
Yeah, quite the experience. Yeah, you got there. A couple tires shredding apart here, all part of the fun in GRIDLIFE Drift. We're about 10 minutes away from wrapping this up, and then we'll have our first race of the weekend, GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 1. Look at this. I love these slow motion shots here. Watch that tire bouncing on the rumbles and then boop, 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 boop.
Oh, that's already gone.
Crunch.
Second fender gone this weekend.
See ya. I always wonder, I mean, I know that they've got lots of bumpers or they can patch them up, but how many fenders do you think these guys run around with?
More than I think they anticipate.
I mean, I just can't. Do they have like a rack on the wall with just replacement fenders?
Ooh.
You guys tell me.
I mean, a lot of those guys, they're keeping them on the car, which means that they're not expecting to lose them. But you see a lot of these guys have, the bash bars in placement of where the front and rear bumpers are usually.
Also, the consideration is that typically drifting is done at a lot lower speed than this, right?
Right.
I mean, unless you're talking about something like Formula Drift, which is competition driving, but a lot of grassroots drifting is done in much smaller racetracks.
Either skid pads or go-kart tracks.
And so you scale it up to a track, even like Lime Rock, which is a small facility for road racing. It is a really big drift track. And you're carrying a lot more speed. And with it comes a lot more energy and heat and temperature and all those things that come with it. And it can make a real mess of things if you overestimate your tire's life by 3/4 of a lap.
I see a certain gray E92 on track.
I wonder if that's our boys out there.
If our Prime Production guys are able to get us some beautiful cinematic footage. We saw that for the first time at Watkins Glen a couple weeks ago. Oh, that's another one. Hang on for dear life.
Oh, man. Well,
I don't know if that's going to make it.
Clicking on clips. But I still sending it anyway. Why?
I don't think, if you're looking in the mirrors, I don't know if you're even going to be able to notice that.
There's a movie that no one will ever be able to reference other than me.
Oh?
But there was a quote, and it's probably in many movies, but it's a movie from my childhood I do not care to name. But the quote is, don't let the fear of the moment keep you from the memory of a lifetime.
Yeah, man.
It's a good quote.
Good quote. Oh.
Right? Don't let the fear of the moment keep
There
you
you
from
go.
that. It could have been the best drift ever. You know?
Still send it.
Still send it.
That is a very Shakespearean way of just saying send it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm no Jared Deanda, but... And 86, again, we've seen these cars get more and more popular as the chassis get cheaper. You're going to swap it anyway, even if you're doing light tracking. So you might as well jam a V8 in it and boost it and make more power than the Hoosier Dam, so...
Yeah. Going to be very interesting to see.
Hoosier? Hoover. That's named after the president, not the tire.
Yes.
Well, you know, that's okay. My brain is operating on 3%.
We are both, my friend, on like 3 brain cells combined.
And my speed trap is at 7% battery, and it's not going to make it to the
Oh,
end of the
no.
day. So that's okay. Me and the speed trap are in the similar boat as far as battery power at the moment.
Let's get some F's in chat here for Kyle Speed Trap.
Well, you know, look, we're going to charge it up a little more tomorrow. I'm going to get charged up tomorrow. But we're letting you in, we're showing you behind the curtain a bit. But Michael and Creature, I think.
Is it Creature?
Yeah, it looks like
it
Creature. Behind the wheel of the Hyundai Ioniq 5N.
On paper, it is actually such a perfect chase car because you can jam a GoPro or whatever and suction it onto the hood, and you're not going to get any of your own engine audio overlapping. You're hearing what you want to hear, and that's the car in front, right?
Yeah, I mean,
but
basically.
if you do want to have fun and send it sideways, there isn't a single drift mode. There probably is, but the way Michael does it is there's just a single slider that adjusts the diff. And you can go all the way back to 90% rear, 10% front. You can just have the time of your life.
There's the MX-5 again. I love this thing. Just, I think it's V8 swapped.
There's no way.
I think so. Look on the entry list. I think he's. I think I looked earlier. He's got a V8 crammed under there. Oh, no, I lied. He's not. He's a BPO5 inline 4.
Okay, Flying Miata does make a relatively simple LS swap kit,
Yeah, but I thought I don't know if he's the guy that there's someone that has it, but.
Haven't seen too much of the Falcon guys coming out. I didn't see Evan or Sonia out just yet.
I thought I saw Justin Pollack at the start.
He was, yeah. Big tip of the cap to them. They've obviously been with us the entirety of the season. They'll be making the trek out to Monterey with us in a couple weeks as well. Haven't seen too much of Grant Anderson either.
No, we saw him in the first session of the day, but not beyond that. Maybe just waiting for one more party this afternoon.
Think so.
Saving the tires for the evening session. We'll have one more drift opportunity before the end of the day. Right on, I think, the tail end of the broadcast, if I recall correctly. Right before the rush race at 5:30.
Everybody's favorite Volvo wagon a little bit further up the road there. Made its debut, if you will, at Midwest Fest. Alex Gutierrez. What engine do you have, my friend? 5.3 liter LS. That thing, by the way, is mated to a 6-speed.
Well, we're going to step away for a minute. We're going to leave you with the cars, and we're going to take a breather on the mics for a few minutes. We'll be back with the Rush Series Race 1 of the weekend at the top of the hour. But for now, enjoy the sights and sounds of GridLife Circuit Legends.
Every day, you trust your car with the things you care about most. At FCP Euro, we deliver you quality European car parts without compromise. What drives you is what drives us. We're driven by quality, researched and curated. Every part earns its place on our shelves. If we wouldn't put it on our cars, we won't sell it to you. Driven by trust and expertise, obsessed with the details, offering the right parts, guidance, and support when you need it most. We're driven by you, keeping your European cars on the road for the last 40 years. Head to fcpeuro.com to shop quality European car parts and get 5% off your first order over $149.
Have a look at Lime Rock Park, jam-packed for GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. It's a pleasure, as always, to visit the Northeast and to this Connecticut hillside race course that's been here since 1957. Welcome back to our 5th round of 6 in the 2026 GRIDLIFE Championship. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Jackson Lambros, and up in a few minutes' time will be GRIDLIFE Rush Series, race number 1. We've been waiting for this one, Jackson. Watkins Glen, we had 3 races, 3 and a quarter, all affected by full course yellow. So the hope today is to get some green flag running. But it looks like we could be at an Irish hillside with how beautiful and lush the surroundings are, and just peppered with campers. And here's a look at our championship points coming into this event. Here's how things stand. Bryce Mersberger on top, Blair Hosey, Ryan Leach, who's not here for the rest of the season. That leaves James French, Ayrton Grimm, Andy Vogel, and others an opportunity to climb up onto the podium.
Really great season for Andy Vogel as well as Tony Barber, late add-in for the Turn Concepts team. They'll be trying to work themselves a little bit further forward. Ryerson Wissell, who we haven't seen in a handful of rounds as well. A little bit further back, don't have Ellis Spezia with us as well. And Jalen Batley, who missed round number 2, looking to add a couple of points and work his way a little bit further forward as well.
Yeah, so just in general, the front runners of the championship are mostly here, but there's a lot of drivers that are here that are going to stink up the show. We talked about, Veach in the number 226.
Oh, yeah.
Now, top 5 in qualifying, had a little bit of an oopsie, and they've had to go to work very quickly on that car to get it prepared to run in this race. But I do think that he will be a threat to win this thing. And look at that crowd packed in here later in the day. The safety car getting a look around the racetrack before.
Is that a DBX?
I believe so.
That's sick.
That's what Eddie Siegel told me earlier. I admittedly don't know much about the Aston Martin product lineup. I know a little bit more about the Toyota GR lineup, and we'll have more to talk about later today.
Yes.
But that'll be for the GLTC race coming up in a little while. But just doing a couple circulations, make sure the track is nice and clear after our drift sessions a moment ago. Let's talk about Rush. What is it? Where does it come from? Jackson, it's all about performance for the money, right? These cars start at $50,000. You can buy them from Rush Auto Works. They're built in Houston. They use the power plant from a GSX-S motorcycle, and all custom frame, custom body work, very safe inside, sort of a tube frame chassis. And what you end up with is a 1,350-pound car with incredibly high performance for a very reasonable amount of money. Very reliable, and they race great.
And crucially, you have longevity as well with this platform, right? The Nankang set of tires that are standard here, talking to Blair Hosey, these things are meant to last at least 40 heat cycles if you're just doing, HPD events or track days. Obviously, these guys won't be on rubber as old or nearly as old, but you add on top of that some very interchangeable body parts, very flexible body paneling as well, and very, very safe crash structures. It is a flexible, very safe platform.
Well, while we've got a minute here before we send cars out on the road, here's a look at your broadcast team, bringing you the action from Lime Rock Park. and it's well over a dozen people making this all happen. You see the camera ops there, Jason Boone, David Haggerty, Evan Stewart, Nick Nakel, and Braden Lutz. And of course, everyone in the truck that's making this all happen, the replays. Darius has been crushing those today. Of course, Marshall on audio, Michael doing the graphics, Mac has been walking around with you, and you're gonna head back out there with him after this race to go do some work in the field. Justin, Mike, Reno, Robert Swain, Max Ross Johnson, excuse me. And of course, Jared, who's been in my ear all day, and Chris Jennings, the man behind it all. They have been crushing it. They only had 45 minutes for lunch today.
Man.
And that's the only break they get from 9 to 6. So they are absolutely doing a great job. Thank you so much to everyone for being here and being a part of it. And they have absolutely transformed this production over the last year and a half.
Been really, really cool to be a small cog in this massive machine that Chris and co have brought up from Florida. And again, telling people that this is a grassroots level event that has something that would seem to be an international motorsports event. Pretty cool.
Well, you know, look, I'm a race fan through and through. I like watching everything, whether it be, you know, Le Mans or IndyCar or NASCAR or IMSA. I grew up watching those series, but there was something special about GridLife to me. When I came to my first one at GridLife Midwest in 2019, I saw this. I saw a bunch of 1,500, you know, half-ton trucks towing open trailers, and I said, you know, what is so interesting about these Le Mans teams? Look, they have an entire team of people that make the car go fast. That's fantastic. You know what's even cooler is when one guy and his wife, or maybe one guy and a friend show up, and they put together a race program all season long with a car they built in their garage. And certainly there's extreme ends of that here this weekend.
For sure.
But the diversity that you see in the paddock and the inclusion in the different disciplines all in a GridLife weekend, my goal, my dream was to present this series like it's pro racing, but still have that grassroots grit that makes it special. And I think
nailed it.
With Project Prime's help, I think we've done just that. So waiting for the track to turn them loose. It should be under a minute now until we send them down the pit lane, and then we'll roll you through the grid. It is a 43-car lineup here so far. And we'll also see, pending the tech inspections post-race, if anyone got put on the naughty list for Christmas later this year. But there's a look at the Skip Barber Tower. You want to go back and learn about the history of Lime Rock Park, you can't tell it without talking about Skip Barber, Paul Newman, Sam Posey. We've had the great opportunity to interview Sam Posey on this broadcast. Skip Barber was able to take a ride around in a drift car last year. Just a really special place, in a place that has locked itself into racing history, and we're just happy to be on the pages most recent here at this park.
Skip sold the track a handful of years ago, but is obviously still very, very close with the area and, of course, the track. And I think you've got a CVS receipt long of what makes this track so cool, right? But I think mainly for me, just how unchanged it really is. Obviously, some repaving, but the layout that we run is pretty much exactly the same as the guys were in 58 and 59. And there's a certain level of swag to that, especially when you look at how many of these, you know, different courses we've gone to that have been understandably very altered by the history books.
Absolutely. And there's a look at the Falcon tent. Falcon Tire's been a GridLife partner for many, many years. And they've got their drift cars underneath it, but they support two of our Time Attack series between Falcon Club TR and Falcon Club SE. There's Nappy Boy Automotive there, center stage in the A paddock down there. Great partners. Glad to have them on board. Glad to have both Hurt and T-Pain with us for most of the season here
Pretty much, yeah.
And again, really cool to see the fans getting to engage and be a part of everything down there in the paddock, and great scenes as well. Showing you what's going on. We're up here in the booth all day. We don't really get to see the beauty of Lime Rock in its full capacity with all the spectators roaming around. Of course, the campgrounds are packed this weekend, and it should be a record attendance this weekend as well. Cars are rolling, so I think it's about time to roll through our starting lineup here, Jackson, and we'll roll through. It's quite a hefty list, as it was at Watkins Glen. So we will kick things off as they leave the false grid and head back around to Big Bend. Here we go. 43 cars heading onto the racetrack. And we will begin our starting lineup. Bryce Mersberger is on the front row with Ayrton Grimm in the number 121. He starts alongside him in his Rush SR. Row 2, it's Jordan Musser and Zach Veach in the 226 after that incident in qualifying. Should be ready to go. in P4. Andy Vogel starts in 5th, and Jalen Patley rolls off in 6th place. Then it's Grant Bourne in the 127. James French starts 8th place in the 191, trying to move forward in the championship standings. Tony Barber starts 9th, and Heath Pomerantz in 10th.
Career best start for Heath in P10. Isaac Nolan, young gun in P11, will be alongside showrunner Blair Hosey in P12. Max Kraus and SCUSA Pro Tour driver Justin Kelly round out row number 7. Trip Stout and Ryerson Whistle making his first start after being off at Watkins Glen. 17th and 18th go to Brett DiGiacomo and Jason Uller in the Peak 74. With row number 10 consisting of Sam Reed and Circuit Jerks Matt Wilson.
Starting in 21st place, it'll be Michael Neff in the 199. Lee Keller rolls off 22nd on the outside of row 11. In the number 13, it's Larry Brady, 23rd place in the 58 car, and Ethan Hardesty, 24th in the 115. Jeffrey Gordon starts 25th in the number 54. And Keegan Bosch has a 10-place penalty for being underweight. That's what we talked about post-qualifying there. Jake Sanders and Bill Dorrance start in row 14. Kyle Melnick and Ben Carroll round out row 15.
Brian Blair in the 777 will be P31 alongside John Cargy. 777 in the 999. Jeff Hardesty in the 128 will be alongside Dalton Snedden in the 881. Row 18, it's John Wilson and David Pereira in the number 100, with row 19 consisting of John Canfield and AJ Campo in the 227 for Rush of the Carolinas. Row 20, Michael Woodward and Adam Spence round out your top 40.
The last couple of rows here, it's going to be Paul Makaruka that will start at the tail of the field there for being underweight there post-qualifying. Only 2 cars. Hey, not bad.
No.
Everyone's been playing by the rules. That's good to see. And I bet you the underweights were by very little. So, all right, we're going to get 2 pace laps around here at Lime Rock Park. So we get a whole other lap to sort of talk strategy and talk about what we expect to see in this race. The big goal for everybody in this one is just get to the checker without a yellow.
For sure. And I think as well, it's going to be hard because of just how hungry these guys are going to be looking at that big wide open gap on the inside of turn number 1. And you look at how racy these guys were exactly a year ago. Got to ask yourself, how willing are these guys to really make moves, or how willing are they to work with one another and just coexist for the first couple laps before really getting the elbows out? We'll have to wait and see, but one thing is for certain, a motor track, this is not. Don't really expect to really see guys go bumper to bumper and push each other like we saw with a handful of guys going up the S's at Watkins Glen. I think this is going to be as much of a technical battle as we've seen so far with these cars.
I'm looking across at the flag stand, and I see a John Raymond, our motorsports director, lurking under the flag stand, and I wonder, Jackson, keeping a keen eye out for anybody that dares jump the start. Everyone's got to stay in line until the green flag waves. Once the green flag waves, you can race. There is no waiting before the line. There's none of that funny business. Green means go. But again, when green means go, everybody goes everywhere.
Yeah.
So you just got to make sure you keep it on the black stuff, keep it between the Armco barriers, and keep it out of each other's fenders. And we'll see how this goes. This race distance will be about 15 minutes duration, plus or minus a couple of minutes, depending on how much time slot we have left. Jackson, this is going to be a big one. Round 5 of 6. There are 8 races remaining in the 2026 season. I'm going to cut a couple centuries ahead of myself here. Here we go. As the field heads down the hill, everybody will be patiently waiting for that green flag. Lights are out on the safety car. It's Ayrton Grimm and championship leader Bryce Mersberger carrying the red number placard, indicating that he is the championship leader. Can anybody take the fight to Mersberger? Here we go, waiting for the green flag to fly. There it goes, green flag, and we're underway. Nice start. Didn't see anybody pop out of line early, but we're 3 wide already for 3rd place. Zach Veach on the outside into turn 1.
Andy Vogel down to the paint there, trying to follow Mersberger. As you see Zach Veach trying to hang it on the outside. If that can stick, he can parry that, and that'll be down low into turn number 2. Grimm still in a deadlock with Mersberger out in front, and here comes Veach down low into turn number 2.
Yeah, DiGiacomo got held up on the curbing there, but here comes Grimm trying to hang tough on the outside. Tough math there. It's slippery out there offline, and Veach up to 3rd right behind the 17-year-old Ayrton Grimm onto the Paul Newman straight.
Very nip and tuck to get things started as we work our way up the hill for the first time. Look at this shot, folks. Wheeling up and over.
Cinema.
Absolute cinema. A little bit further back. I think Heath Pomerantz trying to make a move as well as the 113 down low. But Bryce Mersberger, no problemo, getting the bumper ahead of Grimm and trying to go up and away. A handful of cars off further back. I think that might have been Jalen Batley going a little bit wide in the 88.
Whoa, big
He's able
swings.
to patch it up, though, further back.
Yeah, a couple big swings, defensive moves into turn one. You're right, Batley on the attack now of Isaac Nolan in the 46. Ayrton Grimm reeling in Bryce Mersberger for the race lead. And if they fight, IndyCar driver Zach Veach is there to pick their pocket. What a race so far.
And for Zach Veach, it's all about just sitting back and observing, right? You don't want to be that guy who potentially makes that move on the P2 guy and kills any momentum he's got on the leader. Now you're just forced to battle it out for P2 while the other guy runs away with the bacon, right? So Veach, he's been doing this for a long time. He knows what the strat is. A little bit further back, I think that's Musser in the 106. Jordan trying to make that move on James French. Maybe a little bit too tight there. He knows it. He backs out.
Well, someone just ran a track record, potentially, out of the fence. Is that right? That's not a real lap. That was tripping the timing and scoring on the pit lane here. But Mersberger, Grimm, Veach, who holds the best lap of the race? Well, I guess it would be the wrong lap that we just saw there, but we'll see who it gets corrected to in a moment. But Veach, Volkel, Musser, French, Batley, Nolan, Barber, Stout, the rest of the top 10. This is now where you get into the stage of the race where you have to start planning for your passes at turn one. Very difficult to make something happen anywhere else. And in fact, it'll put you at a risk of getting past. And if you're too aggressive in trying to force something, you're going to get swallowed up.
It's because it's an expensive move, right, Kyle? You need to go so vastly offline and off of what your traditional method of going around the course would be. And the only place that you can do it without going too vastly off course is going down low into T1. Yeah. You can do it everywhere else. That just means if you do it outside of turn one, you got a pretty good chance of bringing in a handful of people behind you.
A moment ago, this was the car that went off right here. Big lateral slide.
Whoa.
And that is the, is that the 88 car?
Not Batley, no.
Sorry. 86 maybe, was that Kelly? Either way, big off and kept it straight somehow. That's a tough task. It's a rough ride over there.
Jordan Musser giving chase here to Andy Volkel. That was for 4th and 5th. Let's check in back in front right now because Mersberger and Grimm chucking it in there to turn number 4 and throwing it up the hill.
Yeah, this is a really fun fight to watch. Grimm looks very quick this weekend. And there is something about Grimm in this racetrack that have just clicked. Back a couple of years ago when he came here for the first time in a Rush Series car, this is how he was running. And last year, he only didn't run here because they were still learning this car. They had purchased their own chassis rather than renting, and it takes a while to figure out the nuances of the car. And now, he's right behind the championship leader, and you see Bryce. This is a move that Veach knows quite well from the Indy 500. The dragon move down the straightaway to break that draft in the slipstream behind.
Study session at 120 miles an hour right now for Ayrton as he's just looking for where there's maybe a little bit more pace, where he can get some clean air under the nose. Maybe down here into turn number 2 if Bryce continues to try swinging it wide. Bryce did that during qualifying, late apex, and really swinging it wide, using that as a launch pad into turn number 3. Only issue is that leaves that door wide open for the 121.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a gain or a loss, but it sure looked like a short-term gain, long-term loss there for Grimm at that 3rd corner. Airborne over the crest is Volkel and Musser. And looking a little bit deeper in the field now. This is sort of the racing that we expect to see here, where it gets singled out and then it's a chess match. It's a 10th here, a 10th there. And you use the term expensive. I love that term because mistakes are expensive here. There's definitely a lot of racetracks on the calendar where you're accelerating and braking enough times that you can sort of make up for a mistake. But here, a mistake in one turn, especially at a place like West Bend, will hurt you for over half a lap.
And it's a racing format where the cost is high too, just because of how tightly knit everything is in a wheel-to-wheel environment like this. I mentioned it a lot in Watkins Glen, especially at Gingerman, but when you have such a draft-dependent spec series like this, if you go offline, there's no such thing as a single position loss. You've got a handful of guys waiting in the wings to immediately fill in that spot being left by you. You got to fight tooth and nail to get back in line, so you cannot afford to make a mistake here if it's not someone else trying to put you in that gap, right?
Yeah, just, trouble, turn 2. Couple of cars tangled up at the exit of Big Bend. And I don't know that they're going to get back rolling here. It's local yellow for now. Leaders cross the line here. More trouble. This time, I don't know if this is related perhaps to the incident at 1. but smoke from the right rear. That's a tire rub there.
I thought that was Bryce for a second with the red
It looked like
paneling on it. That's the 128.
That is Jeff Hardesty. I didn't quite see the numbers on the other two, but here's a look a moment ago at the replay, Big Bend here.
I think that's Sanders on the outside. That orange and bronze machine.
Oh, that's where the contact was. It was with the 20 of Bill Dorrance that caught the right rear of Hardesty's car. But that wasn't related to the incident that we saw at Big Bend. We're still green for now as Hardesty has made it back to the pit lane. And now AJ Campo is off at Big Bend, this time on the outside. And she will get back rolling. And we'll see if the other cars have managed to clear. They have not. And there's the full course yellow. I was wondering when that was going to come out.
I think we missed the other car that was completely parked on the inside of that corner as well. Saw a little bit of tire smoke as well there from Hardesty. That's one of the noted issues we've seen with some of the chassis. It doesn't, everything is so tight because it's such a small chassis, right? And even if you have just a little bit of a nudge in the rear fender, that can cause pretty good amount of tire rub.
The good news is the car that you saw parked was actually driving away, it looks like. So there was two cars involved in that wreck at Big Bend. One of them has gotten away, and there's only one left. So that means that this should be a pretty quick cleanup, at the very least, which is good news. It means we could get back racing. You know what that's the best news for? Veach.
Oh, for sure. That immediately will put him back in.
Tony Barber there.
Oh, it is.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
So tow truck is out as well as the medical car, the what I'm calling the medical car, the orange Aston Martin we saw earlier on. I believe that second one in line for more track inspection than anything right now. Man, disappointment for Tony Barber. Again, was a late addition to the Rush paddock. I believe made his debut at Gingerman.
Yeah. He'd been interested in a while. I think Azimuth Muhammad might have given it a try one time. Customer over at Turn In, and I think Tony was like, you know what, he looks like he's having fun, maybe I'll jump in. And of course Andy Vogel has run with Turn In Concepts and had run the Rush for a full season. So they're going to go to work very quickly. This team is really effective. We still have a couple of minutes on the clock, and with such short laps, I would feel confident in getting a few more goes, a few more bites at the apple here. Let's see, we have until about 3:25, 10 minutes from now, before Track Battle Heat 3.
Tony's not able to get that car restarted, though.
Unfortunate. Yeah, frustrated. You can read the body language there, but behind the safety car for the time being. And if this is all we have to pick up, I would anticipate a restart, but how many laps do we get is the question.
Would hope for at least 3 here. But depending on, you would hope that they'd be able to get Tony's car restarted and he'd be able to get that back to pit lane on its own power. So unfortunately, that'll take a good chunk out of it.
Yeah, for Jordan Musser and Vogel as well, this will be an opportunity to grab some spots. So also for Veach, coming in, this is his first race weekend, understanding and taking advantage of the green means go rules, sort of similar to IndyCar in a way,
for sure,
right? I mean, very dissimilar to something like a stock car, like NASCAR sort of thing, where you must remain not only in your column, but you cannot pass before the line, all these things. So, some similarities there for sure, but getting used to the aggression level and sort of, also first event, you don't want to get caught doing something wrong either. So there's a little bit of that, But Zach has been a pleasure so far to chat with, and Ayrton Grimm and Bryce Mersberger have got a lot of experience in their mirrors. Of course, Andy Vogel, talk about him for a second. He's had quite the couple of years in this championship, just trying to find a little bit more pace out of the car. Started running the Rush a year ago. This year runs 6th. His best finish of the year was 4ths, and those came back in race 1 and 3 of South Carolina.
Yeah, guy that's normally had the been a staple in the top 10. We saw him do the shootout as well at Gingerman a couple months ago, but just hasn't really been able to find the last few pieces to turn that into a podium-worthy package just yet. Not entirely sure what really needs to change there. Obviously, Turn In, smaller team that's more used to the full-sized cars and, working on pre-built cars, obviously. So still building up that Rush program, but you look at the kind of skill that Andy has, especially with, what we've seen from Tony. They definitely have the drivers for it.
Yeah, it's a whole different nuance, right? Spec racing in general. is a different nuance than building things for a time attack class or anything like that. So the car is on the hook, and they're working their way through the downhill now. The lights are still on the pace car, which will mean one more pace lap. Again, we still should have a couple of minutes of opportunity to restart this race and get a few more bites at the apple. And Grim would absolutely love that. I don't believe Grim's ever won a race in the Rush Series before. Almost had one at CMP in Eibach GLTC, but then got caught for a little bit too much spice on the dyno post-race in race 4 and ended up relegated down the order a ways. But he's been working hard and I think might be owed one at this rate with how many times he's had a good car that broke underneath him. So here we go.
I mean, definitely, and that wasn't the only time, too, as well. You look back to the battle he had with Cattell and Magnussen at Road Atlanta. And, you know, a handful of really good runs as well from the back of the field at Gingerman, specifically in this machinery. Just wasn't able to, didn't have the time to really get all the way to the front of the field, but he had some phenomenal drives from the back half of the grid in the Rush Series.
So I would expect, with the cleanup that I just saw, I would expect a green flag this time. I don't have anything to support that other than I see the flag in the hand of the starter. So maybe that is the facts that I needed. I don't see a white flag in hand, so I would expect 2, maybe 3. We have time for 3. We'll see how it pans out for the GridLife Rush Series here. Predictions, Jackson. Who do you have winning this thing?
Lights are out. I think Veach is going to be able to pick off Grim at the start. I don't know if he's going to have the time on the clock to get to Bryce.
I sort of agree. I think Merzberger's got this, but he's going to have to get a good restart. And maybe Grim can cover off Zach Veach as well. So let's see what's in the tank for the drivers chasing down the championship leader, who is hoping to extend his advantage. Blair Hosey has not had the race he's been looking for down in 9th place. He needs to gain some spots and in a hurry. Green flag, and we're back underway in the GridLife Rush Series. Vocal looking aggressive to the outside of Veach, who covers it off. Merzberger, though, a very strong restart into turn 1. Trips Stout in the grass on the run to turn 1 as well.
He's giving a shove to Jalen Batley. They're both trying to make moves on Musser down low. Out in front, Veach can't make it stick on Grim.
Oh, there's a car off in the dirt over there, but I think they're going to keep it straight. And making their way back around to the left-hander, and they're going to sort out the way that they entered turn 1. Merzberger, Grim, Veach, Vocal, Musser, and a lot of side-by-side behind them.
Batley, I think, going a little bit wide there in that golden-purple machine, just in the middle of the field there, the purple 88. Making that move stick alongside Trip Stout. Just exactly what Bryce Merzberger wanted there.
A little bit of smoke
on the start. Yeah, a little bit of smoke. That might have been from French.
Yeah, it's back in the field a little bit. It almost looked like it was coming from the French Stout area. And here's the white flag. This will be the last lap of the race this time through. Here we go.
Vocal down low, trying to defend from Musser. Musser flicking to the outside, trying to go around the outside. Grandborn nearly making it 3 wide there into turn number 1.
Oh, Grim threw it down into 1, but he's sliding. Everybody's out of control sideways, trying to make up whatever ground they can. Grim can taste it. He's so close.
It's going to have to be ambitious. And if there's anywhere he could do it, maybe turn 5 here at the end. It's not a heavy braking zone, but if he's got the momentum, he could be able to make it stick. Unfortunately, he's too far away to set up that run.
Up over the crest of the hill. Airborne front tires for Zach Veach, who looks like he might snag a podium in his first race in the GridLife Rush Series. Here comes Grim, though. Don't count him out until they're at the stripe. Big commitment through turn 7. Final time, down the hill through turn 7 at Lime Rock Park. Here comes Ayrton Grim. A big draft to the end, but he's not quite going to get there to the bumper. But Merzberger picks up a win at Lime Rock. Grim, 2nd place. Zach Veach, Andy Vocal, Jordan Musser.
Welcome to GridLife, Zach Veach. He just had a view of a phenomenal battle in front of him. Ooh, further back, Grant Bourne going off.
Yeah, up
coming out of the final corner as well. I'm not sure if that was a mechanical or if a mistake indicted that. But man, what a great battle. And if that was 1 lap longer, we would be talking about maybe a side-by-side run there for the lead.
Yeah, I think Grant might have just pulled off there, but ooh, that was spicy. Fun stuff. And Merzberger gets a little bit closer to mathematically locking out Blair Hosey. 103 points are possible in the GridLife weekend, but with the drops, I think Blair is things are looking a little tougher to get to Bryce. the tail end of the season here. So we'll look at our results. Provisional, of course, but note that Ayrton Grimm has the fastest lap of the race. That's a good place to start. And there's Bryce, there's Ayrton, and there's Zach Veach in the number 226. Andy Vogel, Jordan Musser, your top 5. Then you mentioned James French, Trip Stout, Blair Hosey picked up a spot over Ryerson Whistle, and Justin Kelly snagged a top 10.
Justin Oler, Max Kraus, Brett DiGiacomo, Heath Pomeranz down 5 positions. Keegan Bosch after the penalty gaining a handful, or improving a handful. Matt Wilson, Jeffrey Gordon and company. Michael Neff in 21st. Kyle Melnick as well. But man, Larry Brady, Brian Lair all the way back to 28th. AJ Campo was able, even with that spin though, to gain a handful of positions.
Well, yeah, and Tony Barber, you see down in 39th there, not the result he was looking for. Ben Carroll also at the bottom of the order. Jalen Batley, I didn't see what happened to him, but got knocked down all the way to the mid-30s. And John Cargy, I don't think started the race, or started it and pulled off immediately. Let's have a look at the highlights from Grid Life Rush Series Race 1. It had a little bit of drama towards the end, but for the most part, it was dominated by Bryce Mersberger on the start, though. Watch Zach Veach here in this outside lane. Started 4th, and this is why this outside is a good place to be if you're not leading, because you can carry a lot of speed along the outside run.
Yeah, left that door open to Vogel, who wasn't able to get it done. Jordan Musser was trying to make some moves of his own as well. There were a handful of spinners. There was one between AJ Campo and one of the Rush of the Carolinas machines that brought out the caution. We were able to go back to racing, and a big shove from Stout there to Jalen Batley.
I wonder if that might have cut down Batley's tire there. Maybe what brought him down to pit lane with that shove on the front stretch. But after that, it was Ayrton Grimm chasing Bryce Mersberger and Zach Veach trying to close the gap, but they're just all so even, so equal. And Ayrton gave it everything he had, but just came up a 10th short. And the 3-lap dash to the end here at Lime Rock Park. It was Bryce Mersberger on his dad's birthday, nonetheless, that goes to victory lane here. And we've got 3 more Rush races coming tomorrow, but we've got plenty more racing going on later today. And we'll see after the break. Grid Life Rush Series Race 1 is complete.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, official tire retailer of Grid Life.
of 6 opportunities to go fast at Lime Rock Park and GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, 2 are gone. For the GRIDLIFE Track Battle drivers, welcome back to Lakeville, Connecticut and Lime Rock Park. Kyle Heyer joined by Eddie Siegel, this time for GRIDLIFE Track Battle Heat number 3. Last opportunity of Friday. There's 3 more chances tomorrow to improve, but we saw track records broken in both sessions. A little bit less in Heat 2 than Heat 1, but the track temperature, I think, is coming down a touch. Given the afternoon sun is kind of dipping below some clouds here. You see 71 air temp, track temp about 98 degrees, but a little bit of a breeze. It's not a bad day out there.
No, it's not bad at all, and hopefully we have a good crowd coming out today for this session.
It looks great from the sky, and again, record crowds expected both tomorrow and today. Have a look down at the paddock. It looks fantastic down there. And we have, of course, Forza Horizon 6 joining us this weekend. And one of the things that we have that's new for this event is these really neat Forza Horizon 6 car ratings that that we have as part of our Forza Horizon 6 partnership. That they are sponsoring the Forza Horizon 6 concourse as well as the arcade. And we'll get to show you some of those throughout this session and kind of compare the performance levels of some of these cars. But sending out a safety truck around here for a lap or 2.
Have you played Forza Horizon 6 yet?
I have, and it's fantastic. And here's a look at a couple of our Falcon Club SC competitors. And here's what I'm talking about. We can sort of compare the different vehicle performances. And you know what? These guys are pretty much right on the money. And that's why it makes this so much fun.
Oh, that is so cool.
You got David Best and, of course, Mike Jansen. 2 very different cars, but they end up sort of competing very much on the same playing field. Of course, the Fit on the left and the Civic on the right. But again, they all sort of ends up meaning that the lap time is basically identical. And we had a really cool thing for the drivers coming to this event where they could use basically this frame and tell everyone that they're on their way to GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. Everyone always says that GRIDLIFE is like Forza in real life, and there's nothing truer than that statement, I think. So we'll do some more of these throughout the session and get to show you a little bit more. You know what? Let's do this too. While we're here, let's switch one over to car 571. And that would look at John Laughlin and see kind of where his car stacks up as far as the performance level. And I'm just kind of curious to see what we end up with here. So looks like he might have a little more handling than the other guys. But there's John in the Club SC Mini.
Based off of the times this morning, handling is definitely the strong suit of that car for sure.
Yeah, and we saw that at Watkins Glen as well, where the straight line speed really wasn't the advantage of this car, but here you don't really need to rely on that. It's average speed, really, and this car is certainly good at maintaining a high lateral, cornering G, because it's so tiny, so low to the ground. You still have the same tire width as the other cars as well. So,
yeah, I actually got a chance to catch up with him an hour or so ago, and he was explaining to me that it's the weight. That the car has a big sunroof, as you can see in the video, and he thinks that is a big contributor to the issues of speed.
Now, can you remove it?
You probably could. I would imagine it's expensive to do, removal and then put either aluminum or carbon. But yeah, he said there's not much else to take out. I mean, he could take out small little bits and bobs, but that's sort of where the car's at.
Yeah, really neat. I'm surprised we don't see more minis. They can be had for not a whole lot of money. I think making them reliable on course is perhaps another challenge, but Eddie, I can't claim to know a ton about the power plants here. I do know that there are some BMW bits and bobs in these cars, yes?
Yeah, so BMW actually owns Mini. They bought them in the early 2000s, but some of the earlier Minis actually had Rover engines in them.
Interesting.
So, the later ones now are more BMW. But I think John's is an earlier model, so I think it's actually still has some British in it.
Here's another look at the class overview for Club SC. There's your current record holder, David Best. A 103.419 is what he set earlier today. Entry-level cars, but not entry-level competition. Some of the closest battles we're going to see all weekend long on a 205 with Falcon RT 660 Plus. And you'll see a couple of the cars represented there. Sam Doolings is the silver Fit on the right, but then you've got Mike Jansen, who's here on the left, and then Lennon Radcliffe, who's not here in that Toyota Corolla. which had me thinking, because I have a more contemporary Corolla, a 2012 model, but I think the underpinnings are quite similar. And a lot larger car, but maybe still could be competitive if you put the right parts on it. There's Sam Dooling, who is in the championship hunt. I don't know that he's not going to certainly win the title because Jensen's already locked it up. But as far as moving forward, still has opportunity to defend from Lennon Radcliffe and John Laughlin. He sits P2 in the title right now, 75 points. As we start Group D here, there's your lap time so far for Club SC on the bottom and Club TR on top. And we'll see if anyone can go quicker here in the cool afternoon.
I love to see Mark 7 Golfs out there. I think they are underappreciated in the motorsport community. So it's always good to see one out on track.
Yeah, this is Sean Sullivan, who's a street class competitor. And the 2-liter inline 4, the E888.3 engine, 3,200 pounds. Perhaps gunning a little above its weight in street class here this weekend.
Yeah, I think the hard part with those cars is I think the aftermarket availability in terms of motorsport specific parts is just not there yet. So I think that's why we don't see many of them out on track.
There's Dooling, Laughlin, and then Austin O'Brien chasing him in behind, and there is that Mazda 3 that we pointed out earlier that is stopped on the run up to
it's on the chicane.
So they won't throw a yellow for that. They'll leave him there, unfortunately, but tough so early in the session. And here comes, is that Evan McLaren in the track mod Civic? I think it is. Now,
yeah, the 487.
Yeah, we touched on this earlier, but let's follow him around. This EG Civic hatch here with the white and purple and orange on it. There's a track mod entry. And you see here, Adam Slowinski is currently the leader in track mod, perhaps no surprise. But Evan McLaren, P7 in this class. And this car is really not set up well for track mod. It's not designed to be. I talked to Evan and the car owner, and he basically said, you know, this is for HPDE. This is not necessarily designed for this category, but Evan is behind the wheel of it, just getting some data, and they're going to try to make it better and just have some fun with it.
Yeah, I ran into Evan as well a little while ago, and he was telling me about this car, and you know, they were having some braking issues earlier in the day, but it looks like they've gotten those cleared out, and he's going out there and testing the limits of that car.
Yeah, neat brake lights as well, kind of purple.
Oh yeah, those are cool.
But again, should be pretty well off the pace of other track mod cars. However, just ran a 101, so we're back in the conversation of sub 1 minute lap times, although it's still about 4 seconds north to Mike Kubiak, who's the next car up the road. But once again, for a car not designed to be running in this class, I'd say that's not all that bad.
No, that's still considered quick in general.
Yeah, I mean, the car, it's got basically an Integra Type R power plant, a 1.8 liter inline 4. Makes about 250 horsepower and weighs 2,300 pounds, so pretty good power to weight. But I imagine between some of the interior bits and some other modifications they've done, plus the tires they have on it, takes it well out of the scope of Club TR.
Yeah, it also doesn't have ABS, which was something Evan was talking to me about, and how it's hard to get used to going from ABS to a car without ABS.
Yeah, certainly in a place like this where you have a braking zone where you sort of have to trail off into the corner, it's pretty tricky without it.
Yeah, you rely on ABS and turning into turn 1, I feel like, so that's got to be a learning curve for sure.
Chuck Meyer in the 177, and looks like the 3 car is going to be sneaking to the inside. That is Ian Stone in the 2009 Honda Fit in Club SC. And Ian working his way by in that Fit, and then right behind him in the 1 car, that's Tim Forsheimer. See average speeds here for the Fits, 87 miles an hour around here. That's a high average speed. We saw peak speeds of 105 at Watkins Glen with a lot more room to wind these things out.
I mean, that's the thing with Lime Rock is the average speed is so high, which is what makes this track so much fun to watch too. I mean, you're always on throttle pretty much, except for the left. So even a Honda Fit looks really fast out there.
Yeah, there's Ian Stone in that number 3 car. And you see that thing just loaded up on that left front. I love watching the weight transfer of these cars. You can really get a sense for what the car is doing. And they're great training tools as well to understand how to carry momentum, because if you lose momentum, no, you can't, because it just takes so long to earn it back that you have to learn to trail brake and really stay off the brake pedal as much as you can, carry speed through the corners, and keep that throttle pinned to the firewall as long as you can.
It's a great tool to learn patience behind the wheel.
There's another car to learn patience behind the wheel, having driven one on track in stock form. This is a Subaru BRZ with the FA20 under the hood, so not engine swap, not a K-Series, not a contemporary FA24. I've talked about it at length this year, but we don't actually see a lot of unswapped first-generation BRZs and FRSs because they're just strictly not competitive in the class rules that we have. But Michael Hohmeier's doing a lot with it, and a fantastic training tool. Again, you have to keep it revved all the way out and be very efficient with your shifts and with your braking to keep the car in its power band, which even then, you're still struggling with what feels like the torque from an electric toothbrush, but you just got to keep it wound up, and it'll treat you well if you do that.
You have one yourself, right?
I do, and I love it. I love it so much. It's a fantastic street car. I was never really a speed demon on the road, so I never cared that it didn't thrust me back into the seat. And understanding sort of what it's for, which is putting a smile on your face and sort of hearkening back to the A86 Corolla, simple front engine, rear drive fun. And it does that very well. When you take it to a racetrack, you need a little more ponies under the hood. But the second generation car really fixed a lot of that. The first gen car wasn't really all that slow, but it felt slow. And so, E85 and, an exhaust, a couple other tweaks will sort of help that a little bit. But you're still sort of stalled out around 190 wheel until you start doing some pretty aggressive modifications. But that's why the second gen car, which could make 210 before you did anything, was a much better bouncing off platform for drivers like Jeremy Bailey, for example.
Yeah, they definitely, the second gen, they took a lot what they learned from the first gen and put a better engine, better gearing, a little bit wider. But there's still a lot of components that fit between the two, correct?
As far as I understand, they're about 95% exactly the same. It really was just a bit more body bond, a little stiffer chassis. The interior is all different. All the panels are different for the most part, except for the roof and the C-pillar. But underneath, mechanically, they're very, very similar cars. Minor tweaks between the two. So they retain a lot of the same characteristics. You just, 25 horsepower power bump. And the stiffening and maybe gearbox, some slight modifications, but really much the same car underneath. So they didn't ruin what made it great to begin with. Here's Troy Bauma. This is a rear-wheel drive car in Club SC, something we don't see a lot because a lot of rear-wheel drive cars have limited slip differentials. You can't have that in this series. This car does not. Got the hazards on.
I was going to say, got the hazards. Is that a 318, 325?
I think it's a 318 off the top of my head, but let's.
I'd assume based off of it being Club SC, but
and it's also car 318.
Oh well.
Which that was the key.
Missed that one. Missed that one.
I'm not a BMW guy, Eddie, but I have to use my context clues when they come to me. Same thing with the guys that drive Porsches. I'm not exactly the biggest Porsche nerd ever, but if you give me a 996 as a car number, I can make a guess.
It's cool to see that out there. I mean, those were economy cars when they came. I mean, I'm pretty sure they also made those little compact ones as well. That one looks like a standard coupe.
I don't think we've seen a lot of those in the U.S. I know that there has been one, I believe, in GRIDLIFE before. I can't recall when or where.
Drifting.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I feel like we saw one in Club TR previously. I could swear that I've seen it before. I don't know if I have the stats to pull that up very quickly, but I do believe that we've seen it. But not a lot of shifting on the racetrack right now as far as time speeds or anything of the sort. Lachlan getting after it in the Mini. But, these conditions, well, I think they're not far off from this morning. It still seems like the earlier sessions were a little bit more ripe for performance. Great shots there from the crew in turn one, just dropping in and getting that really neat.
Very cool drone shot.
Sort of cable cam-esque view. Oh, here's Noah Jank in the 262. He had an off here last year at turn 7 and wrinkled up the left side of the car. Glad to have him back here this year, competing again in Falcon Club TR in the MRS. Fun chassis to start with. Got that mid-engine balance, but these cars, including their previous generation counterparts, were known for being pretty twitchy and hard to control on the limit.
Oh yeah, I mean, we saw that with Ben a couple hours ago. So even with massive aero, huge wing, all the suspension setups, they still are twitchy. It's just the inherent design of where the motor sits in the car. They didn't make those for that long either. I remember them being only, a couple years, and then they kind of disappeared.
I did notice that Mike Jansen did a little bit of a pickup last time around and moved up to a 103.76. So just 0.3 off of David Best, but it was Best that led Jansen at Watkins Glen, and Jansen stole it back. But no podium sprint here to reset the game. So fastest lap of the weekend is what takes it as the checkered flag comes out here on Group D.
It's impressive that he found time on the afternoon session. Usually tends to be a little slower, as we've discussed. So good job. And he bumped him into P2.
There's Becky Robertson in the number 9 Mazda, and a little bit of bump trapping almost on the front straightaway between, I think that was Ian Stone and Austin O'Brien. Sorry, Sam Dooling and Austin O'Brien, silver fit. And they like to do this. They have a lot of fun out there on the racetrack together, running nose to tail, kind of copying each other's lines with the hopes to maybe eventually convince the powers that be to have a wheel-to-wheel series for those cars.
I know, they've been trying for a while now. What's really cool about Sam's car is that he drives it to and from the track. He doesn't trailer it, and he drives it pretty long distances. I think he recently had to finally replace the motor after like a long time, but really cool car.
Yeah, Sam drove his from South Carolina, which is where he works now. He used to live in Michigan, was a lot closer to sort of the center of the GRIDLIFE ecosystem. But he now resides in South Carolina, and his drives have become a lot longer, but drives it to the racetrack, competes, and drives it home, which is sort of the spirit of Club SC. You sort of giggle a little bit when you see him show up on a trailer, but that's how serious these guys are these days.
Yeah.
Well, with that, Group D has the checker flag. We're going to take a break real quick. We'll come back with Group C for track battle Heat 3 in a moment.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Well, the clouds have found us in Lakeville, Connecticut. Welcome back to GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. It's a cool Friday afternoon, and we're about a third of the way through our GRIDLIFE track battle coverage for qualifying 3, or I guess Heat 3 here this weekend, as we work our way through our 6-heat event. No podium sprint this weekend. Fastest lap of the weekend takes it. And now this is Group C, so our kind of middle third of the quick cars here this weekend. Logan Geyer, you see Adam Roble. Looks like Ben Lynn is out there in the TURD car. So a number of really neat entries on the road here from a variety of different classes. Probably Club TR Street and a little bit of track mod and unlimited presence here as well.
Ooh, look at that 8th gen.
That's a good looking car. Didn't quite get a look at the number on it before it came around. Maybe when it drives by us here on the front straight, I can pick it up. But that is the 828 on the entry list, which is Alvin Poon in a K24 8th gen Civic, 2,800 pounds RT660s. Fits right into Falcon Club TR. Has a picture of it doing some autocross on 2 tires, so he knows how to send it.
Yeah. So that is a motor swap too, because those came with K20s.
Right.
So he went to the K24 to get a little bit more torque. But with that, you lose a little bit of the top end. It doesn't rev as high, but I think it makes up for it.
Neat looking sort of Euro front end on this as well, right?
Yeah, so I think it's got the JDM or, Canadian front end and taillights. I actually owned an 8th gen a long time ago.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Great cars.
Yeah, and it seems like that. I think all I know about them is that they're really great mechanically, but they didn't have the best paint, from what I understand.
Yeah, their paint work was not the best. It liked to peel. The clear coat liked to just disappear and start to flake off after a while. Honda did actually put out a recall, and they could repaint it, but by then I think it was too late.
Well, one of our street class competitors who's running 4th in class, Mike Coons. Sounds like Jackson Lambros has an update for us, Jackson, from the paddock. What you got?
Check.
He's trying to fill the hole at the top that was left by Josh Halka. That is coincidentally a Subaru STI shape, but Josh Halka trying to get his first win, or excuse me, Mike Coons trying to get his first win of the season in the 310. Went on older tires to get things started this morning. That was just to learn the track, and he was telling me he was almost as sideways as when he first started driving that car doing rallycross. But on newer tires now, trying to finally really push and get to the top here in street.
Thanks, Jackson. Yeah, it's be fun to watch the street class battle. Chris Hatch just picked up. Jonathan Dank is driving into Jurassic Park. Goodbye, Jonathan Dank.
Yep.
Needs a track map, I think, but I'm just kidding. He'll just trying to get off the road and make sure he's safe.
Good thing he used that and he didn't try to save it and end up in the barrier.
Yeah, exactly. Coming into the shot here shortly is a car that we were looking for, Ben Lynn, in that number 62. There's Adam Roble in the 15 Integra. But we were talking about Ben Lynn earlier today, that 2GR FE V6 MRS. He's been chasing that car around so far this year, trying to make it do the right things. It was getting all the spark plugs all oily at Midwest Festival. Engine finally let go. He's replaced it. Replaced that engine, and I think he's got another on standby, but it's been really fun to watch him get after it in that number 60 car. There he is, Toyota Unlimited Racing Development, and entering turn 3 now, the left-hander. And it'll be fun to watch the battle between him and Ben Thorne. He's at a 101.048. I think this is going to be Connor O'Mara again, yep. And
looks like he got the car back together after his mishap last session.
Oh, right, I forgot about that. He was off.
Yeah. I think the whole splitter fell off of it, or damaged. And he also probably had to change some underwear as well. So
Ben Smallin, he has painter's tape on the back of that Golf that says stock.
I don't know about that.
That's what he claims. Jonathan Dank has gotten back on the road, thankfully, after having gone off at turn 1. But going back to Ben Lynn, here he is again, the number 60. Into turn 1. He and Ben Thorne kind of sort of competed together. He told me that he expects Thorne to be much quicker. So far, that is the case.
I think the level of difficulty in driving might have something to do with it. The thing about this car is, again, I think because it's changed so much over the years that he hasn't really been able to find a sweet spot and get comfortable with it. So I think hopefully this event will really get him more confident in the car and be able to push it a little bit more.
Yeah, and again, confidence is key here. As there's a drone flying right outside our window. I looked up and it was like the CIA's got me lasered But here at Ben Lynn coming down the downhill here as he comes around turn 7, and there's me. Hi, guys. Good thing to keep the glass between us. I'm feeling a little unwell today, so probably best that there is a little bit of distance, social distancing for the drone. But Bruce Young in the CRZ, I mentioned that earlier today as well. The CRZ is such a cool car. But going back to Lynn, I don't know if that rear wing is the same one he had on at Gingerman, but
probably.
Large rear wing and a car that likes to kind of snap around. I'd imagine that the aero balance is very important to get right on this car.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that wing is so high. I mean, it really is, you know, it's probably doing a lot of the work in keeping that car on the ground still. But yeah, he's moving.
It's so interesting that 2GR FE has such a low grunt, an engine that's used across the Toyota lineup. RAV4s, Highlanders, Camrys, and now in the MRS with Ben Lynn behind the wheel. He's been picking up a little time here and there, but has a little ways to go to catch Thorne in the 57-second bracket. So about 3.5 seconds and change to go. But no pickups that I'm seeing on the timing and scoring. We saw Connor O'Mara pick up a little bit, but that was really it.
Here's a Mark 8.
Yeah, it's Ben Smallwood, like we said. You see the painter's tape on the back. Says it's stock, and getting after it right now in the downhill. What great cars, though. I mean, Golfs in general. The story of these cars sort of being the front-wheel drive hatchback that kind of changed the way that people buy cars. You know, and a lot of performance available in this setup.
They created a category of car. Oh, look at that. Nice little slide there. They created the hot hatch category to a degree.
So Ben working his way around P8 in street class, and it sounds like, Jackson, are you on pit lane? I would like to hear from you and see what you can see down there underneath us. We'll check back in with Jackson here in a little bit. Jonathan Denk in the 67. Saw him go off at 1. He's back on course. Running in street mod here this weekend. And just circulating in that EK Honda Civic. Let's talk Civic generations here, Eddie. We see a lot of EGs, and we see a ton of FK8s on track. I feel like the EK is perhaps an underutilized generation of car on track.
The unloved child?
Yes.
Yeah, perhaps. You know, I don't really know why. Maybe it's a weight thing, but you are absolutely correct. I think that generation, I think it was also a short generation. I think it wasn't that long of a time period, so I don't know if the aftermarket really caught on with it. But it's good to see one out there.
And he's P7 right now in street mod. Let's check in again with Jackson. Jackson, you got me now?
Okay, so Jeff Daniels just ran over to me after parking his Outback in the pit lane and asked if I had a 10mm, which, shocker, Kyle, I did not. But a coupler was loose and was looking for something to help tighten that. No one in the pit lane did, but right across from us is Mountain Pass Performance's tent, and 2 of the guys over there ran over, helped get a wrench and get that tube fully tightened with the 10mm. I don't know if he's going to be able to go back on track right now, but Spirit of Grid Life active once again.
Wow, thanks, Jackson. That's great. Jeff Daniels is running a pretty unique car for Time Attack. He's in a 2007 Subaru Outback. So if you've seen that Subaru in some shots, not a car that you see in Time Attack a lot, but hey, I'm up for the diversity, and sounds like when you need a 10mm, you should go over and check out Mountain Pass Performance, because they've got all sorts of tools and things for that hybrid 350Z.
Yeah, that was lucky. I mean, lucky that they caught it as well. Boost couplers coming loose, that's a common thing on turbo cars. But yeah, Subaru Outback in 07. My mom had one. A long, long time ago.
Was it a race car?
It was not.
Yeah.
I may have driven it like a race car.
Yeah, I bet.
But
so checkered flag here on Group C. Really no major pickups to speak of. We did see Ben Lynn eat a little bit of his time and gain a little bit of ground on the next cars in front. We saw Connor O'Mara slightly pick up. You see him in the R32 Volkswagen across the stripe there. But no major pickups here in Group C. We'll step away and be back with Group B in just a moment. And our class leaders in Falcon Club TR are about to put on a show.
Up for a challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
And looks like we're green flag now for GRIDLIFE Track Battle Group B in just a moment's time. And Lime Rock Park is empty and awaiting the next group of track battle cars. Kyle Heyer, Eddie Siegel, Jackson Lambros bringing you the action. This time we're going to have a lot of our leaders, including those in Falcon Club TR, heading back on the road. And should be exciting. And again, we just haven't seen a lot of improvements or pickups. So it seems like the bar is going to be high. And there's part of the dream team, one of our drone pilots and a couple of our cam ops putting on the show. The dream team making this all happen around Lime Rock. Great work there by Project Prime. You know, they also do our vinyl for all the cars too. They have our broadcast team, they have a spin-off that does vinyl, and they do all the stickers and stuff too.
Oh wow, who knew?
Who knew, right? And
That's
so that
very
way,
cool.
I just hope when they get juiced for all the broadcast stuff that maybe they're making a little money on the vinyl. I hope. Hopefully we're making a little bit of money. There's your broadcast team on the left side of the road. Chris Jennings, the producer. Jarrett's in my ear. Max and Robert flying the drones. Making it all happen. Big thanks to the entire team once again. And for the cam ops, they've been out there all day long in the heat, in the rain. Not today, but hopefully not tomorrow either. They make it all happen. So big thanks again to the Project Prime team. That was kind of nice how it dissolved into the ticker there.
Yeah,
that was
cool. Very cool.
All right, Group B. Pointing at Falcon Club TR in the middle of the group of basically everyone else. And then we'll see some track mod and a little bit more unlimited. And then the next group will be really the fastest of the fast. And let's see what we've got here. Looks like Patrick Harvey's on the road. First car across the line is Nick Hendricks in Street GT. And Bronson McNeamer, a car we hadn't seen since April of 2025, is V8 ITB MX-5. This thing is a rocket ship. Super fun to watch him get after it. And right now, P5 in track mod, I'd expect him to find a little more pace, actually. I think he's got more in that thing.
Yeah, you know what's really cool about that car? If you've seen it on track, you can hear the traction control working as it goes around corners and it's coming out of a corner. You can actually hear it, you know, trying to get power down.
And there's Hendrick's opportunity awaits this weekend with Street GT.
Looks like some dust.
Yeah, a little bit. It's been a dusty weekend so far, despite we had a lot of rain the last couple of days. Especially yesterday, it was a very wet day. I would have thought that it would have soaked in and kept it from being so dusty, but it doesn't seem like that's been the case. Evan McLaren slowing down, letting Peter Granberg on by. Maybe tucking in line to find a bit more room, but we'll see what the strategy is here. McLaren is leading Granberg by about a 1/10 and a half.
Oh.
That's Jesse Myra down in turn 1, the Subaru. A little bit of a stack up behind him as everyone kind of roars into turn 1 in anger. And he's going to do the gentlemanly thing and
let people by.
Let people off, yep.
We appreciate that.
Alex Westergaard with the Maserati-powered Honda S2000. This feels like something you'd build in Forza, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Go over to the drivetrain swap and just see, you know, what thing sounds cool. How about this Maserati engine?
Love the livery.
Pushing the limits, perhaps.
Yes, just like in Forza.
Exactly, yeah. That's a deep cut joke. I like that, Eddie. Over the crest at the uphill, a couple of cars we haven't really talked a ton about yet today. That Evo, the red Evo, has been neat to watch. That is Kevin Sapari in a 2006 Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution. Want to talk street class? You got to talk Evo. You got to talk WRX, the classic Subaru versus Mitsubishi battle. What side are you on?
I'm Mitsubishi. I love Evos. I actually don't really like them in the street class because they have consistently beaten me for years upon years. So I'm hopefully one day we'll see another chassis or platform start to lead again. You know, a newcomer. But as of now, the Evo still stands as probably the best platform for street class.
It amazes me that, you know, these cars that are now 20 years old are still such a dominant force in this class with their turbochargers, their power plants, going head-to-head against WRX STIs. But even, you know, there's not really modern stuff that can really take the fight to these cars, at least in this rule set as it stands.
Yeah, with this rule set, due to the fact that, you know, in 2007, 2008, 2009, you didn't have to have all this safety equipment and electronics, these cars are light and they're fast and they still can make a boatload of horsepower. And even with stock aero with the all-wheel drive, they just can push through corners like nobody else in street class. So, I mean, it's very, very hard to keep up with these cars, especially if you're in a rear-wheel drive or front-wheel drive car.
There's Kevin, C431 on our Forza Horizon 6 ratings. Sitting second right now behind Mike Callaway. So, yeah, we're missing our front-running Subaru and Josh Halka, but we have replaced him with Mike Callaway. And we might not have Andy Holst, but we have Kevin Sapari. It's just funny how you take a couple kids out of the pool and you replace them with same but difference a little bit, right?
Yep. I think if you are, you know, trying to run in street class and you look at the data from over the years, an Evo is a good place to start if you're really trying to compete. So I'm not surprised that we're seeing other Evos show up.
Peter Granberg making his run up the hill here, trying to find a little bit of time on Evan McLaren, but McLaren's out there pushing as well. So two Club TR front runners are pushing.
That wing mirror is just barely holding on. He's holding on for dear life. Oh, and something, oh, that's a camera. Luckily, that's a camera on the back. But yeah, I mean, it seems to me like he's been, you know, having a tough time finding, you know, a good lap in, especially with the pacing.
Oh, McLaren just picked up a 57.211. It was green. I don't know by how much, but it was by just enough. And Peter Granberg has got a problem.
Looks like he just went off in the grass.
He's going to maybe shut it off. We saw something very similar happen to him at Midwest Festival in the podium sprint. and he was able to kind of Control-Alt-Delete and restart it. And then when he did, it was fine. He went out and won the podium sprint. So there is something that has been a gremlin for him. You see him reaching up to the upper right where his mirror is, maybe just trying to see if he can rejoin cleanly. But here's a look again, Eddie. What do you see?
Let's find out. All right, takes the corner. He exits pretty. Looks like he just ran wide, and maybe because of the bumps there, it knocked an electronic, some sort of sensor loose or caused some interference with the car. I mean, these engine swaps, when you're putting in computers that were never designed for that platform, there's always things that can go wrong.
He'll rejoin the racetrack and get back moving again. So just like we saw at Midwest Festival, you bring up the task manager and end all processes and start over again.
Control-Alt-Delete.
I guess that's sort of the Alt F4 equivalent when you shut the car off, I guess. But yeah. Daily Pagano in this BMW. There he is in the 527. Big, heavy car, these BMWs are. But we don't see a lot of them in Street GT, or at least we haven't so far this year. But Daly's an M4 coupe. Weighs 4,000 pounds, but also makes 600 horsepower. S58 engine. Not a lot of aero to work with either.
It's also all-wheel drive, which, I mean, me being an old-school BMW fan, I feel like it's sacrilege having an all-wheel drive M3, but...
So this one, he has it listed as rear-wheel drive.
Oh, so it's a stick. It's a manual.
Yes, this is the stick.
Okay, so it is rear-wheel drive.
So that's interesting. So are all the autos all-wheel drive? Is that how they did that? Or
yes, I believe so, except for maybe the competition versions, like the special CS models. I think those were rear-wheel drive.
So Adam Slawinski's car is an M4 Competition X Drive, and that is an all-wheel drive car for sure.
So that's an automatic, yeah.
Yep.
I don't think you could ever get the four-wheel drive in a manual.
Ooh. Well.
Which kind of sucks for the East Coast because, it snows a lot here.
Right.
And it'd be fun to have a manual all-wheel drive BMW M car, but...
Here's your leader in street class, Mike Calloway, the Baltz Auto Sport car. Great livery on this machine, and he's been nipping at the heels of the front runners all season long. I think he might have snuck out with a podium back at Road Atlanta, if I recall correctly. I'll double check on that while we got him in view here.
His driving has, the last few years, he has really, really stepped up his game. That car has so much potential. It is a very fast and powerful car. I don't know how much horsepower, but whenever I was behind him and he would just leave me for dead. So I can imagine it's probably 400 plus horsepower. And, he's working on his driving and it's showing. I mean, a 58.8 is no joke.
Yeah, and 2-liter flat 4, the EJ207 powering this car. And yeah, it was a third back at Road Atlanta. So it has a podium on the season. Down the order a little ways in the points, but this could be a big weekend for him. Earn a lot of points by winning an event, 25.
Yeah. Yep.
With that, checkered flag is out for Group B. We'll let the rest of these cars come across the line before we take a short break and set up for Group A, the fastest cars in North America. Callaway, no pickup. And no change there either for the S2000. And with that, we'll be right back, and Jesse Myra might have to get picked up along the way. We'll see you in a moment.
Every day, you trust your car with the things you care about most. At FCP Euro, we deliver you quality European car parts without compromise. What drives you is what drives us. We're driven by quality, researched and curated. Every part earns its place on our shelves. If we wouldn't put it on our cars, we won't sell it to you. Driven by trust and expertise, obsessed with the details. offering the right parts, guidance, and support when you need it most. We're driven by you, keeping your European cars on the road for the last 40 years. Head to fcpeuro.com to shop quality European car parts and get 5% off your first order over $149.
One of our great partnerships this weekend is with Forza Horizon 6, and that concourse tent you see at the bottom left will be filled with concourse cars tomorrow. Top right of your screen, the Toyota GR activation, which is just by that circular area of the racetrack, right by the entrance bridge that everyone drove over. For those of you here at the racetrack, Sun Kang is currently at the Toyota GR activation that is over by that entry Bailey Bridge. So if you head over to Toyota right now and to the GR activation, Sun Kang is over there and he's got a photo op at the moment. So if you got the opportunity, check it out. You can see way off in the distance there, that GR tent. That's where you want to go, and you can see a lot of the Toyota GR vehicles that they've brought out with them. And we've got more coming on the Toyota GR Corolla later today. For those of you here at the racetrack, do not leave when the track goes cold, because Drifter, the movie Drifter, we've got a happy hour for it at the Beer Garden from 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock, and then the Drifter movie sneak peek from 8 to 8:15, and then the Sun Kang Q&A and a meet and greet from 8:15 to 10 o'clock p.m. tonight. So do not miss it. And right now, head over to the Toyota GR activation for Sun Kang's photo op. There's that A86. And we'll have a chance to have that be a pace car tomorrow, Eddie, as well. So that is a replica of the one used in the movie that is currently about to be released.
Very cool.
And here we go. Group A is on course. And let's get rumbling with Group A for the Track Battle Series. Chris Smith right now chasing Adam Slowinski. It's about a second to get up to that BMW Competition X Drive that we were just talking about, with that big old V8 under the hood of that 1 Series BMW.
Is that an LS V8 or a BMW V8?
I believe this is a BMW V8. It is a, actually, I'm incorrect. I always mix this up. Brad Perkins has a BMW-based engine. For Chris Smith, it is an LS3 under the hood of his engine. And here's Sasha Anise in the 714. Here we go. Let's watch Sasha do a lap in the hybrid 350Z. Let's watch his telemetry. Watch that hybrid deploy. Almost 100 kilowatts on the brakes hard. Watch that trail braking. This is great data to see overlaid in real time.
So cool.
See, he's changed his electronics a little bit. He was 4 on the regen earlier. He's knocked it down to 3. Up to 8,000 RPM for the shift. 134 miles an hour over the crest of the hill. You saw the deploy even cut when he lost contact with the ground here. But here comes Sasha, holds the track record at GRIDLIFE with a 50.333. He set that this morning. He said that he thinks that's all he's got out of it. Kicking the dust up for Sasha Anise. 150 miles an hour at the stripe. It's not a pickup that time. Man, it makes such great noises, though, doesn't it? Pop, snap, crackle, pop.
It just doesn't sound like a VQ.
Oh, big lock up there.
Locked it up a bit.
Yeah.
Able to keep it under control, though, which is good.
Yeah, it's been a trouble spot for him so far this weekend. Still winning in Unlimited right now, and Dussault hasn't been able to get within a second of him so far. But really cool to watch this car. Again, if you want to learn more about it, you can head over to Mountain Pass Performance's website. They're currently working on a Ferrari 599 hybrid, which is not going to be a track car. It's just meant to be sort of a nice road car with a similar hybrid system to this one.
Where are the components coming from? Do you know?
So as far as the electric motors, I guess there's a guy in Scandinavia that builds these axial flux motors, but a lot of this they engineer in-house, and
Wow.
it's running custom software and everything. So Motec dash, but beyond that, I mean, there's a lot of custom bits and bobs on this car. And Sasha, engineer in his own right, he's got a big team behind him, and it really is a unique vehicle. Nothing else like it on the planet. I mean, I would liken it to an LMP1 as far as how the hybrid system is to a spectator, but as far as how it's assembled, it's very dissimilar. Those LMP1s had electric motors in the front axles. This is attached basically to where the clutch would be and is driving the system as a whole. So, very interesting car. Here's Ernestus Pizzellis, P3 right now in Unlimited, and about 7/10 off of Dusold in second place.
Listen to that supercharger.
Man, what a ground-pounding sound that is. No pickup for Pizzellis. Jake Hertel right behind him. No pickup there. Chris Smith across the stripe. No changes. It just seems like it's tough right now in the heat of the day.
Yeah, I mean, this can be some data gathering. You know, they can use this session to do that and enjoy some laps, you know. I always had fun no matter what conditions were out on track. So hopefully they're doing the same.
Hertel. We haven't really talked enough about him this year. There's been so many fast unlimited cars and so many drivers that are just wild to watch, and Jake has kind of quietly been lurking in the podiums and the backs of the shots. And I think he deserves a little more attention for what he's built and what he's driving, what he's doing with this car. And as I say that, jumps to third place and knocks Pizzellis off the podium by 0.05 of a second.
Wow, that's really impressive. Especially because just looking at the car, it seems pretty basic in terms of modifications, especially compared to the other front runners.
Yeah, for Jake, it's a 7-liter LS7, 6-speed sequential gearbox, slicks. I don't know that you really need to do much more than that on a Corvette.
I don't think so. They are great from the factory, and he's got it hooked up pretty well. So
it's John Veloso in the K-tuned Acura NSX GT3 Evo. This was a car that competed in IMSA. This is a FIA spec GT3, twin-turbo V6, sort of loosely based on the J-Series engine. Of course, the road car had a hybrid drivetrain. The race car never did. It was just straight-up internal combustion engine. And for a while at Midwest Festival, they were struggling with the turbos on this car, software-related, and they had to call Racers Edge Motorsports, which is the team that sold them the car. As you're going to look at James Houghton, the other K-tuned entrant here this weekend. You can't just call Honda. I mean, you've got to call the teams that know how these cars work. They're very, very specific and very trick to set up, and they require a lot of specialized knowledge.
yeah, you can't go onto the NSX forums and look up turbocharger software fixes.
Right. For the GT3 car,
Yeah.
which there are, maybe a couple of dozen in existence in the world.
These were rear-wheel drive too, if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
rear-wheel drive
They
only,
aren't
yep.
all-wheel drive like the factory ones.
Exactly, yep, because they don't have that hybrid system, which, going back to the LMP1 conversation, very similar front axle-driven electric motors. But he did pick up, and he's now P5 at 54.4. And Sasha, still on the road, but I don't know that he's going to get another lap. I think he's already picked up the checkers. Still pushing regardless.
Still pushing, yeah.
And maybe we haven't talked enough about that DRS. What a cool system he has on that rear wing. What's so fascinating, I thought it was just he clicks the button and it opens the rear wing. He has GPS coordinates as a safety fallback so that if the wing doesn't close by the time it reaches the end of his DRS zones that he's pre-planned, it'll close automatically.
Wild.
Insane. Really, really cool stuff. Let's have a look at our event results so far for GRIDLIFE Track Battle. We'll run you back through where we are at the end of Friday with 3 sessions left to go tomorrow and set things up for our Saturday battle in Track Battle. And to kind of go through everything. We didn't really see a lot of movement, though, in our different series. Here's a look at how things were in Club SC. It's still Best, Jansen, and Dueling, your top 3 there. Maybe a little pickups for a couple of drivers, but really not for that many. And then in Club TR, some time pickups, but it's still Evan McLaren on top of Peter Granberg. Peter's been struggling. It's quick, but it's not coming without issues.
I think Evan picked up a little bit, though.
Yeah, he did. Just the slightest bit. And it was enough to maintain his lead over Jeremy Bailey and Peter Granberg. There's the rest of the runner order there for Club TR. And then we move into street class, and this is where things are going to get interesting because Mike Callaway is in the catbird seat here, but just over the top of Kevin Sapari in the Lancer. Then Chris Hatch in the Model 3, not too far back to 6/10. Mike Coons sitting in 4th with Benson Tai right behind in the S2000. And then let's head into Street GT. It's Nick Hendricks over Daily Pagano and Jim Sinatro. And then Street Modified. It's Dewey on top again, but didn't go out that session. He does say that the car's a little uglier, but it should be okay, and he'll go back out again tomorrow. Cal Fortner and Dai Yoshihara, 2nd and 3rd. In track mod, no changes here. It's Adam Slawinski. Didn't even go out that session, still holds on to a 53.6. Chris Smith, Peter Liu, the rest of the top 3. And then in Unlimited, it is Sasha Anise, Mike Dussault, and Jake Ertel, your top 3. Ernie Pazelis got bumped in that session. That's it for Track Battle today. Plenty more racing coming your way, though, before we wrap up Friday action from GridLife Circuit Legends. It's GridLife GT up next.
Every day, you trust your car with the things you care about most. At FCP Euro, we deliver you quality European car parts without compromise. What drives you is what drives us. We're driven by quality, researched and curated. Every part earns its place on our shelves. If we wouldn't put it on our cars, we won't sell it to you. Driven by trust and expertise, obsessed with the details, offering the right parts, guidance, and support when you need it most. We're driven by you, keeping your European cars on the road for the last 40 years. Head to fcpeuro.com to shop quality European car parts and get 5% off your first order over $149.
And welcome back to GridLife Circuit Legends. And look at that circuit legend popping a wheelie on the scooter.
Yes, sir.
Heck yeah. Welcome back to Lime Rock Park. Kyle and I are joined by Jackson Lambros. It's about time to go racing in GridLife GT. Long awaited with a pretty interesting field here, so we probably shouldn't wait too long. Let's go through our starting lineup here in just a moment because we have a championship to sort out here between Christian Aranja and Matan Rosenberg, and they will be starting up near the front of this race, Matan a little bit further back. There's your field on the racetrack right now with a notable omission that I don't see Jeff Ricca out there on the racetrack. But anyway, here's how they are going to start this race. James Houghton and AJ Hartman on the front row in the Honda Civic and Ford Mustang. And in row 2, it'll be Christian Aranja and Matan Rosenberg, those two drivers I was just alluding to that are in lockstep in the championship. Then Chris DeLucia and Peter Agapoglu in the number 288. He'll start to driver's right in P6. Jeff Ricca would have started 7th. I don't see him on the racetrack. Bob Kaiser, P8. And then 9th and 10th, Steve Cairo and Sean Bassett. And we'll see if Sean has that 350Z running well. It was at the...
There is Sean. Steve was a little bit of a late addition. I just saw him roll out of pit lane.
Okay, yep.
So it should be the 2 370s on the back half of the field. Fingers crossed.
There
But
you
we'll
go.
have to wait and see. I think, you know, the original game plan was for Jeff to run that Hyundai back at Watkins Glen, but wasn't able to get the car prepped in time, and maybe still having a couple of teething issues getting that car ready for race trim. So good news is they're close. We can pretty easily get an answer for you guys.
Yeah, I'd love to find out. I mean, I saw them kind of end qualifying perhaps a bit early, but I think one of the things you have to worry about when you're turning the cars up is you have to make sure you have reliability in it. You don't want to break something. You know, they're still just sort of testing this out. It's not like they're full commit in right now, so don't break anything that you don't want to break.
I would say that is by and large why you see a lot of these guys either running a Corvette or opting for something with a V8, because when you're making 300 horsepower and change, you want to be getting that somewhat reliably. And that is why the LS has been very much the popular power plant of choice.
People underestimate how hard it is to make a consistent 380 horsepower.
Yeah.
It's very difficult.
Yeah.
Even these races are not that long, right? So, I mean, 15-minute races, but when you have these things strung out, so, I mean, the competition here is intense. Even in a fledgling series that's, you know, just over a year old, the competition at the front is very strong. So you can't show up and turn the boost to the limit and just go for it.
Yep.
You're going to break something. So, you know, look, I think we're going to have a great race. AJ Hartman and James Houghton put on a good show for us last year, and Christian Ronha and Matan Rosenberg didn't qualify as well as I would have thought.
No.
I don't think their cars are the ones to have for this event, but it's going to make the points really interesting.
Absolutely. Again, they'll be your second row a little bit further back, but AJ Hartman was knocking on the door for victory all event long last year. And on paper, you'd get the feeling that the airbender himself out of Pennsylvania has the car drawn out for these kind of conditions, right? Medium speed corners, able to really keep it glued, especially right here over the hill at race pace. We're just going to have to wait and see.
All right, racking them up, stacking them up. Double wide, the campgrounds are packed all the way around this racetrack. Record crowd here at GridLife Circuit Legends. Thanks to the fans for being here. We've gotten one race so far. We have 11 to go, and you're going to get 3 of those in the next hour and change. So stick with us. It's about to get fun. GridLife GT, 8.9 pounds per horsepower. James Houghton on driver's left is your pole sitter. AJ Hartman on the right to the twin-turbo V6 New Edge Mustang. 2 V8s in trail of them. A couple of V36s in row 3. Here we go. Waiting for the green flag. It's going to take a while to throw. And there it goes, green flag, we're underway. And a nice launch. AJ Hartman getting the push from Matan Rosenberg in behind.
Look at Arana going up top, and there's the Lucia. That's the start we were expecting. Arana trying to make it stick around the outside. Just has to be so careful walking the tightrope up near the marbles. And that's exactly what James Houghton wanted. AJ was forced to go defensive there and fend off from that hard-charging, banana-colored C5 a little bit further back, and he'll hold the lead.
Wow, that was a nice start from Matan, but it just couldn't go anywhere with it. I don't think AJ wanted to sail off into turn 1 and accidentally tag into the side of Houghton. So the TCR takes the lead for now. Entering the uphill for the first time, James a little offline there, but AJ's car can make plenty of downforce. But remember that downforce cars need air on the bodywork and on the wings to work, and he's chasing a car right now that creates a bunch of wake.
Exactly. So when you look at the way AJ designed this car, is it more of a time attack kind of oriented build where you're kind of hoping to have as much clean air over the nose as possible? Oh, look at this a little bit further back.
Yeah, down into turn 1, Arana had to go defensive in the yellow Corvette. Here comes Matan on the wrong side of the track, though. The left side, it's hard to hang on. He's going to throttle up through Big Bend.
If he's able to make it stick, he can parry it and turn that into the inside. He's nearly off into the sand coming out of turn number 2, but he still technically has that advantage down low. But now on the high line where there's rubber up on the outside, Christian's able to really lean on the rubber there and hold on to that position. They've battled, but you can see already just how expensive that is and how much they've already doubled up here, first and second and third and fourth.
Yeah, and the 2 leaders have begun to drive away now. Houghton and Hartman, 3/10 between them. And then it's about 5 car lengths back to the yellow Corvette, the championship leader in Christian Aranja. And
oh, man.
Christian drops a tire at the exit of 6, and everyone holds their breath.
Second time he's done that. It was notably a little bit less for lap number 1, but Christian's been testing the natural limits at the top of the hill there. And now he's got a very good reason to, with eyes starting to get red for Matan a little bit further back there. But very quickly you can see these 4 very quickly start to kind of bunch back up together. Delucia not too far back either.
No, this isn't a racetrack I'd expect Delucia's car to be very strong at. It's really a straight line car. There's a lot of turning here. But onto the Paul Newman straight. Here's a look at the weekend points as they run. James Houghton currently leading would be 25 points, plus the 3 from qualifying, puts him ahead of A.J. Hartman by 5. Then Aranja third and Rosenberg fourth. That'd be a 3-point gain for Aranja in the season title championship.
I do need to mention, I think AJ does have that advantage at the top of the hill, if only because James's drive wheels are getting a little bit more unloaded than everybody else right now. And already the way that car was set up aerodynamically, that could be the case. Matan looking for a move a little bit further back. This could be a carbon copy a little bit further back, as it looks like they're still going at it. Yes, they are.
Yeah, and here comes Aranja through Big Bend, just defending. It's very difficult for Matan to find a way around here. And he was here last year running in the Eibach GLTC series, same car, different tune. And it was a struggle for him last season. And the car didn't really seem to like this place all that much, and I just think he's going to struggle to find an advantage.
Talked with him at the start of the season about how drastic that change actually was from TC to GT, and he said, yeah, it's the same chassis, but what it took for me to get that extra power and, you know, to really be competitive in this class, it's not the same car. I had to throw on so much extra aero. The tuning was very, very drastic. And, you know, the cockpit is the same, and I know where the switches are. I can turn this car on blindfolded, but it is a very different beast out on track. That took a little bit of adaptation, especially when I'm getting my season started in SRO. I'm driving a Hyundai full-time. I couldn't be really driving two more different cars from a driving philosophy.
Yeah, very different with that front drive, turbocharged power. You know, you're clicking gears on paddles rather than rowing them yourself. Yep. Although I think now Matan's got a sequential
It's a dog box, I think, yeah.
In this car now. But there's Steve Cairo in the 350Z. Seen him a couple times in the past, but good to always have him try and GLGT out in the Nissan 350. Big slide. Ooh. Struggling with the rear end right now.
Just saw Bassett out as well. As Cairo, I believe we saw at Road Atlanta as well as Gingerman.
I think he's done most of the year, but yeah, I mean, you see a lot of work done to the nose of that car with the front air dam and things to try to smooth it out. And ahead of him is Bob Kaiser, who's new this weekend in that Ford Boss 302 Mustang. Hey, check this out. Look at the timing and scoring. Aranja is the quickest car on the racetrack right now, purple swipe. And there's Kaiser. Look at that car, that Mustang, burbling down the front straightaway.
This is where that advantage is going to be, right? Able to have gravity as an assistant, really scrunch up that back left of the car and fire out of the final corner. Give himself a little bit of an advantage here over Cairo and company. But this is where things start to get difficult, and that solid rear axle really starts to bite you back, especially when you need to constantly rotate the car. You have a solid rear axle. It's not wanting to really turn. It's fighting that rotation through 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit unwieldy around a place like this. But here's Sean Bassett, another 350Z. This one looks a lot different, very different bodywork treatment and aero treatment to it. They've really struggled with the reliability on this car, but they took it to the Seems Legit garage guys, and they've tuned it up. They found an issue with the oil pan where there was an O-ring that kept slipping out, and so now the engine's holding oil in it and performing much better now. But Sean really hasn't had a lot of laps in it and is still sort of learning the intricacies of this number 269.
Again, the main priority here in the first half of 26 was taking Big Booty Judy up to Pikes Peak for his maiden run. And I think the commentator's curse might have struck because he is going unfortunately slow.
This sounds like a different issue, though. It sounds
does.
like electronic sort of thing, but he's going to peel off to the inside here and get out of the way. The leaders go by, and they're starting to tighten back up again, aren't they?
Absolutely, and I'm curious where Arana was able to find that additional pace. I think you could argue that maybe Matan is maybe a little bit of a fire underneath him to build that gap, and he's still, you see that little bit of a puff of dust at the top of the hill. They are all going just a smidge wide there and kicking it up.
It's amazing how tight these drivers are. Yes, they haven't really made a lot of passes yet, but it's because they're so even. And you watch the gaps kind of come and go. Hartman is gaining ground again on James Houghton. But what do you do with it? I mean, the advantage for AJ is in the corners where, you know, Houghton's advantage also is. So they're sort of matching each other's performance lap over lap. It's really AJ versus Christian or James versus Matan where you see those differences. meaningfully make a passing attempt.
And because of the way this track is laid out, it's such a duelist's track, right? There's no way you're really going to be able to throw a haymaker and get like more than 2 positions going into turn number 1. So if you're P3 right now and Arana is able to be on the scene, you can't really make that move on Hartman unless he's already trying to make something stick on Houghton and you're going with him, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to be that guy that's making that move for P2, because then you kill all of that momentum, and now you're stuck with that guy you were battling with, and you're watching P1 sail off into the sunset.
Yeah, I think AJ lost some time that lap, about a half a second worth, and James just took back the fastest lap of the race. So give the advantage back to the K-tuned Honda out in front. And now Hartman is slipping into the clutches of the championship leader, Christian Aranha. Rosenberg is right there as well. And there he is in the vibrant performance car. Christian in the yellow and black Corvette. And here's Bob Kaiser. And Steve Cairo getting after it for P7.
Splitter was sparking coming down the hill. Saw that with Ben Thorne's Civic as well there in the final heat for track battle, which is not something I knew cars could do like right here on this part of the racetrack. But with how low Steve's got that 350 set up.
And remember that Steve Cairo's car is not what it seems at first glance. There is a 6.2 liter V8 LS3 under the hood of that 350. So this is, while it looks like Ford versus Nissan, it's really Ford versus Chevrolet right now.
Oh, looks like a little bit of a move as well, as Arana continues to try and make that move stick and defend from Rosenberg.
Yeah, turn 1. There they go. Oh. Rosenberg completes the pass this time, sneaks around the outside of Aranha and grabs it, and that's critical. Any points that Matan can steal back are going to be big for the championship heading into Laguna Seca.
Absolutely, and again, going into Watkins Glen, we thought Matan was really trying to wrap it up and give himself that final cushion. He really needed to make it almost impossible to have anyone steal it from him going into the final 2 rounds of the season. And it was 1, Alan Patton coming back for a one-off entry at the Glen, but 2, rare mechanical issues, which first time we've seen Matan really struggle with that since Road America last year. And I think it was just a serpentine belt in race number 3, but regardless, Matan would tell you driver skill would be the main issue that weekend, but you know, it's always good to see, because we thought on paper it would be a 2-car runaway with Arana and Matan, but now you have the guy in front. AJ is as still an outsider. Good weekend here could put him at an outside chance going into Laguna weekend. So
yeah, I mean, AJ has got a couple more finishes outside the top 5, but if he can put together a couple podiums this weekend, he can knock some of those off his points picture and really move up the order. That's where the math gets hard, is these drop races. I can look and tell you that Aranha's leading by 6 points, but even though they were to, lose 6 points to Rosenberg, it doesn't mean that he's now tied because of the way the drops work.
Right.
So it's going to be very complex, and tomorrow we'll kind of take you through each race as the points pictures play out. But at the moment, Rosenberg's looking for more and is all over Hartman for second.
Boy, he has really turned up the wick late here. And I think maybe there was a little bit of reservation in the first couple of laps, being like, hey, this is my first time driving wheel-to-wheel really close to these guys in this environment. What's the car going to handle like? And now I feel like he's got a deep understanding of what this car needs and what that red, silver, and black C5's limit of grip really is. He's ready to put the pressure on Hartman. Only issue is Arana's right back there hoping to do the exact same to him.
And James Houghton is just hoping to check out and drive to the next zip code, head back over to New York State, because he's already on his way home to Ontario, looks like. Look how far he is up the road while these 3 fight.
Rick is going to be pleased to see that FF package, that factory-based package, is that level of competitive here. I'm honestly surprised, just because, again, right here you'd feel like you'd want to have all of that power, all of that weight on the drive wheel. And regardless, maybe it's a little bit because these guys keep battling. You're seeing AJ go a little bit offline now to try and defend from Rosenberg.
Look at Matan. He's going to do the over-under here, but Hartman covers it off, and Matan drifts out. See the different lines here? The downforce car, Hartman, loves that inside line, hooking around the inside curb, where Matan straight lines it in and sort of turns in sharp, because his car doesn't quite have the balance and the arrow that... oh, look at the slide from AJ Hartman, pushing the limits of that Ford Mustang.
Absolutely, though. Great shout there on what both Arana and Matan are doing, right? Playing into the advantages of what their cars can and can't do in diamonding the corners there through 1, 2, and 3, where Hartman can just kind of let it eat and roll as much speed through as possible. We're seeing both Matan and Christian at the top of the hill here run wide because there really isn't an alternative line you can do through there. You've got nowhere to hide, so you just got to kind of pin it and hope that it can stick. But look, these three have been battling with each other for the past 10 minutes or so, and Houghton's just been able to go home free.
Oh, here comes Matan really deep on the outside lane.
No
Throttled
way.
in there and
No
drove
way.
around him.
Are you kidding me?
Traffic ahead as well that dropped tires, but that was a power move by Matan Rosenberg. That was confidence in the brake pedal for sure.
Nuclear stuff there. And now it's Arana next on the menu. And this is where we might really see AJ struggle right now, because that Mustang has had the advantage, had the clean air. What's that air disrupted by the C5 in front going to do to the Mustang?
So think about the points now. Rosenberg is second. That's worth 21 points, okay? Arana is P4. That's worth 16. That's a 5-point swing of the 6 that Matan has a deficit to. Now, remember that he qualified behind Arana. That was another additional point. So white flag is out, though. This will be the last lap around Lime Rock Park in GridLife GT Race 1.
And interestingly enough, looking like Christian backing off a little bit, maybe because of the blue flag traffic there, but also realizing that he's still got 45 minutes of racing to go for the weekend. Yeah. So might back it off here and let Matan run with it. Oh, maybe not. He's on the bumper.
He's going to push. He knows that this could be a pass that could end up determining the title. Bob Kaiser trying to keep James Houghton behind him. Stay on the lead lap here, but James Houghton in the 41. The Honda Civic Type R brought this car up as a benchmark for everyone else to chase. A legendary driver in the paddock. Maybe that's fitting for GridLife circuit legends. Not only is the Honda Civic a circuit legend of its own right, James Houghton is firmly in that category. An icon in GridLife. Today he's going to pick up another race win in GridLife GT and takes home GridLife GT Race 1 from Lime Rock Park. In dominant fashion, Rosenberg from 4th to 2nd, and Hartman slipped to 4th.
So crucially at the buzzer there, Arana able to minimize the damages, but man, great drive from Houghton. And Matan able to turn the wick up late and get a handful of positions, not only passing Christian, but making that move stick on AJ as well. And Hartman, who came in as a favorite, gonna have to go back to the tent, see what he can do for race 2.
There's a look at your race results here for GridLife GT Race 1. James Houghton atop the board, 15 laps. We got a lot done in that race. Matan Rosenberg in second, and then, as you mentioned, Christian Arana reducing the damage to his championship lead by finishing right behind Matan. So that was a critical pass that he made on AJ Hartman. DeLucia 4th, Peter Agapoglou 6th rather, then Bob Kaiser, Steve Cairo, and Sean Bassett. But what a race we had up at the front there. That was fun. And let's have a look at the highlights from this race. There was quite a bit of battling up at the front, and that dramatic pass from Matan Rosenberg, that one probably steals my heart the most. Just a huge commitment. Look at the crowd. They are going to be treated to some fun tonight with the Sun Kang Drifter movie preview and the Q&A that'll happen this evening. Of course, the arcade kicks up this evening. We'll have karaoke tomorrow night as well.
Okay.
So it should be a lot of fun. Hopefully my voice is in a little bit better condition.
You a big karaoke guy?
Not really.
I'll make you a big karaoke guy. We'll figure it out.
All right, let's step away. We'll be back with IBOC GridLife Touring Cup Race 1. And it'll be right after this break.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, official tire retailer of GRIDLIFE.
I'm here with the marketing planner for Toyota GR, Parker Thomas, and behind us we have the 2026 Toyota GR-MN Corolla. Parker, this is a really cool car, brand new to the Toyota GR lineup. Give me a quick overview about what this car has to offer.
Yes, so Kyle, as you know, GR Corolla has been out for a couple of years now. We've had a couple of different iterations of it, starting with Core, Circuit Edition. We had Marizo Edition a couple of years back, which was really unique in that it's a 5-door hatch with only 2 seats. Something like that existing today is pretty incredible. This is actually sort of an evolution of that vehicle. This is called the GR-MN, standing for Gazoo Racing Meister of the Nürburgring. And so what is that? Well, Akio Toyota, he actually went to the team and said, I want to create the absolute ultimate expression of GR Corolla. And that's what you see here today. If you're not familiar with GR Corolla, the car was actually developed during the Super Taikyu race series in Japan. Over there they run a hydrogen-powered internal combustion engine, and it's a very long endurance race, so a lot of the learnings from that car you'll see here directly on GR-MN. After it went to Super Taikyu, they took it to the Nürburgring and actually fine-tuned and built what you see here today.
It's going to be our pace car for 2 Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup races here this weekend at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, and this is a Circuit Legend. And it's time for Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 1. Really excited to be with you with a special pace car. We just saw a really neat bit on that. The Toyota GR-MN Corolla will pace our field for 2 revolutions of Lime Rock Park before we turn them all loose on the racetrack here. Out onto the 1.5-mile speedway that we call Lime Rock. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Jackson Lambros. Eddie Siegel's been helping us out here this weekend. Jackson, we've got 35 Eibach GLTC cars setting up to run behind this pace car for a couple of laps, but it's a beautiful afternoon, packed full down here in Lime Rock. Excited to get this underway.
And we didn't think that was the case going into this weekend because we knew weather was going to be 50-50, and it still might be as we head into Saturday afternoon, but regardless, we have had a picturesque start here to our Circuit Legends weekend. I've gotten to experience it firsthand on pit lane for a little bit earlier on, but man, what a phenomenal way for us to get started here, and what a phenomenal car to lead us out for our first of 4 races for Eibach GLTC.
Yeah, this is the Toyota GR-MN Corolla. We saw that bit with Parker Thompson earlier, but the biggest changes that you're going to see on this particular special model, you've got more torque, you've got that close ratio gearbox, you've got a sub-radiator intercool spray. This thing sprays the intercooler to cool itself off. GR-MN Corolla exclusive shock absorbers, high grip tires, exclusive 4-wheel drive tuning on this thing, and a whole bunch of carbon fiber bits. The hood, the fenders, the rear wing, as well as a carbon roof, which you can option onto other GR Corollas. Okay. But when you talk about circuit legends, the story of this car is so fascinating. It started with Toyota's WRC program prior to COVID. The goal was to build a Yaris for competition in the WRC. When COVID came around, they canceled the WRC program, but they had all these go-fast bits, and they said, well, you know, why do we have to get rid of these? Let's put them on the Yaris. But they don't sell the Yaris in North America, so it's very expensive to bring over a new model to the US, so instead, they put it on the GR Corolla instead, and that's why we have this car versus the Yaris. And a lot of journalists will tell you this is the one to have.
I really, really hope that this is a eye-opener for a lot of people to realize what this car is capable of in a HPDE weekend, right? And really giving people a chance to maybe consider seeing a couple more of these during a GRIDLIFE weekend, because we really haven't seen too many of these in a competitive environment just yet, maybe because the car is still just a tad too fresh. But I know it's very much beloved by our paddock. Cal Fortner has a GR Corolla as his daily. And we've seen plenty of them here at a handful of car corrals in the past couple of years. So we can only hope that we shall see this. By the way, the GRMN, Meisters of the Nürburgring trim, first one we'll have here in America. We've had a couple of them overseas in Japan, the Corolla in 2026, obviously the Yaris. And Kyle, I don't know if you know this, there is a GRMN 8.6 available in Japan.
Really interesting. All right, let's roll through our starting lineup because we've got only a lap left to get it done. And I think Mr. Jennings will have to get out of Dodge here because next time by we're going green. Eric Magnussen's on pole. Andy Smedegaard is in the 212 in second place on the front row there. And then behind him, it's going to be Matt Walbaum, a great qualifying effort. And championship runner-up right now, Eric Catil in the hybrid racing EG. Then it's Sam Scott and Nick Barbado, 5th and 6th. Following them in 7th place on the inside of row 4, it's Brandon Ganem in the 105. Mason Bursack starts 8th, and the number 424. And rounding out your top 10 will be Kevin Zhu in the 2009 Honda Civic and Jeff Donati in 10th.
Looking back to P11, Ayrton Grimm has his work cut out for him in his newly cut out NC MX-5. Donald Louie in 12th. Blake Korth in the 777 NC. Stablemate to Ayrton B in P13. P15, another circuit legend in the form of Ryan Christoph in the 86 CRX. P17, Basik George Mondavi in the 330 CI alongside Zach Mortimer, all E36 row 9. Row 10, it's Julio Crispin and Salil Shulka.
Starting in 21st place, it'll be Michael Pagano in the 116i. Peter Zhang starts alongside him in the LS FRS. Then it's RJ Till in the 23rd spot in the number 200. Michael Hilo starts 24th in a borrowed car, this time a Nissan 350Z. Kunwoo Lee starts 25th and Azimuth Muhammad in 26th, followed by Jeff Wasilko and Dai Win 27th and 28th. And the last couple of rows here, 29th place will be Chris Gatos in the number 214 BMW. Max Gorley starts in 30th. The last couple of rows will be Dakota Pionic, Nathan Manning, and we should also have Joel Morrison on track after an engine swap. Just got on the dyno. He'll follow Brian Tyson to the green flag. Pace car is off, and it's time to go racing. An Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup from Lime Rock Park. Welcome to Circuit Legends, welcome to GRIDLIFE, and welcome to Race 1 for GLTC. Green flag, and Eric Magnussen's off to a great start.
See if Andy's going to be able to swing back down low. He's using all the curb on tap to try and hang on. That outside line has had a shocking amount of grip on offer. And EMAC going to be able to hang on as they serpentine their way through turns 1 and 2. One car off a little bit further back. I think maybe Dyno Win going for a little bit of an excursion.
Don Louie, I think, in the 898, but he got it back on course. Everyone stays clean and green. EMAC leads the way. Then it's the 212 of Smedegaard. Look at that side-by-side with Sam Scott. And that was Barbado, I think, for 5th place.
Donati a little bit further back in the E46, the ruby red one trying to go with him, has to back out. Here comes Ayrton Grimm looking for a move a little bit further back. Has to back out as well.
Oh, man, that was close between Pagano there into turn 6. Hope they got that sorted. Look at Andy. Wow. Huge commitment at the downhill, trusting that the car would stick and carrying as much speed as he can, chasing EMAG into turn 1. These two were nip and tuck at Watkins Glen, and I think Andy might have the advantage here. Look at him chasing that 3 car.
A little bit less weight to work with, and that's exactly a part of the racetrack where that plays into the hands of Andy, as the main advantage is that front straightaway for EMAG. To no avail, because Andy is right there with him. And you look a little bit further back, Matt Walbaum and crucially Eric Catil Eric just a little bit further back sees his championship adversary. He is praying that Andy in P2 continues to put that pressure on the E46.
Oh, I don't think he's going anywhere, and I think with Eric again, he's not shifting in that M3 out front. He's got a special diff built. He really doesn't have to get out of his power band. Andy does, but Andy's car is lighter and will stand the test of time in this race a little better than that heavier car out in front. Remember all the rewards weight that EMAG is carrying, and Eric Catil for that matter. It's going to be hard to make a pass. You have to set him up for a couple of laps and pounce right when the moment's right.
A little bit further back as well, Nick Barbado starting to be on the charge. He doesn't care about championships. He wants to knock over sandcastles. It's his home race. We don't know if we're going to see him at Laguna. He might want to make that charge for his third podium of the season.
Yeah, and Matt Waldbaum having a nice race so far in third place. He'll race Catil very hard, and Barbado is reeling in that hybrid racing EG as well. So the battle for fourth, and maybe even for third, is about to get pretty spicy. Again, all comes down to qualifying. I think if you put that 82 out front, he would lead. It's just a matter of where you start with how close things are in this series. Look at them blasting by the campgrounds here at this historic racetrack. It's like you're inside a cave in Jurassic Park. It's so cool.
The Martinsville of road racing, right? Everything is not just in the track distance, but just how localized everything is and how, you know, how cozy, I think is the best way to describe it, right? Everything within a stone's throw of each other, and that means not a lot of places on this track where you have a bad view. Side by side, Waldbaum trying to fend off from Catil.
Yeah, Catil got a nice run in the downhill and is going to hang on for the moment on the outside here at Big Bend. Can he keep overlap? He does. Has the quarter panel overlap. Going to jam it down the inside of the left-hander. But Matt's going to try to run the outside lane. Side by side here. Which lane does Barbado pick to help?
Tried the outside, now maybe thinking about the inside, still having faith in Eric, staying in the tracks of that Honda Civic, further back in that white and highlighter yellow E46.
Side by side, into the uphill now. Who gets there first? Side by side, Catil takes it on the outside lane, just like he did last year to win a race. He puts himself in third place. What a drive.
Big time commitment, but Eric's, in his mind, Eric's saying, job's not done yet. I've got 2 cars ahead of me in a second and change gap. I need to get myself to EMAG out in front. He'll spark his way back to the front straight.
And that wound up Matt Waldbaum too. He's got Barbado hunting him now on the front stretch. And all the while, Sam Scott is closing in this yellow NC, very far left side of your screen. Barbado up the inside, not close enough.
So for the first time this weekend, Waldbaum starting to feel the pressure. He's had the single lap pace all weekend long. How is that S2000 faring in traffic? Keep an eye on Andy Smedgaard as well. Purple lap last time by. Is he going to be able to potentially close that gap now to EMAG?
I think it's a, you know, you got to be patient with a car like EMAG's. Think back to Watkins Glen. Andy had him really within his crosshairs all the way to the end of the race, so it's not over yet. But Catil trying to put some distance on himself and Waldbaum. There's an angry hornet's nest behind him. Even Jeff Donati, Ayrton Grimm, and Blake Korth. That little trio has been spicy so far. Here they are, 86, 2 NCs, and then the RX-8 of Brandon Gannum.
Haven't seen too many RX-8s on the sharp end of the field. So cool to see a venue where those can really start to be competitive. Going back to Andy, I think you also got to realize you can really. Oh no!
Yeah, this is
one of the
story.
S2000s.
Yeah, this is Joel Morrison. We've got more on him. Unfortunate start to the race weekend, but a really cool story, and I hope that to tell it under better terms. So we'll hang tight on that for now, as Waldbaum is crossed up with Barbado in his rearview mirror.
A little bit further back, you got Bersiak and Donati working their way into the picture as well. But this is very wise driving, just what we expected from Eric Magnuson and Andy Smedgaard. They know not to really go things out. Big wiggle there at the top of the hill, though, as Andy's starting to pedal to try and close that gap. Not necessarily to make a move yet. They know that if they go side by side, they've got the opportunity to drag in Catil and Waldbaum and Barbado back into it. So I would say wait another 5 minutes or so before the gloves really come out for 1 and 2.
Yeah, this has been a fun fight between these two now. 0.053 between their best laps. Look at Andy close on the brakes. Much less mass to move around between these two cars. You see the 01 M3 and the 2013 86. The weight difference between these cars is significant. 6.8 liter V8 in the 3 car, a 2.4 liter flat 4 in Andy's car. And it's amazing how close they are, and the rule set that has basically left these cars completely on identical ground. They run very different laps, but similar lap times, and that's the beauty of Eibach GLTC.
I think you'd also get the feeling that maybe Andy knows that he can go through all this work to get Eric in the corners, and maybe a little bit of fear that it just takes one straightaway for maybe to have Eric take it all back.
And Eric into third place with the 82 car. It isn't necessarily a gain enough for this race, but watch the gap. Is it going to be a gain for him? 3.29, 3.22. So a slight gain, not enough maybe to get back to the win, but certainly to apply pressure. Look at Andy using the curbing to help rotate his 86. Lightweight rear-wheel drive platform. Right there, you see the torque of the 3 car push him out of the left-hander.
Again, that LS, not designed to make, 200 and something horsepower, so that table tune means that he's got so much more torque right at the bottom end of the tachometer. That gives him the advantage to really fire off on corners. Sideways coming up over the hill, Andy Smedgaard trying to really close that gap. It's one thing to catch up to one car, it's a whole nother thing to make a move stick.
Especially here, you don't have the luxury of an extensive slipstream like you did at Watkins Glen. But it's 3 car lengths, 2 car lengths. It's so close between these two. What a battle here. This is going to be a classic. And Catil all the while, look at that gain. Wow, 3/10 on these two. Look at Andy. He's all over
right
the curve.
there, right there. Let us remind you, by the way, Andy's doing double duty, both as team manager and as driver. As a showrunner for ASM, he's got 5 or 6 cars pretty much every single weekend he's got to deal with back at home before he comes and actually competes. And for Eric, he's a one-man show alongside his wife and his dog. He's able to kind of manage everything under his own table. And that car has evolved a lot over the past couple of rounds since Gingerman, new engine management system, new Eibach springs, to try and make it as competitive as possible coming into the home stretch.
Yeah, Mason Bursack running P7 over Jeff Donati, relative newcomers to the series. Jeff Donati, professional drifter as well, so slotting right into the Eibach GLTC formula. Still a little ways to go in this race. That time was a loss for Andy of 1/10 of a second. Catil, a half-second gain that time. And there's enough time left that he could really start to threaten Andy for P2, but he's really pushing hard. All these drivers are just not getting anywhere with it.
Dude, Eric really is starting to break away from this pack a little bit further back, though. Look at Catil. Totally, he's put 5 or 6 car lengths on Barbado.
That's left.
Incredible.
Waldbaum in P5 now, holding Sam Scott in his rearview mirror. There's that car. So much stolen. Andy is pushing so hard. He's so fun to watch. Andy, there's very few people in the GRIDLIFE paddock that have the ability to wrench and the ability to drive like Andy Smedgaard. To watch him put together cars, repair cars like it's no big deal. Swap engines in under 2 hours. I've seen that happen before. Between races, by the way. And then, support 5 or 6 other cars and then go out and compete at this high level. It's a very rare talent in the GRIDLIFE community. And Andy is certainly peak of that. And look at him all over the back of this 3 car. Again, if you swap the positions that they're in, I don't think Eric would be able to pass Smedgaard. It's just back and forth.
Win purple again, but I think we're starting to see maybe some frustration behind the wheel of the 212 right now. Just because he knows he's throwing everything at Magnussen right now, but nothing is cracking right now behind the wheel of the 3.
No, and this is where you have to get creative, right? I mean, Andy is so crafty with a wrench, he's crafty with a wheel. You're not going to beat Eric Magnussen into turn 1, so where else are you going to do it? You see him using the curbing at Big Bend to maybe set up for something into 3, a surprise move. He's within shooting distance. It's so difficult to get overlap, and the rules in GRIDLIFE are such that so long as the car ahead can reasonably expect you to be there, you must leave them space. So that doesn't mean you can dive bomb them, but it does mean that you can make an optimistic move so long as that lead driver could or should be able to expect you to do it. And I think he's close enough that Eric Magnussen better keep one eye on that rearview mirror.
That was a little bit of a drive off the mirrors there. That was an early turn in from Magnussen to cover that potential dive from Andy into 1 and 2. And again, we talked about it a little bit earlier in GT, but you're seeing these slight differences in lines. Magnussen doing a little bit more of a stop start. Andy has less weight to throw around. He can really lean on the tires here mid-corner.
Yeah, a little loss there for Andy leaving turn 4, and then this climb over the crest at the uphill. Look at Catil. 3.5 seconds back and just carving away. We talk about him a lot, but it's hard not to. The car that he's built sort of in the vision of the Japanese touring cars of the 1990s. He's currently working on a GRIDLIFE GT build for next year, a Honda Accord. But you look at the performance that he manages to string out of this lightweight Honda Civic in trail. It is just so impressive. But 5 minutes to go, it might be less than that. Remember that all GRIDLIFE races are in a set time block, but not a set time. And I would expect a checker in about 3.5 minutes. So it could only be 2 to 3 laps to go.
I know Catil really wants this car to go out with the title, but regardless, the story of this four-door Civic, considering it started very early on, upside down in a ditch, what a phenomenal story, right? And we talk about Andy being one of those.
Oh man! Andy Smedegaard sideways over the crest, pushing the limits of that GT86, and he had a full opposite lock coming over the crest that time.
In third and second, you're looking, though, at two of the best two-way drivers that GRIDLIFE has on tap right now. Guys who are phenomenal engineers and phenomenal drivers, right? Able to be designers, engineers, tuners, etc., and be competitive on all aspects of the wrenches and the steering wheel.
Well, it is now a 3-player game at the front here. Pull out all your knowledge from Forza Horizon 6. And no rewind button here and no reset. You just get 3 more races after this to try again. A little bit of lap traffic up the road. It could be a factor.
These guys continue to battle as well. You can't count out Nick Barbado. He is just waiting in the wings, hoping that someone continues to make it stick. And how about the courage for Andy Smedegaard? Goes completely sideways at that exact part of the racetrack. Does it again with no fear.
The showman, Andy Smedegaard, over the crest. What a drive he is putting on. Trying everything. And coming down the hill. Here comes the white flag. One more lap around Lime Rock Park with lap traffic on the horizon, just like last year. Magnussen, Smedegaard, and Catil. Let's shake these things up and see how it turns out a lap from now.
8-6 on the outside, going to not play a spoil to this 3-way battle. But Catil looking to the inside of Smedegaard. Just try to get that overlap, not able to get there, but both of these guys can absolutely bring the fight to Magnussen. They just need to coexist for a couple more seconds, 1 car around.
That's Chris Gatos, and he'll get out of the way for a moment. It's a distraction at least. You can't pass in this yellow zone. You got to wait until the next green corner station. That might have been Eric's only opportunity. Over the crest now. Here they come, side by side, and Catil's got overlap into West Bend. Here they come, door to door. Fender to fender, Catil and Andy Smedegaard. For second place, here comes Barbado. And Magnussen has everything in the rearview mirror. He'll win the race. Catil steals second place away. Checker
Not
flag.
done yet.
And here they come to the line. It will be Catil in second place, Smedegaard in third, and Barbado in fourth. Wow. How about that?
Man, Barbado got what he wanted, just wasn't able to close it in time. But man, Catil saw the opportunity, saw that little bit of a mistake from Smedegaard coming out of turn number 3 and said, I see an opportunity. And we knew it was going to be, if you can't do it in turn 1, you got to get really, really creative. But top of the hill, going down the hill, down low, that takes big time commitment.
The checkered flag is out and the field is coming back around. We have heard that there is a big incident at the top of the hill. We will not take you there just yet. But checkered flag for Magnussen, Catil, Smedegaard, and Barbado in the field, working their way around on the cool-down lap. What a drive, what a race here in the post-race here. We're going to chat about plenty more of this as the weekend goes on, but Jackson, your thoughts?
Catil needed to come in and perform big time, and that is a drive that puts a pulse right back in his championship fight. He would have wanted to have been one position better, but man, Catil showing the rest of this grid, I've still got what it takes to be on top, not just in the mini, but in the macro. I can win this weekend. I can absolutely win this championship.
Here's a look at your race results for IBOC GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 1. You saw the front trio, that's for sure. Barbado, Waldbaum, Sam Scott, Bursack, Donati, Korth, and Ayrton Grimm, the rest of your top 10. Ayrton pulling out a top 10 with all that. That was an impressive drive. And the rest of the run down the order here, Jackson.
RJ Till on his return, P18. You look as well, Michael Hilo, New Machinery P21. Kunwu Lee dying to win. Looking a little bit further back, Peter Zhang 1 lap down. Only 27 cars on the lead lap to get things wrapped up. And again, Joel Morrison, unfortunately, with mechanicals, parks the 71 outside of turn number 3.
And good news for you, folks. The incident that we did have on camera, we do and can confirm that the driver is okay, walking away from what sounds like a fairly sizable incident, but that's the best news of all. And yeah, always a scary moment here, but here's a look at it just a moment ago. Coming up over the crest of the hill. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
And that, wow, what a massive wreck. That is Brandon Gannum in the 105. And again, we have found out that he is okay walking away from the car. But yeah, that is a big one there, Jackson. So these are the risks that come with motorsport. But hope he's, I'm sure he'll get checked out from the care center, but he was walking away under his own power. And with that, we will step away and come back with the next one here from GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. We'll be back in a moment. And welcome back to GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. And going to be a short delay here before we get into Drift, the tail end of Friday. Big thanks to all the fans for coming out. Huge thanks to the track and safety staff for helping us put on a great show here. And Jackson, Drift is up next. Joel Morrison's driving around. That's good to see. And more stories on him later. But what a race we just saw.
And again, we've touched on this time and time again, but how cool for you to go side by side for that long and, for the most part, be able to put it back on the trailer. Unfortunately, this is not going to be the case, as, boy, we've seen a lot of dramatics here at Lime Rock Park. Yeah. A car rolling at the top of the hill, that's a new one.
And if you just joined us, he is okay, climbed out of the car under his own power. Let's have another look at it and see if we can dissect maybe what happened. Again, this is the same angle again, but might have just been out wide. Again, he was on his own, leaving some space for the other car maybe, but you have to say the tire bundles there did a great job absorbing that energy, and you see the car with the roll cage so stiff.
Right.
And protects the driver in that case, so job well done by Brandon to build that car as safe as it is, and of course the Lime Rock Park racetrack. You know, an interesting fact about this, is that this is the first racetrack in North America built to modern highway safety standards.
Really?
Yeah, back in 1957, that was pretty forward-thinking stuff. So, yeah, really, really neat. But while they go to work here on this, getting this car back on the rollback and back to the paddock, let's step away, and here's a look at GRIDLIFE GT's Anthony Scafuto, who couldn't make it here this weekend, but has a really cool build that we caught up with at Watkins Glen.
My name is Anthony Scafuto, and I'm racing in GRIDLIFE GLGT. My background in racing is fairly short. 2023, I started endurance racing. Started off with Lucky Dog, where you don't need a racing license somehow. We stepped up after a couple really successful Lucky Dog races into WRL. Did the championships at COTA, had a really great weekend. The next season, I did a couple more races with my friends, but really wanted to get this car into Whittle Wheel. We prepped for Laguna for our first race with GRIDLIFE at Laguna. My car is a 2014 Z28 Camaro. She's a rare bird. Not a lot of people do what I'm doing in this car or trying to do. It's got limited mods right now. Top end is built, suspension is just done. Actually, this weekend, we had no testing prior to coming out here putting on coilovers. It's got an upgraded brake package from Neotech, the suspension coilovers from Neotech, a top end build by Accelerated Racing Solutions and JR Built. Other than that, it's just the safety work done by me and my buddy Nick in his garage, where he's a TA2 driver. He really helped me prep for Laguna and get this thing ready to go. And at that point, the car was fairly stock. We were on stock suspension, stock brakes, stock trans, stock clutch, stock bottom end. So, you know, we took P3 in our first ever wheel-to-wheel race there. It was a great weekend, and I just was hooked. And I love what GRIDLIFE does and what you guys represent and what you're trying to do for grassroots. And I really just wanted to be a part of it and come and compete. Yeah, Summer Apex has been it's been a crazy weekend from the very start. We got here Friday. You know, we had a 10-minute practice, a 15-minute practice, and we went out and got 2 laps and we got black flagged. So we came back in, practice got canceled. We went back out for the second practice. We had really huge challenges with the car turning right. And if you know anything about this track, you have to turn right. And some turns are very fast. So it was very challenging figuring out, you know, what's going on with the suspension with no test and tuning. We did what we could. We stiffened it up in the front. We loosened it up in the front. We tried a couple different things. Finally got the car to turn right. And then we had a blowout at 80 miles per hour going into 7. We had just gotten past a competitor, and right into 7, we almost went into the wall. We saved it, came back around. We tried to finish the race, but we had a blowout, and we had to pull in on the white flag lap, and we got DNF'd in race 1. In race 2, we had a better race, but at the end of the day, you know, still fighting those challenges and a lot of push, a lot of snow plowing into, you know, these corners where it just really takes a really well-balanced car to get the speed that you need to be able to dominate on this track. If you're not high speeds, you're really not going fast. So at the end of the day, those were the challenges. The wins of this weekend is I met Randy Popes. He's one of my idols. He got to test drive my car. He gave me feedback on how I get this setup more correct and how I get this car more dialed. That was a dream. At the end of the day, the GRIDLIFE team came in clutch. They really, you know, showed their love for the drivers, and, you know, doing what you guys are doing right now, giving me this opportunity to come and tell my story, to come and talk about something that has been very passionate to me. It's been tough. I have 5 kids at home. My lady, thank God, she's so supportive. She really, you know, empowers me and tells me that I have all the capability in the world to come and do this. But, you know, when you're supporting yourself and 5 kids in California and you've got a race car that you think that you're a race car driver, it's tough to come and travel out here on the East Coast. And the kind of dedication that this took and the logistics, the challenges, the heartbreak of not competing at the level I want to compete at while I'm trying to build this car at the same time of just coming out here and getting in it and racing.
There's a statement we saying, it's like, have you even won? If you, in the process you've lost the respect of your competitors, and you did exactly the opposite today. You've gained the respect.
It's just been a crazy year so far, but I'm blessed to be here. Yeah, it's been great. The Toyota team's amazing. DK is a good friend of mine. Carl has been super supportive for all the guys in the GLGT class. I'm really happy that it happened because I think it makes it more even playing field and puts everyone on a slick, which GT4 cars need to be on a slick. do want to thank all my sponsors, KDM, Neotech, ARS, all you guys, Carbotech. I really can't thank you enough. JR Performance, you guys have been in my corner for a long time. Dave, Jenny, all the things that you guys have done this season for the transport and the prep and keeping the car on the East Coast with me traveling back and forth from California to all the races. I couldn't do it without any of you guys, and I just can't thank you all enough. I'll say next year, I know we're not done this year, but next year we're coming back, and y'all better watch out.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a non-zero sugar to get me there.
Cars are rolling now for GRIDLIFE Drift, the last session on Friday. Welcome back to Circuit Legends at Lime Rock Park. Kyle Heyer, joined by Jackson Lambros. Jackson, for you and I, we're a little under the weather, on the same weekend, which didn't turn out to be the best, but we're making it through it.
Yep.
And we want to thank everyone for being here this weekend. It looks amazing up on the top of the hillside. We invite everyone that's here to stay put after the track goes cold for the special experience later, the Sun Kang Q&A, the Drifters sneak peek. All that starts at 8 p.m. right on the hillside there watching the Jumbotron. And then, of course, we invite you to check out the arcade, sponsored by Forza Horizon 6, as well as join us again tomorrow for the Forza Horizon 6 Concours, presented by GRIDLIFE and Prime. Really cool stuff to see. Make sure you get yourself some merchandise as well. There's a couple merch stores around. There's one down in the paddock and one at the top of the hill. There's some really neat stuff. I'm very partial to the shirts with the start-finish line checker trees, which I'm not sure if you've seen those, Jackson, but they're really cool.
I need to take a look. I usually wait till I walk down there with Max so I can give the folks at home a showcase.
Well,
I think we have a very hockey-inspired, I don't want to drop names specifically, but a very hockey-inspired ball cap for everybody this weekend.
That seems likely. I haven't actually seen that, but
okay.
You'll have to take us over to it and show us tomorrow.
We'll give you guys a gander.
So, Drift is on course. Look at this. Wow, cars everywhere. And it looks like Justin Pollack is back out there. Sonia Slides in the mix there as well, getting the camera footage. And trouble for the 86, the NV Auto car. And it looks like he's getting out. Potentially.
Ooh.
Maybe a little smoky under the hood
there.
there.
That was Andrew Musi going by, though, in the RS5 Audi. That thing is sick. 800 horsepower from a VR6. So it's the native motor. but obviously a rear-wheel drive conversion, but makes 800 horse and normally competes in the LZ World Tour stuff. Usually north of the border, but down here at Lime Rock for this weekend. So that is a competition spec car, or one that is built to do so. Cool stuff from FCP Euro. They've done a lot of unorthodox drift cars, shall we say.
Well, I love that a lot of their builds are experiential. Hop in the back and go for a ride. Experience what it's like to drift, in an SUV nonetheless, but really cool. And that's what GridLife's all about, is experiences and sort of blurring the line between spectator and competitor, and blurring the line between what you see on TV and what you can do in the real world. It's a really special thing here. Sounds like, well, there's T-Pain coming down the downhill here. They're stopping cars here at the start finish. Hello, Mr. Payne. Into the pit lane.
Do you think T-Pain's full name is Tylenol Pain Relief? It's possible. I've made a joke so dumb that Kyle isn't talking to me anymore. I've broken him, folks.
Oh, boy. It's getting to that point in the day.
It is.
We still have another race to go, too, Jackson.
Oh, gosh.
And the Rush guys, they kept it interesting for us.
They did. They did.
So, all right, we're waiting on the front straightaway. They're going to tend to that car that we saw at turn 3. There was a little bit of smoke from under the hood. I think they just wanted to address it before we turn everyone loose again. Better safe than sorry. But yeah, working a slight delay on our schedule. This was supposed to start at 5:15. It started about 4 minutes ago, so maybe an 8 or 9 minute delay. Rush Race 2, scheduled to start pretty shortly, 5:35 to 6. It might get pushed back a tiny little bit. We have a little bit of leeway on the schedule, but not very much, so we'll have to make it all fit somehow. But we've had a treat so far, haven't we? We've had a little bit of everything today. Records broken, exciting race finishes, but you know what we haven't yet seen? It's a pass for the lead in a race.
We haven't.
And so going back to qualifying, Jackson, what did I say about qualifying? It's the most important session of the weekend. Can anybody get by anybody else without the help of the invert? That's how close the competition is. Typically when you look at a race series and say, oh, there's no passing, it's because there's a lack of competition. Here, there's so much of it. Everyone's so similar. It's very difficult.
Everyone's on top of each other.
It's very difficult to find an advantage. So really cool to see. But that means, the racing has been good regardless. It's just so tight, and every mistake is amplified. So, and, when you don't encourage massive dive bombs and things like that, it also, cleans things up in the process.
That is the one thing I've taken away from the culture of GridLife, is the level of respect in the wheel-to-wheel categories. And, the philosophy after you have a phenomenal battle that you're able to roll it back on the trailer unscathed, right? Such a cool level of culture. And for you to be able to, give a fist bump to the guy you were just wheel-to-wheel with at 150 miles an hour and be like, we had a phenomenal battle. So, something that makes this a little bit different than maybe other places in motorsports, other places in grassroots racing, but this is truly a fun first, competition second kind of series.
Bill, and you have a lot of choice as well with the way you can build your car, which makes it fun for the builders and the drivers as well. While we've got a second, I'd love to ask the chat. We don't do this a ton. And if you're with us here at the racetrack, you can open up either YouTube or the Racer app. But if you want to chat with us right now, you have to go over to YouTube. Enter the comments. I'd love to hear what you think we could do better on the broadcast. I'd love to get some ideas. I know Chris Jennings behind all this. He is an ideas guy. And we've got all sorts of things. We've talked about onboard cameras, which they're very difficult. So it's a thing we're working on.
Yep.
But if there's anything else, formats, if there's anything more that you want to see, I'm all ears, because I've gotten to the point where I'm running out of ideas because I didn't never think it could be this good.
You've been so good this year of just trying new stuff. And it's all worked, and it's all looked phenomenal.
Well, my radar died. Batteries.
Okay, well, that was slightly suboptimal.
So,
but
well, I should have charged it more last night.
Oh, my gosh.
I'll have to go retrieve it. Yeah, live telemetry. We were playing around with that a little bit with Sasha's car. The Sasha's car was neat because we had throttle and brake traces and stuff.
Right.
So CAN bus data would be really cool to have.
I think maybe the goal from that then is maybe getting a relatively easy telemetry kit that we could throw in other cars and get that shipped out to us. I think for me, obviously, it'd be cool to see a few more onboards, although I'm not sure how easy it is for us to get that back to the Prime truck. But
well, it's tricky.
Yeah.
But they're working on it. They're capable of it. It's just, everything can happen. It's just a matter of dollars and cents, right? Interview the top three. Yeah, so this is Acidic Mocha, by the way, ew, says, interview the top 3 ever raced. I'd love to do that. Our schedule's so tight. It's very difficult to get these before the next thing starts. So I'm with you, but we need a little more time in the day as well.
And Mocha, I want you to know that usually, this is a rare exception, obviously, because I'm up in the booth with Kyle 50-50 this weekend, but usually, if I'm given the opportunity, I'm down at impound post-race getting the podiums.
Yeah.
And again, it's just the issue of, as Kyle mentioned, our schedule is so tight, it's pretty hard for us to squeeze that in with everybody.
This is a Chris Jennings idea, the camera car. So this is a unique thing I have never seen before. A camera live on the racetrack with the cars that are competing. I mean, you've never seen this anywhere else. This is so cool. And this is such a unique opportunity that with this Project Prime team that always go the extra mile to show off their capabilities here. So we get to just enjoy this as Peter Collins barks up the tailpipe here.
One of the OGs in Grid Life Drift, the ASM E46 with a very chunky LS7 under the hood. That was the RS5 I was talking about earlier on. Letting it hang, and again, FCP Euro not only doing the unorthodox cars, but the ones that crucially have 4 seats to maximize the amount of people who can get the opportunity to experience driving the fun way.
All right, let's see if we get a taker for Big Bend here. This is really, really neat. I love this shot. Let's watch. And as far as the driver behind this thing, if I'm not wrong about this, this is Orion Callahan in the BMW 325i S52 under the hood of this thing. A little spicy beamer.
Loving the halo lights on that too, and doing a good job of making sure we can see it at home.
Oh man, what a cool shot. Oh, watch the curbs there, buddy.
Chris Jennings better be eating free tonight for this shot, ladies and gentlemen. If you find Chris in the paddock here at Lime Rock,
and the whole team,
give a tip of the cap. If you see anyone with a Project Prime shirt,
I think there might
believe
Max Ross
should
Johnson.
be Max. Yep.
He's our drone pilot, and I mean technically this is a drone. It's just
when you think about it.
Yeah.
It's a drone attached to a car.
Yeah, sort of.
There's the waves.
There's the wave.
Hey, boys.
Nicely done. Here's a look at your team again. Chris Jennings, producer and the man behind the wheel at the moment. Jared Trexler's in my ear, confirming that Max is in the car. Robert on drone. Rena Radis, Mike Norgard, Justin Stansel, Kevin Riley.
Darius I'm talking to a lot.
Yep. Marshall Bales, Michael Ayer on graphics, Max Spangenberg. He's your buddy in the paddock usually.
Yep.
And then Jason, David, Evan, Nick, and Braden on the cameras around the racetrack. Getting sunburned for our viewing pleasure.
Yes.
Big thanks to all those guys. I know we've said it a couple of times today, but man, when you work in this as long as I have, and when you're working with a shoestring budget when compared to major motorsports productions, it takes a lot of effort extending beyond what would normally be possible, and this team has put it in and out. So what a cool thing. There's FCP Euro's Macan.
I believe we saw our beloved Mark IV Supra stranded on the outside of turn number 2 as well.
Is
here.
that Prez? Yeah.
It is. Curious if that's a native motor in that Macan or if they swapped it.
I would bet, if I was a betting man, it'd be swapped, but who knows? Maybe not. This FCP Euro, it's not like they have an entire warehouse full of European car parts.
Maybe.
Whoa,
right up to the grass there. This thing is sick. You do not see a lot of, you see a lot of wagons, obviously. In the Volvo, we've seen a handful of times.
I mean, we're
like in drifting in general, not like pro spec, but the amount of people that chuck station wagons sideways more than expected.
All right.
What I'm getting at here, Kyle, is more than like SUVs.
Okay.
You don't see a lot of SUVs.
You definitely don't. I mean, minivans next.
Ooh.
We got to get.
We've got enough Pacificas in the paddock. We can make it happen.
Got to get Hart, Alabama out here with the.
Oh my God!
The
Yes,
Hot Odyssey.
Please.
Yeah, that'd be fun to watch for sure. A couple takers on the pit lane, a few more.
Yeah, I think they might have sent the trucks here for Perez.
Yeah. What a pretty Supra though, right?
So sick. Don't see a lot of Mark IVs in general. See much less of them actually.
This could be the
being
start
driven
of a
in anger.
Netflix
This could.
documentary. I mean,
this is awesome.
On Volvo wagon drift cars, the most niche of the niche.
Does
I'd
he
watch
know?
it.
I would absolutely
Look at all
watch
the tech
it.
stickers he's got. All the ones on the right are GRIDLIFE tech stickers.
Such a cool flex. And all the kids in karting always do that for the events they do for the.
So Coulter in the chat, he says,
sticker.
make front-wheel drive drifting class. So I have a story.
Oh no.
My first time ever on a racetrack, I was a passenger in the right seat of a Honda Civic SI TCA car, driven by none other than Tom O'Gorman.
Oh my God.
They brought it to Gingerman Raceway in Midwest Fest in 2019 for the sole purpose of having fun. They put slicks on the front and balled out street tires on the back, pumped it up to 60 PSI, and let her rip, Tater Chip. And it was the coolest thing ever. So I'm on board. Coulter, you're hired. Let's make front-wheel drive drifting a thing.
The closest thing you could do to just doing ye old faithful, which is the McDonald's trays on the rear wheels. That's the most professionally engineered version of that.
You can't tell me that front-wheel drive cars can't be cool. I mean, even in Club SC, our slowest time attack class. Yeah. Lennon Radcliffe's Toyota Corolla. That thing has no right looking as bald as it does.
It's
it is
awesome.
So cool.
I don't think Lennon's here this weekend, but he's been with us for the first 3 or 4 rounds of the season.
I have a plug then. If you'd like to go see Lennon Radcliffe's car, you can head over to gridlife.club.
Yes.
And you can go to the spectator portal. You can look at all the entry lists, results, point standings. There's spotters guides on there for you as well. Gridlife.club/timing gets you all the live timing and scoring available to you. So that's a really great resource if you're here at the track or if you're at home and want to follow along. Gridlife.club/watch is the best place to go for all that.
Wait, Mackey's trays under the rear wheels is a thing in the U.S. as well. Mackey's would be Australia, right? I believe? Or they're Mackers specifically?
I don't know. Yeah.
No, that is a universal experience. Joins, absolutely.
Maybe I'm not as much of a hoon fiend.
Did you never do that as a irresponsible high schooler?
No, I did skid a Ford Fiesta around in the GRIDLIFE warehouse one time.
Okay.
And I found out really quick that it's very sketchy to do with steel support columns like every 20
Yeah.
feet. But I did a couple handbrake turns in there. Don't tell Chris. Charlie made me do it. It wasn't. Look, it was one of those things where.
Chris, we swear.
There's no evidence. Car's gone.
Exactly.
What Fiesta? Never knew. All right. Looks like they might let her go one more trip around Lime Rock, but we're winding things down here for Drift for Friday. Reminder for all those here at the racetrack. This evening, track goes cold at around 6 o'clock to 6:15. Don't miss the Drifter Happy Hour at the Beer Garden, 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock. And the Drifter Sneak Peek is 8 o'clock to 8:15 p.m. The Sun King Q&A, 8:15 to 8:45. That will be at the Beer Garden. And then the Sun King Meet and Greet will be up there as well. So don't go anywhere. Tomorrow, it is the Forza Horizon 6 Concours. Come check out the circuit legends of history and JDM car culture. We're back on course for GRIDLIFE Drift one more time here.
when we modify our cars. We do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
From coast to coast, GRIDLIFE visits some of the best racetracks in North America. And before our season finale, all the way in Salinas, California, we head to Lakeville, Connecticut at Lime Rock Park for GRIDLIFE Rush Series, round 5 of the season. This is race number 2 of the weekend, race 2 of 4. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Jackson Lambros. We were treated with all sorts of cool sights and sounds earlier today, but we're about ready to go racing for only race 2 of the day. All the other race 2s are tomorrow.
We've seen a lot this weekend, but crucially have not seen a pass for the lead, as you pointed out earlier on. But if there's any class where we could see that happen, it's going to be the Rush Series, our smallest, lowest power on average field this weekend. That means these cars can trade positions fairly easily, but man, this guy out in front has not made it easy.
Bryce Mersberger, championship leader, won race 1. Ayrton Grimm right on top of him in race number 1 as well. Second place, Zach Veach, IndyCar driver, starts 3rd after finishing 3rd. Andy Vogel doesn't know what to do with his hands other than go fast. Top 5 for him in race 1. Jordan Musser and James French share row number 3. Then it's Trip Stout and Blair Hosey in row number 4. Blair's got some work to do to make up some points on Mersberger, Ryerson Whistle, and Justin Kelly start 9th and 10th.
P11, Jason Oler alongside Max Kraus in the 3-1-4. Back to row 7, Brett DiGiacomo. And a penalty for Heath Pomeranz.
Just a warning.
Okay, a warning.
So, yeah, he's all good. But
Gotcha. Keegan Bosch, Matt Wilson make up row number 8. Matt Wilson for Circuit Jerk Racing. Jeffrey Gordon in the 54. P17 alongside Lee Kellert in the number 13. With Sam Reed, Ethan Hardesty rounding out your top 20.
Yeah, starting in 21st place, it will be Michael Neff in the 199 in his 2024 Rush SR. Kyle Melnick starts in 22nd place. In 23rd, it's Dalton Snedden in the number 881. David Pereira starts alongside him in 24th, and it's Jake Sanders and Bill Dorrance sharing row number 13. Starting 27th, it'll be Larry Brady in the 58 and Brian Blair in the 777, starting in 28th spot to his outside. Then Paul Macaruca starts 29th alongside AJ Campo.
Campo making up a couple positions in race number 1. John Canfield, and issues for Grant Bourne in race number 1 sends him back to P32 in Chompy. Jalen Batley with trouble as well. Cut Tire will have him starting in P33 alongside 34th. Adam Spence and Tony Barber make up row number 18th. I believe Barber having some issues as well, with Ben Carroll and John Cargy in the 999 rounding out 37th and 38th respectively. Michael Woodard and John Wilson. Now we start to get to the penalties, a handful of passing under yellow penalties with Isaac Nowlin for an incident responsibility penalty. That'll put him at the back of the field in 41st.
Unfortunate, because he was in the top 10, I believe. So, again, I have to go back and look at the incident log. But maybe stitching some things together with what happened with Tony Barber there inside the top 10. So, with that, grid is complete. Remember, our races are about 12 to 18 minutes, give or take a couple. So, we'll see what we end up with this time. Again, we're kind of bumping up against our time limit here for the day, so Jackson, I wouldn't expect as many laps as race 1.
Yeah, solid chance we run on the shallow end here, especially because I think we ran full length for drift. But again, that is a taste of cautions breed cautions, because with how much we were running yellow for race 1, these guys want to make moves, right? They're eager to move forward if they think they have pace. So it's a handful of different races, but that cautions breed cautions mentality very much still there.
Yeah, it's aggressive, and these drivers really push to extract all the performance out of these cars, of which there is a lot. These are, again, $50,000 cars, but are race ready, very reliable, very performant, and can match a GT4 car on pace for, you know, many times the price, or many less times the price of a GT4. Look at that shot, looking at the beautiful Lime Rock Park. Again, historic place. If these walls could talk, they would write a storybook many, many pages and chapters deep. And GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is only one of the latest chapters. 5 years in, though, every year we tag on some more, Jackson, and this should be a lot of fun.
Instant favorite. Lights are out on the McLaren R2, a pace car. As they work their way by the Bailey Bridge, down the hill, we're ready to rush for race number 2, Kyle.
Packed up, paired up, and waiting for the green. They've been holding them quite a ways. Remember the rules. Green means go, and we're waiting for the flag. Everyone's got to be patient. Green flag, and we're underway in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. 4 wide already with the 3 at Trip Stout to the inside. He wants positions into Big Bend. How will they make this work as we head into the first turn?
That's the red, white, and blue machine. Stars and stripes for Stout. As he goes along the outside, we're still 3 wide further back with Aaron Grimm, and clearly out in front, Aaron Grimm to the lead through turn number 2.
Yeah.
Beach up into 3rd.
Great start for Ayrton Grimm, and he took the lead away. Oh, a little bit of skipping and sliding, and everybody's everywhere. At turn 4, onto the Paul Newman straight. And you see the yellow and red flag. That means that there is a slippery surface out there. A lot of debris to be conscious of on this first time up the hill. Look at Merzberger, reel Grimm right back in. Veach is going to smell blood in the water as these two battle.
Further back, that was Musser all over the rear bumper of Zach Veach. And the battle is on for the lead. We were curious how long it was going to take for a change of the lead as Grimm goes off. It didn't take long, only 1 lap. But further back, the melee starting to unfold. Andy Vogel on the podium for the first time provisionally.
Yeah, he's working his way up. Look at the move from Merzberger into turn 1. Grimm covers it off with a big send into turn 1. And while these two fight, it's going to bring the rest of them into the mix. So Veach, Musser, French, Volkel, Hosey, Stout, Ayler, and Whistle, the rest of the top 10 after the first revolution.
I believe 1 podium as well for Jordan Musser back at Road Atlanta, but certainly had the pace in his debut for the GRIDLIFE series, but looking to run that pace back. Another brand new venue for him. However, he's got a driver with big time bullet points on his resume right in front.
Oh, watch Grimm right out of West Bend there. Used up a little bit too much of the road, but he's looking very solid. And one of the things you have to contend with when you're carrying such high corner speeds is a little bit of aero wash. When you're trailing a car in front of you, it's almost like when you're watching boats on a lake. They have a wake behind them that disturbs the water. And very similar to that, race cars do the same thing to air. So it makes it harder for the rear wings and the splitters and all the downforce generating components on these cars to work when you're chasing someone at high speed.
You can't see it, but after talking with Bryce leading up to this weekend, it wasn't until this track here last year that Bryce really felt it for the first time and just how bad it can be in certain parts of the track just because of how dependent on aerodynamic grip these cars are. And again, that doesn't mean it's impossible to overtake. You've just got to position your car in a way where you're not really getting affected by it. So making sure that you're popping out of line when you're making a pass and not going too late out of the draft means you're getting full downforce.
Coming back around to complete another lap and looking a little deeper in the field here There's battles happening all around the racetrack, and now that the lead is sort of quieted for now, here comes a move on the front straight. Big swings over to the right, and that is the 314 of Kraus and the 86 of Justin Kelly. Side by side into one. I hesitate to say door to door. There are no doors on these cars.
Call it side pod to side pod. Brett DiGiacomo a little bit further back there in that teal and gray machine.
Then Keegan Bosch, who we saw had a warning, I believe, for 4 tires off.
Just a little bit further back in the kind of lighter blue and white. Car number 4 in this kind of 5-car pack. Heath Pomeranz as well. Anthony Maganoli on the laptop for him, going over data with him, coaching this weekend in what has been so far a career best weekend.
That'll help, having someone looking at the data post-session, just to help you sort things out, put another eyes on the data. It's really hard sometimes to look at all the squiggly lines and really know what's important or what you can ignore and what you should target. Really setting goals into turn 1. Here comes the 114 of Merzberger. Had a look, but not quite enough advantage to take the lead from Ayrton Grimm just yet.
Still put the pressure on, and look at that big slide from Ayrton out of turn number 1. Couldn't make the move stick, but that purple and orange car is certainly feeling the pressure from your championship leader. And you got to think big picture here. If you're Blair Hosey, you got to make up as many positions as possible to try and, if anything, minimize that gap for the championship.
It's getting very hard. The math is getting much, much worse for Blair Hosey every lap that ticks by. And Merzberger is very quickly going to lock out Hosey mathematically this weekend if he continues to finish on the podium.
And maybe that hesitation from Bryce going into T1 was realizing, hey, we got to think big picture here, right? We can take the lead of this race, but you got to remember it's better to stay in P2 than end your race in the wall and take a really big hit for your championship lead.
I mean, think about even just a couple of weeks ago for those watching professional racing in IMSA at Road America. You know, just going a little bit too much in a battle that didn't really mean anything, that could absolutely hurt your title chances. And Merzberger, same thing here. You got to race smart. Know what you are racing for and who you don't need to race. How about Jordan Musser and Zach Veach, 2 drivers coming from pretty different backgrounds as far as their sort of professional racing categories, in 3rd and 4th behind 2 young drivers paving their way through motorsport at a young age.
And they're both giving back to racing just in 2 very different ways. Veach now starting his own USF 2000 team. Musser just this year launching Musser Tech, which is a fabrication company launching parts for GoPro mounts and different steering wheel accessories for shifter carts, as well as now the game plan is to start making some driver accessories for the Rush cars as well. So really cool to see that. And Musser with his involvement. Oh, a little bit of a look further back there. Sanders feeling the pressure.
Yeah, that was really dicey. Sanders hanging on to the spot. Isaac Nolan making his way forward. He started pretty deep in the field, but has a lot of pace. He's got to be cautious. The speed disparity back here. I think he belongs a little further up north, but you got to be careful picking these off one by one. Here are the splitters skipping across the pavement. Maybe running a little too low. You can actually stall the aero out. Remember that the whole point of the underbody aero on a race car is to generate a lower pressure underneath the car that sort of sucks it down to the racetrack.
Right.
And if it touches the ground too much, you can actually stall it out, and really there's no air at all. That's not a good thing. A little bit of a wiggle and a wobble there.
I think that was Whistle
in the 45. This is for 8th.
Had a really bad concussion a couple months ago while racing these guys up in Mosport for an event. As here's the run, Musser trying to make that stick on the inside of Veach, just not enough overlap quite yet. A little bit of contact, bumper to bumper.
This is fun. These 2 drivers going at it. And this will be a little bit unfamiliar for Zach Veach. I know he runs some GT series now and has spent some time in GT cars, but it's time at open wheel. You don't use the bumpers, there are none. But here we go, onto the Paul Newman straight, nose to tail, battle for 3rd.
These 2 continue to battle. James French not too far behind. That blue and black machine just coming into view with the chrome wheels. Andy Vocal a little bit further back as well. But there is nothing between them here, as we've got at the very most 6.5 minutes to go.
Plunging down through turn 7, coming back around. Both these drivers looking very calm and collected. I don't really read any of these cars as desperate. You know, Aaron Lichty, who's been a prominent voice in our paddock in the formative years of Grid Life, always said, you shouldn't drive desperate, right? I mean, you should always be in control of your car and plan things and methodically move forward, and don't take more than the car will give you, right? But that doesn't mean that you can't push a little bit and try to find some more speed. Doesn't mean don't experiment, but you see with Veach right there, hucked it into turn 3, and the car didn't have more to give.
I think why Jordan and a lot of guys who come up from karting like this is because it is racing in its most raw form. You don't have to worry about strategy or tire management or anything in the sense of a big picture. You've got 15 minutes, and the guy next to you has a very similar car, and it is all about the mind games with the guy in front of you. How am I going to put that pressure on the guy that I want to take that position from? A little bit further back, Trip Stout in P9 with Kelly and Whistle in front. A little bit of a move further back, as I believe that's Keegan Bosch trying to make that stick on Kraus.
Oh, the drone trying to keep up with the guys into turn 1. Here you go. Low
Get him,
shot.
Max.
And how about this so far? Weekend points as they run. Mersberger only has 1 point advantage over Grimm as it stands here. So this is pretty critical. If Grimm wants to win a weekend, win a race, he's got to hang on. Not only beat Mersberger in this race, but another one as well.
Grimm not making it easy on Bryce right now. But I feel like he's starting to see the pressure. You just saw a little bit of a twitch from the 121 coming out of turn number 4. And he is starting to drive desperate. Big moment there coming up over the hill. Kept it out of the wall. But Bryce trying the inside. Not going to work there, son.
That was so close. Really pushing the limit on the exit of the uphill. We've seen so far today how that can bite. Down on the front straightaway. Under 5 minutes to go. We could get a white flag at any moment, given that we're in a little bit of a delay here. Into turn 1, battle for the lead in GRIDLIFE Rush Series Racing. Look at these cars, the yaw that they have. They're on the limit on that left rear tire through Big Bend, pushing the limit. They're, trouble. And that was a lap car, I think, that was off.
It was. Going back to that rotation, though, it is just like a go-kart the way you want it. That little bit of slip angle, yawing ahead of where the cars actually face. That's a bad position for the 999 to be in.
That was definitely going to hold up Veach. We'll see if it gives Musser any opportunity. Here they come down the back straightaway. Paul Newman straight.
Veach got him. He's still in front, so.
But Musser a little closer with that opportunity here.
And again, I think you see Bryce driving with a little bit of anxiety as well, because he knows that white flag could come out at any moment, and with the schedule cut, it could be 15 minutes give or take. But as they come back to the straight, nothing in the hands of the flagger, and he'll say race on.
This is not what Grimm wants to see. Whoa.
No.
Was the rear wing vibrating on that car, or
oh,
was it
no.
just me?
A little bit of a wiggle on exit, too.
No, it might have just been some of the drone pixelation there. It worried me for a moment. It looked like his rear wing was upset. He has the fastest lap of the race. Grimm is sideways.
Wow. So both of these guys, you're seeing desperation. I know you said it earlier, but it's desperation from both drivers right now.
Well, it's just these two against everybody else, and it's 4 seconds back to Zach Veach. They are free to race each other. No immediate threat from behind, and that means Bryce Mersberger can focus on just one car. Grimm has to clear the traffic and watch out in the rearview mirrors.
Great battle in TC for P2. You're seeing a phenomenal battle for P1 here for Rush Race 2. And Bryce Mersberger trying to add one onto a 8-race win column, I believe. And Grimm across double duty trying to get his first one of the season.
Oh, big lockup for Mersberger. Wasn't sure what that lap traffic was going to do, and it cost him a little bit of his right front tire. And these cars don't have ABS, so if you catch that right front tire in a lockup, it's going to grind a flat spot into the tire, and the next time you hit the brakes really hard, it'll keep catching that spot. We'll see if the tire is strong enough to hang on the next couple of laps.
Not good, especially when you're on the tail end of a 15-minute stint like that, and you've already burnt a pretty solid chunk through the Nanking rubber. We'll have to wait and see. Was going to mention that maybe that lap traffic would give Ayrton at least a little bit of breathing room.
Now it's going to
that
be
is not looking like the case.
Yeah, it's going to be in his way. And again, there's no requirement for these drivers to move out of the way. It's the gentlemanly thing to do, but no requirement when shown a blue flag. Grimm trying to find a way around AJ Campo. And here comes Bryce Mersberger, white flag, and they're 3 wide with lap traffic. And Mersberger is going to nose ahead into turn 1.
Not done yet. Still side by side. Grimm going to try and hold it on the high line, but Bryce going to force him into the lap traffic. Nuclear move. Bryce Mersberger back to the point.
Wow, that was insane. Just a really great read on the traffic. And Grimm is going to contact the lap traffic there and try to get by. And it's just not going to work out for him. Mersberger's slow, and here comes Grimm. Mersberger's got a problem. Grimm takes the lead away as he battles the lap traffic.
What on earth has happened to Bryce in the Mad Motorsports machine? And maybe asked for a little bit too much from that machine. into turn 1.
And he's gone.
Because we haven't even seen him come over the hill.
No, and
Ayrton Grimm's going to get his first win, Kyle.
Yeah, Zach Veach is going to inherit second place. And it looked like it was slipping away. But trouble for Bryce Mersberger is going to give Ayrton Grimm his first win. It was a hard-fought win, but he'll snag it and pick up his first ever GRIDLIFE victory. And this time, it's in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. 17 years old and on top of the world.
So well-deserved for the kid in the 121. And he has absolutely done his homework, whether it's been in TEC or in the Rush Series. And no matter how you look at it, it was a hard-fought battle either way. And even if Bryce was able to keep that car going, I think Ayrton was going to be able to make a move stick, maybe get the top of the hill. But regardless, a win is a win.
Actually snuck into second place over Veach, so that happened in the background. But wow, what a job. What a race that was, and you have to feel, you see Ayrton celebrating, you have to feel for Mersberger, but also Grimm fought that well. It was one wrong decision with the lap traffic, but I don't know that he would have been able to hang on anyway. He got stunted with the momentum at the wrong time, and then in turn 3, caught a bad break again. So racing giveth and racing taketh away.
Absolutely.
Wow.
And now for Bryce, he absolutely needs to go into damage control because I'm not sure how that's going to affect him later on.
Yeah, probably won't be enormous. Again, it's still going to be a drop race for him, I'm sure. But Ayrton Grimm, 14 laps in the race. Jordan Musser, second place. Zach Veach picks up a third place finish. Then James French, Andy Vogel, the rest of your top 5. Blair Hosey, 6th. Ryerson Whistle, Justin Kelly, Jalen Batley, and Keegan Bosch rebounds for a top 10.
Max Krause, Tony Barber, Brett DiGiacomo, Heath Pomerantz, Lee Kellert, Jeffrey Gordon, Isaac Nolan up a handful of spots, Kyle Melnick, Sam Reed, and Matt Wilson rounding out your top 20.
Larry Brady, Michael Neff, David Pereira, Adam Spence, Bill Dorrance rounding out the top 25, and Bryce Mersberger, unofficially, 28th place. TBD on if he was able to make it back to the start-finish line. But something happened that knocked him down the order, and you see a couple drivers, Jason Ayler, Grant Bourne, Jake Sanders, did not finish this one, unfortunately.
Curious what happened to Trip Stout as well in the 3. Again, had a phenomenal start in the red, white, and blue machine. Must have gotten knocked back somehow, some way.
Let's have a look at the highlights from GRIDLIFE Rush Series, race number 2. What a start. And watch Ayrton Grimm on the outside. Look at the confidence, the turn in. Just amazing drive into the first turn, and then all the battling behind him. And then it just quickly separated into a battle up front.
Two-man fight very quickly, but it was a phenomenal duel out back as well as Zach Veach went at it with Jordan Musser. As going the long way around here into turn number 1. Veach took it from Jordan.
Yeah, a little bit of a nip and a nudge and a push in here and there, but those guys had a nice clean race. And then for Ayrton Grimm just trying to hang on to Bryce Mersberger. This is where he picked the wrong lane of the racetrack. Mersberger goes by, and then Ayrton gets all crossed up with traffic here. Just unlucky. And sometimes that's the way it is in motorsports, but then something happens to the 114, and then it's all over from there.
You can see the desperation as well for Ayrton just into the side of the 271 there to try and drive back, and this is the dropout point.
Yeah, and I think the only thing I'd be concerned about for Grimm is just watch out for penalties for contact, because that was a pretty big send. Even though it's lap traffic, he's still got to race clean. But either way, gets it done, and Ayrton Grimm wins GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 2. Circuit Legends is a celebration of all things four-wheeled and fast, and modern tuning culture, motorsports all blended together in one weekend. It is a record crowd here, and for those on the hillside, you've got plenty more coming your way off track this evening and tomorrow. It's going to be absolutely jam-packed to the gills. This has been a fun one. From Lime Rock Park, we're only half done. We've got another full day of motorsport action starting tomorrow at 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time and running until 5:30 in the evening. My name's Kyle Heyer with Jackson Lambros. Thanks so much. Enjoy the show tonight if you're here at the racetrack. Check out the Sun King meet and greet and the Q&A at the beer garden. Hang out in the arcade, and tomorrow the Forza Horizon 6 Concours peppers the afternoon with JDM cars, legends of motorsport and car history. We'll see you tomorrow from Lakeville, Connecticut.